Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-67, Tides Turned. The evil purging divine spear had once shown its brilliance in the war outside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. In that war, many territory lords and even royal lords who had emerged from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction had suffered losses. The Black Ink clansmen, who were originally evenly matched with their opponents, were suddenly struck by an evil purging divine spear and their strength had taken a serious hit. Even if they didn't die, they would lose all combat effectiveness. Against an artifact that could suppress their Black Ink strength, the Black Ink clan couldn't help but be wary. That war was too horrifying. The Black Ink clan suffered massive casualties, and so did the human race. Even the evil purging divine spears were completely exhausted in that battle. Refining evil purging divine spears themselves wasn't difficult, but just refining them wasn't of any use as they still needed to have purifying light sealed into them to pose any real threat to the Black Ink clan. The human race army fought several wars over the next few centuries, even exhausting almost all of the purifying light sealed in the purifying Black Ink battleships. So, how could they even create new evil purging divine spears? Furthermore, Yang Kai, the only person who could create purifying light, had disappeared after the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction War, pushing the human race into a difficult situation. The evil purging divine spear was basically never used after the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction War. This was also the reason why the no-return pass was quickly overrun. At that time, the no-return pass might not have been lost if they had a supply of evil purging divine spears. After all, there were a lot of powerful divine spirits stationed there, led by dragons and phoenixes. Even if they lost, they would have at least been able to hold on for longer. The human race was currently in a state of decline with more than 90% of the 3,000 worlds being occupied by the Black Ink clan. All they could do was gather all of their remaining forces and tightly defend a dozen or so great territory battlefields. Facing the constant attacks of the Black Ink clan armies, the human race armies defending various great territory battlefields were thoroughly exhausted. They were walking on the edge of life and death where even the slightest mistake could send them tumbling to their doom. After decades of gruesome battles, the Black Ink clan witnessed the tenacity of the human race and also all kinds of bizarre methods employed by them. The Black Ink clan originally thought that they already knew the human race's limits. Until Qin Yuan took out an evil purging divine spear. Hundreds of years ago, the evil purging divine spears had struck terror into the hearts of the Black Ink clan in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction War. Today, its brilliance shone once more as it severely wounded one of the 5 territory lords with just one strike. The territory lords fighting the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters turned pale with fright as they instantly recognized the spear as the artifact that turned the tides at the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. All the territory lords were struck with terror. Fortunately, the human race no longer showed any intention of using the evil purging divine spears in the ensuing battle. The territory lords guessed that the human race didn't have many such weapons, otherwise, they would not have been so sparing in using them. In fact, the current number of evil purging divine spears was indeed not high. After all, it had only been less than a year since Yang Kai had returned. So, even if the human race refined evil purging divine spears as quickly as possible, they could only produce so many. Of course, the main reason they did not use another spear was because the territory lords were already on guard. Qin Yuan and the others didn't have any confidence in succeeding, which was why they had been exercising more patience. Sometimes, trump cards didn't necessarily need to be used to intimidate others. At the very least, after a territory lord was injured in the initial strike, the remaining territory lords were no longer as aggressive as before, giving the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters a lot more room to breathe. After receiving the message from the 7th Order Communications Officer though, Qin Yuan immediately summoned his own evil purging divine spear. His world force started surging as the evil purging divine spear before him started slightly trembling. It was ready to shoot at any moment. The territory lord started to have a headache, especially the territory lord who was facing Qin Yuan. His eyes were glued onto the evil purging divine spear hovering in front of Qin Yuan as he pushed his strength to the limit, ready to resist at any moment. After witnessing the fate of his companion, this territory lord knew that if he couldn't block this artifact's attack, he would be seriously injured if not dead. His entire attention was focused on dealing with the incoming attack. The warship that had come to deliver the message was fleeing around in the vicinity, with countless Black Ink clansmen in close pursuit. By the looks of it, the warship would meet a tragic end in a short while. At some point, the warship had started flying randomly while paying no heed to where it was, panicking and even rushing straight towards the battlefield of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords. The Territory Lords were enraged when they noticed this. If this was any other time, just a casual blow from them would have been enough to send this warship and everyone aboard it to eternal damnation, but with the threat of the evil purging divine spear looming over their heads, none of them dared to be distracted. The evil purging divine spear hovering before Qin Yuan started vibrating even more violently, giving the impression that it would shoot off at any moment. The tattered warship was now very close to the territory lords, and the fear and panic on the faces of the dozen or so soldiers aboard it was apparent as the threat of impending death gripped their hearts. Right then, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly flared, distracting the territory lord who was fighting Qin Yuan. The next moment, he felt a sharp force tear through his soul. The sudden excruciating pain caused him to instantly falter and lose concentration. The territory lord was horrified as, although he didn't know what just happened, how could he not understand that he was ambushed? Who could manage to do this? He had been keeping a close eye on Qin Yuan's movements, and the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had also been pinned down by his companions, while the territory lord had not noticed any signs of another human approaching. The territory lord was unable to fathom how he could be ambushed under these circumstances. Regardless of how it happened, he did not have any time to give it much thought as the instant that burst of spiritual energy appeared. The evil purging divine spear hovering before Qin Yuan was also activated and shot towards his chest, leaving a dazzling trail of light behind it. The evil purging divine spear might be effective against the Black Ink clan, but it also had its drawbacks. After all, it was just an artifact in the end. If the Black Ink clansmen were on guard against it, it might not necessarily be effective. That was why Qin Yuan had not made a move after summoning the evil purging divine spear. He was waiting for the right opportunity. Qin Yuan's patience was rewarded at this moment. The territory lord was already in a state of shock and was unable to defend against Qin Yuan's attack at all. The evil purging divine spear exploded after it pierced into the territory lord's chest. In an instant, a small pure white sun suddenly appeared in the void and enveloped the territory lord, melting away the Black Ink strength in his body. The territory lord was unable to endure the twin attacks on his soul and body and let out a miserable cry. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, didn't pause for even a moment. After launching the evil purging divine spear, he charged towards the territory lord, brandishing his sword. A cold gleam flickered across the long sword in his hand as it cut across the territory lord's thick neck. A frigid look blanketed Qin Yuan's face as they passed each other. The next moment, the territory lord's head shot into the sky behind him as a fountain of black blood gushed out from the severed neck. The long sword was so sharp and cut so swiftly that the wound on the territory lord's neck was as smooth as a mirror. A territory lord had fallen. Only at the moment of his death did the territory lord vaguely catch sight of an elusive figure flying out from the shadow of the tattered warship, one he had not noticed the figure before now. He finally understood where this sneak attack had come from, but unfortunately, he no longer had the strength to warn his companions. The pair of eyes on his massive head remained open, angrily glaring in some direction. It gave the impression that he had been unresigned in his death. Compared to the territory lord's anguish, Qin Yuan was feeling quite satisfied. He was also a veteran Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master with impressive strength. Although he was not as extraordinary as Xiang Shan, he was almost on par with Ouyang Lai. In fact, in the past, he too was an army commander. Be that as it may, even a veteran Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him felt powerless in the current war against the Black Ink clan. In the past, the battles on the Black Ink battlefield were slightly easier. Although the territory lords were still greater in number, most of them were weaker than the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not to mention veterans like him. He had also killed some territory lords in the past. Things changed after the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction War. Before then, all the ordinary territory lords were wiped out, while the newly appeared territory lords were all innate territory lords who came directly from the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction. Each and every one of them was far stronger than the territory lords of the past. After hundreds of years of fighting, Qin Yuan had only managed to kill 3 territory lords. Moreover, each time he had to team up with others to score a kill. Each battle was extremely arduous and he had put his life on the line several times to achieve such results. Today, he finally managed to vent all the frustrations in his heart. He finally got to enjoy the feel of killing a territory lord with a single slash of his sword. Even though the success of his attack was not entirely due to his own efforts and more so because of Yang Kai's sneak attack, he was the one to take the territory lord's head. That was more than enough for him. While he was still immersed in his flurry of emotions, the other 4 territory lords' expressions changed drastically. The originally tense situation suddenly turned into a battle where life and death could be decided at any moment, making the territory lords shocked and apprehensive. They could not understand what just happened. Not just them, but even the other 8th Order human masters were confused as to why Qin Yuan suddenly became so fierce. But soon, they understood the root of everything. Yang Kai had arrived. After shooting a soul-rending thorn, Yang Kai could not hide his tracks any longer. As such, he simply chose to come out from the bottom of the warship and fire another soul-rending thorn, targeting another territory lord. After firing the first soul-rending thorn, Yang Kai did not pay any attention to Qin Yuan's opponent. If Qin Yuan was unable to finish his opponent even with the help of a soul-rending thorn and an evil-purging divine spear, his years of arduous cultivation would be a waste. What Yang Kai needed to do now was to kill as many of these territory lords as quickly as possible. If he hesitated for even a moment, these territory lords might escape. This was a rare opportunity as the Black Ink clan in Profound Nether territory was under the impression that he was still trapped in Acacia territory, and thus, had wantonly launched an assault on the human race. They had no idea that Yang Kai had already escaped. This was a huge oversight. Nonetheless, it could not be blamed on the Black Ink clansmen in Acacia territory. After all, how could they have known that Yang Kai could freely use the world tree to travel to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and then to other universe worlds? Only a small number of humans knew about this secret. A war was not just about differences in strength. Information also played a crucial role in determining the course of battle. While the members of both races were still reeling from shock, Yang Kai had already fired a second soul-rending thorn, making a defenseless territory lord cry in pain as he staggered unsteadily. Yang Kai didn't stop there and immediately fired a third soul-rending thorn at the next closest territory lord. The soul-rending thorns carried impressive destructive might, but they were also quite simple to defend against. As long as one shielded their soul diligently, it would greatly weaken the soul-rending thorn's effectiveness. Yang Kai could not give these territory lords any chance to mount a defense. With another set of miserable screams, 2 territory lords were heavily injured by the soul-rending thorns and staggered as their auras started fluctuating wildly. There were 5 territory lords here, of which one was seriously injured while the other 4 were completely unharmed. They had the absolute upper hand against the 4 8th Order human masters presiding over this front. But the tides had turned in an instant. One territory lord was decapitated in a single stroke, and another 2 were injured and had their auras plummet. So, including the one who was already seriously injured, only one territory lord was currently left unscathed. Martial Peak, Chapter 5568, The Die was cast. From the moment Yang Kai had hidden himself under the warship and used it to approach the battlefield, to when Qin Yuan beheaded the territory lord in one attack and Yang Kai's successive soul-rending thorns, only 3 breaths had elapsed, that's all. This sudden turn of events caught both the territory lords and 8th Order masters off guard. Nevertheless, the 8th Order masters came to their senses the next moment and hurriedly summoned their own evil-purging divine spears before hurling them at their opponents. The two territory lords who had been injured by the soul-rending thorns were completely unprepared. It was not because their responses were slow, but because they were on the verge of losing consciousness. The soul-rending thorn was too insidious, able to heavily injure both stealthily and soundlessly, causing not just extreme pain, but also dizziness and disorientation. Only Yang Kai, who had experienced this kind of pain many times, was now a little accustomed to it. Any enemy hit by a soul-rending thorn would be in so much agony that they would temporarily be dazed. Deafening explosions rang out one after another as small pure white suns manifested in the void, their pure light roasting the territory lords alive. Immediately, the territory lords started howling as their auras plunged. Having been presented with such a great opportunity, the Eighth Order Masters went all out, using their strongest divine abilities or even their divine manifestations as they charged at their respective opponents. Their fates were already set in stone. Meanwhile, the unharmed territory lord, having barely regained his composure, promptly dodged the oncoming evil-purging divine spear. There were a total of 5 territory lords on this auxiliary front, out of which one was grievously injured from the start. Yang Kai had incapacitated 3 others using 3 soul-rending thorns, but he was unable to do anything about the last one. This last territory lord was quite decisive, so when he witnessed one of his companions being killed and 2 others being ambushed, he immediately turned into a black ink cloud and fled towards the horizon. At that moment, Qin Yuan had just decapitated his opponent and was still relishing in the aftermath. When he saw the territory lord flee though, how could he let him go? He flicked his sword before giving chase. "Help kill them, I'll stop him." Yang Kai suddenly shouted as he summoned his spear and stepped in front of the black ink cloud, enduring the excruciating pain in his soul as he unleashed a flurry of spear shadows. Even though Qin Yuan was quite strong, it would be difficult for him to stop a territory lord who was determined to escape. He would most likely return empty-handed. Since Yang Kai had decided to attack this front, how could he allow any of the territory lords here to escape from right under his nose? He wanted to eliminate all of them today. A flurry of spears filled the void, distorting the local space and causing the territory lord to be unable to tell up from down for a moment. Helpless, he had no choice but to reveal himself and fight Yang Kai. On the other side, Qin Yuan and the other 3 Eighth Order Masters were currently facing 3 injured territory lords, 2 of whom had critical injuries to both their bodies and souls. The die was cast. When the 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounded the 3 territory lords, the latter knew that they would not be able to escape today. However, as the saying went, a beast is most dangerous when cornered. The desperate situation brought out the innate savagery and viciousness of the territory lords who let out loud war cries and all attacked in one direction together. So long as they could create an opening, they might still have a chance to escape. But the next thing they saw left them in despair. Each of the 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had summoned another evil-purging divine spear and hurled them out without a moment of hesitation. Previously, Qin Yuan and the others had not done so because they didn't have many evil-purging divine spears on hand. They were not willing to waste these valuable tools unless necessary. In addition, the territory lords had been on guard against them, so even if they used them earlier, they would not do much damage. The current situation was different. They could not hold back against these trapped territory lords, as the enemy would surely struggle with reckless abandon. As for whether it would be wasteful or not. Once they won the battle, would they still need to worry about the lack of evil-purging divine spears with Yang Kai here? If they were parsimonious with external tools, and that allowed the territory lords to break out of their encirclement and escape, or if they lost an Eighth Order Master to a final life-or-death struggle, it would be a far greater loss that would be impossible to rectify. The Eighth Order Masters could easily evaluate the situation and make appropriate decisions. One after another, small suns exploded again, bathing the void in pure white light. It did not matter whether or not the evil-purging divine spear hit the territory lords directly, as just the radiant purifying light would be enough to give them a hard time. The pure light would constantly melt away their strength, weakening and injuring them further. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not drop their guard though. Even if they had the absolute advantage, they didn't try to force a quick end to the battle with the territory lords, instead choosing to seal off all escape routes before slowly chipping away at the enemy's strength. In less than the time it takes one to boil a cup of tea, another territory lord had fallen. A moment later, another. And then another. After finishing the 3 territory lords, Chen Yuan immediately ordered, Jing and Zhou Heng, you go take care of the leftover trash. Dao Hong, come with me to assist the army commander. The sudden change in the highest level battlefield had a massive impact on the armies of the 2 races. Originally, the humans could only passively defend against the continuous attacks of the Black Ink clan army. This kind of defense had lasted for several decades and the soldiers had already grown accustomed to it. But today, when the first territory lord fell and the 3 heavily injured territory lords were surrounded by Qin Yuan and the others, the Black Ink clan army was thrown into confusion. Every member of the Black Ink clan army knew that even if they held a great advantage over the human race in terms of numbers, once the territory lords were all defeated, they would be mercilessly slaughtered by the unencumbered human masters next. Thus, many feudal lords instantly led their subordinates to try to rescue the trapped territory lords, but unfortunately, these Black Ink clan reinforcements did not even manage to get close to the battlefield. The rich purifying light blocked most of the Black Ink clansmen's advance, and even if some of the feudal lords still tried to rush in fearlessly, they were easily taken out by Qin Yuan and the others. The 8th Order masters might struggle against the innate territory lords, but slaughtering feudal lords was a simple matter for them. As a result, the pressure on the human race's defensive line was greatly reduced. When territory lords fell one by one, the Black Ink clan army besieging the human base knew that the tides of war had turned against them, so how could they dare to remain here? They immediately fled in a helter-skelter. On the other hand, the morale of the human race army soared as they charged out. Assisted by 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Jiang En and Zhou Heng, countless Black Ink clansmen's corpses were left floating across the void as the humans hunted down the routed enemies. By now, Qin Yuan and Dai Hong had already converged with Yang Kai and the 3 of them were attacking the fleeing territory lord together. To be honest, this territory lord was quite shrewd. When he saw that the situation wasn't looking good, he immediately tried to escape, and he would have gotten away had Yang Kai not been here. Trying to escape from a master of the Tao of space was nothing more than a futile dream. In the entire universe, if Yang Kai declared he was second when it came to escaping, no one would dare claim to be first. Throughout his life, he had been chased by countless powerful enemies and faced innumerable near-death situations, but he had managed to escape all of them by relying on his space secret techniques. The territory lord wanted to escape from right under Yang Kai's nose, but his skill was lacking to achieve such a feat. Quickly realizing he couldn't escape, he could only fight with his life on the line. This territory lord was originally quite wary of Yang Kai. After all, when the latter appeared in profound nether territory a few months ago, he had taken out 3 territory lords on his own in a single battle. Furthermore, it was reported that multiple territory lords had also died under his spear at the No Return Pass. But after fighting with Yang Kai for real, he discovered that although Yang Kai was strong, he was not strong enough to crush a territory lord head-on. At the very least, he could still handle him. Suddenly, he remembered the information he had received from the No Return Pass. The royal lord had speculated that the human named Yang Kai had the means to severely wound his enemies' souls, because every time a territory lord died at his hand at the No Return Pass, their deaths were preceded by a flash of spiritual energy. Ordinary Black Ink clansmen were unable to sense this, but everything was clear to the royal lord. It was through this method that this human was able to kill territory lords so easily. Since this means of attack was so strong though, it seemed to put a great burden on the human. In other words, he wouldn't be able to use it too many times in quick succession. Remembering the royal lord's speculation, the territory lord had been extremely wary of this method, but after fighting for a while, Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of using it. How could the territory lord not realize that the royal lord's guess was correct? This human should not be able to use that strange method for the time being. Nonetheless, he was still having a hard time dealing with Yang Kai. He had fought many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but those that were as strong as the one before him were extremely rare. All of Yang Kai's methods were extremely bizarre, and his spear skills were superb, making it all but impossible to guard against. After a short exchange, both sides had suffered heavy losses. The territory lord was in a sorry state, but the same went for Yang Kai. Both their bodies were covered in blood. Strictly speaking, the injury Yang Kai had received to his soul from using the soul-rending thorns in Acacia territory had not fully healed yet. After all, only a few months had passed since then. Even if he had spent some time resting in the star boundary, the soul-warming lotus was still unable to completely repair his soul in such a short time. After using 3 soul-rending thorn just now, Yang Kai felt like he had hit his limit and could lose consciousness at any moment. Even so, he had to stop this territory lord from escaping. Fortunately, Qin Yuan quickly rushed over with Dai Hong to assist Yang Kai, attacking the territory lords from all sides. The situation had been decided. 4 of the 5 territory lords had been killed on this auxiliary front, and the last one remaining was besieged by 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so it was certain he would also die sooner or later. Whether it was Qin Yuan or Dai Hong, both of them felt extremely satisfied. They had been posted to this front for several decades now and had fought with the Black Ink clan army countless times, but every time they clashed, they would be forced to passively defend themselves. The few times they had taken the initiative to attack, they were quickly repelled. They had killed a lot of Black Ink clansmen, but not a single territory lord had fallen in this decades-long war. This left these 8th Order masters very discouraged. They had been painstakingly cultivating for thousands of years, but they felt powerless in the face of the current situation. Today, however, 4 territory lords had died at their hands in less than an incense stick worth of time, and the 5th one would join his comrades on the journey to the Yellow Springs soon. All of this was thanks to Army Commander Yang Kai. Originally, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were apprehensive when they heard about Yang Kai being appointed as the Army Commander from the Supreme Headquarters. After all, Yang Kai was far inferior to the other 8th Order Masters both in terms of age and seniority. Yang Kai's personal strength might be great, but strength alone was not enough to lead an entire army. One must also have the skills to break the deadlock and show the army a path towards victory. Previously, when Yang Kai left with 2 warships through the Black Ink clan's territory gate under the watchful eyes of many of the territory lords by himself, many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters admired him, but some felt he was being impetuous and reckless. If the territory lords were to suddenly attack him at that time, it would lead to terrible consequences. Taking such risks as the army commander was truly unwise. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-69, Black Ink Clan withdraws. Fortunately, Yang Kai had returned safely. Now, when Yang Kai led these 8th Order Masters to kill several territory lords in succession with unstoppable force, Qin Yuan could not say anything about others, but he and his comrades were totally convinced. No matter whether this newly appointed army commander was young and impetuous, just his overwhelming personal strength alone put him ahead above the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They had never fought side by side with Yang Kai before, so although they knew he was strong, they didn't know how strong exactly. Until today. Although the last surviving territory lord was going all out, he was still suppressed by Yang Kai to the point where he could not even catch a breath. Qin Yuan and Dai Hong basically did not need to put their guard up, all they had to do was keep attacking the territory lord with their strongest methods. They found this battle quite cathartic. With someone so powerful overseeing profound nether territory, everyone's future would be much brighter. On the auxiliary front, the Black Ink clan army collapsed like loose sand following the fall of the territory lords. The Black Ink clan soldiers panicked and fled, allowing the tens of thousands of human soldiers to relentlessly chase after them. The situation on the main battlefield was originally extremely tense. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan held the upper hand. However, when the first territory lord fell in the distant void, the hearts of all the territory lords on the main battlefield skipped a beat. No one had any idea what happened, but a territory lord undoubtedly died. Although it was quite far away, and the disturbance was very faint. All the territory lords had sharp senses, and naturally, the death of another territory lord did not go unnoticed by them. It had to be known that not many territory lords had fallen in profound nether territory, only 5 over several decades, 3 of which were killed by Yang Kai last time. If these 3 were excluded, the profound nether army had only managed to kill 2 territory lords in several decades. Innate territory lords were not easy to kill, especially when the Black Ink clan had the overall advantage in terms of numbers. The human race had paid a great price just for this. But today, another territory lord was killed. 6 Arms, who was overseeing this place, stared into the distance as a deep furrow appeared on his brow, seemingly wanting to see through the void and determine what was happening. Unfortunately, the distance was too great and he had no idea what was going on. All he could do was ask a subordinate feudal lord to send a message to inquire about it. There was a Black Ink nest on the auxiliary front, and although it was only low rank, it was enough for the Black Ink clan to quickly gather information. The death of a single territory lord was not a critical blow to their army, but it was not a small matter either. Just as Wei Junyang had said, however, 6 Arms was an extremely cautious territory lord, so he immediately wanted to inquire about the situation of the auxiliary front. While waiting for the report, 6 Arms looked towards the raging battlefield as his gaze swept over the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters one by one, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. If any of the 8th Order Masters showed any signs of weakness, he would make a move. He had done this multiple times over the past few decades, and many 8th Order Masters had fallen victim to his ploys. So, all the 8th Order Masters in profound nether territory were extremely wary of him. It would not have been a big deal if he really fought with the 8th Order Masters head-on. The problem was that not only was 6 Arms powerful, he was also cunning and insidious. Therefore, every time he appeared on the battlefield, the 8th Order Masters would have to divert part of their attention to guard against him. As a result, he alone was able to restrain many 8th Order Masters. This was an open scheme, and 6 Arms did not attempt to conceal himself as he kept a hawk eye from the edge of the battlefield. The human race army was helpless about this though, as the 8th Order Masters were fewer in number than the territory lords, so they could not spare one to especially guard against 6 Arms. One time, Ouyang Lai had taken a risk to act as bait, feigning injury to make it appear he was no match for his opponent, enticing 6 Arms into attacking him. In the end though, he was almost beaten to death by 6 Arms, leaving Ouyang Lai fuming in anger. He had sworn that he would tear 6 Arms to pieces to soothe his rage. As the battle continued, 6 Arms patiently waited for an opportunity. At a certain moment, his eyes lit up as he spotted an 8th Order Master being besieged by 2 territory lords. Just as he was about to make his move though, his head suddenly swiveled as he stared off into the void. Spreading from that direction were the undulations of another territory lord's fall. Another one? 6 Arms' expression now became solemn. The death of a single territory lord was not that big of a deal. The situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, and if a territory lord showed the slightest neglect, the 8th Order human masters would seize the opportunity to kill. But now, 2 territory lords had fallen in quick succession, which was highly abnormal. Did a human race master come to help? In the direction he was staring was one of profound nether territory's auxiliary fronts. According to the intelligence 6 Arms had gathered, 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were stationed on that front, while the Black Ink clan had 5 territory lords. The territory lords had always maintained an upper hand all these years, so the known 8th Order humans couldn't kill a territory lord. Why has the situation changed so suddenly today? Could Xiang Shan have come? A possibility crossed 6 Arms' mind. If there was any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master he feared, it was Xiang Shan. Xiang Shan had been moving between the various great territory battlefields, his whereabouts always elusive. He would suddenly appear and attack a territory lord while the battle was raging before slipping away, only to reappear on a distant battlefield sometime later. Quite a lot of territory lords had fallen at the hands of Xiang Shan over these past years, and many more were injured. Be that as it may, even if a territory lord had fallen victim to Xiang Shan's ambush, another couldn't fall. The territory lords were not stupid and would promptly raise their guard or even flee upon noticing that the tides were not in their favor. Six Arms suddenly felt uneasy. He had always been a cautious individual and could not tolerate any surprise or situation which he had no control over, so having no information on what was going on at that auxiliary front was giving him a headache. The deaths of 2 territory lords did not go unnoticed by the other territory lords either. This left every territory lord confused and even a bit nervous. Even their suppression over the 8th Order Masters had weakened, allowing the human masters to catch their breath. Many territory lords who were engaged in fierce battles shot a questioning glance at Six Arms, who slowly shook his head in response. He was completely oblivious to what was happening on the auxiliary front. The only thing he was certain of was that something highly unexpected had happened there for the things to have changed so suddenly. The feudal lord, who was responsible for relaying intelligence, had yet to report back, causing Six Arms to grow even more restless. Originally, his entire focus was on finding a flaw in the 8th Order Master's defenses, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But now, he was in no mood to do so. When he sensed the demise of the 3rd Territory Lord, Six Arms' face turned ashen. Xiang Shan. It's definitely Xiang Shan. Xiang Shan was the strongest of the 8th Order human masters, and he appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The humans couldn't kill 3 powerful innate territory lords in a short time without his help. However, Xiang Shan alone could not achieve such a feat. The humans must have deployed more reinforcements to the auxiliary front. Before Six Arms could finish speculating though, he felt the passing of a 3rd territory lord followed soon after by the 4th. The 2 deaths happened so close together they practically occurred at the same time. The auxiliary front has been lost. The interval between the territory lords' deaths became shorter and shorter, indicating that the human race's advantage was getting bigger. Nonetheless, what Six Arms failed to understand was how all 5 territory lords could be so stupid. Even if the humans had received powerful reinforcements, why did the territory lords not run when they could not defeat them? Innate territory lords were quite strong, and if they were determined to flee, no 8th Order Master could stop them. Unless the humans had somehow sealed the entire battlefield. But how could the human race have such ability? If they wanted to seal off the entire battlefield, they would need many 8th Order Masters, a force that they simply did not possess. Six Arms didn't consider the possibility of a 9th Order Master appearing, because the only 2 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were pinned down in Wind Mist territory. They couldn't leave. Of the 5 territory lords on the auxiliary front, 4 were already dead. Six Arms blew his top as he silently cursed those territory lords for being foolish and useless. Gloom filled his eyes as he stared into the depths of the void with regret, but ultimately, he could only raise his hand and shout, "Retreat!" Originally, they planned to make the best of the absence of the profound Nether Army commander, who was trapped in Acacia territory, but unbeknownst to them, the humans seemed to have already made arrangements. Not only had they failed to achieve their original objective, but they had also lost 4 territory lords, forcing Six Arms to withdraw their forces. The auxiliary front had collapsed, and the human race's reinforcements would surely be arriving soon. Before that happened, the Black Ink clan had to withdraw before they were flanked and overwhelmed. The Black Ink clan army slowly started retreating under Six Arms' command. The territory lords who were fighting against the 8th Order Masters also gradually left the battlefield. The human race had no intention of pursuing them as the situation on the main battlefield was different compared to the auxiliary front. The territory lords on the auxiliary front had been defeated and the enemy army routed, so it was only natural for the humans to give chase. On the contrary, the Black Ink clan here was retreating on their own initiative, in an orderly manner, so chasing them was risky. The 8th Order Masters gradually gathered around. Everyone's body was riddled with wounds, but fortunately, most of them weren't seriously injured. They would recover after some rest. Some of the injuries were serious, but they were not fatal. Only, they all had grim looks on their faces. This was the greatest advantage the humans had over the Black Ink clan. When a human was injured, they could take healing pills to recover from their injuries. Whereas if Black Ink clansmen were injured, and the injuries were not light, they would need to enter a Black Ink nest to recover. That was why there were so many territory lords hibernating in the Black Ink nests at the No Return Pass. It could even be said that the only reason the humans had been able to hold on for so long was because of this advantage. If the Black Ink clan could use spirit pills to heal themselves, the humans would have been facing at least 30% more territory lords on every battlefield. That kind of pressure was definitely not something the human race could bear. Although the territory lords were greater in number than the Eighth Order Masters, the human race was still able to barely hold their ground because the Eighth Order Masters were willing to exchange injuries with injuries during their battles. As long as a territory lord was seriously injured, they would have to go to the No Return Pass to rest for several years if not decades. Ouyang Lai was drenched in blood, and his face was pale. He was a valiant man who fought with all his might in every battle, so his injuries were not light at all. Be that as it may, he would go all out again in the next battle, no matter how serious his injuries were. The territory lords in Profound Nether Territory found Ouyang Lai to be a pain to deal with. Although Ouyang Lai had not killed any innate territory lords over the last few decades, he had forced at least 7 of them back to the No Return Pass. So now, every time the Black Ink clan fought, 2 territory lords would join forces to pin him down, making Ouyang Lai feel helpless and angry. He felt like he was being targeted. Gazing in the direction the Black Ink clan army was retreating, Ouyang Lai asked, frowning, "What's going on at the auxiliary front? How did 4 territory lords die? Has Big Head Xiang come?" His questions were naturally directed at Wei Junyang. Martial Peak, Chapter 5570, Heartily. In Ouyang Lai's opinion, this sudden unforeseen change on the auxiliary front was most likely related to Xiang Shan. It wasn't as if this had never happened before. Xiang Shan had a few times snuck into a great territory battlefield and then suddenly attacked, beheading a territory lord and turning the tide in the human race's favor. There were several peak 8th Order Masters like Xiang Shan attached to the Supreme Headquarters. They were not deployed to any particular great territory battlefield, but they could suddenly appear anywhere, knocking the Black Ink clan's advances on their head. It was partly thanks to these peak 8th Order Masters that the humans had been able to maintain the front lines in various great territories at critical moments over the years. Without their assistance, the humans would have at least lost 2 or 3 great territory battlefields. But soon, Ouyang Lai shook his head. That's not right, even Big Head Xiang wouldn't be able to do something like this. The deaths of 4 territory lords had not gone unnoticed by any of the masters here. There were only a total of 5 territory lords on that auxiliary front, and by the looks of it, they were about to catch all of them in one net. Ouyang Lai had worked with Xiang Shan for many years and was well aware of what the latter was and wasn't capable of. He didn't believe that Xiang Shan had the strength to kill 4 territory lords in a row. Even if he was helped by other 8th Order Masters, that was simply an impossible feat. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Lai sensed the death of the 5th territory lord. Ouyang Lai was stunned for a moment before grinning ear to ear. Good, now that all the territory lord there had been wiped out, the Profound Nether Army detachment should be able to completely occupy that auxiliary front. Has the army commander returned? Fei Yongzhe suddenly glanced at Wei Junyang and asked. Xiang Shan might not be able to accomplish this, but that didn't mean that no one in this world could. In fact, among all the 8th Order Masters alive today, there was only one person who could make this impossible feat possible. Profound Nether Army Commander, Yang Kai. The last time he appeared in Profound Nether Territory, Yang Kai managed to kill 3 territory lords all by himself, so it would not be impossible for him to kill 5 with the help of 4 other 8th Order Masters. The other 8th Order Masters were astounded after hearing this. The army commander is back? Wasn't the army commander trapped in Acacia Territory? How did he return? The territory gates in Acacia Territory had been blockaded by millions of Black Ink clan soldiers and at least a dozen territory lords had also been deployed there. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he probably would not be able to break out of such an encirclement. Immediately, Someone anxiously asked, "Senior Brother Wei, has the army commander really returned?" Wei Junyang slightly nodded in agreement. "Yes, the army commander is back. He also took charge of that auxiliary front." No wonder. Realization suddenly dawned on everyone. They had at first thought that it was Xiang Shan's handiwork, but apparently, it was Yang Kai's doing. How did he return? Did he kill his way out in Acacia territory? Yang Lai looked confused. He had been quite worried when he heard that Yang Kai had been trapped in Acacia territory. After all, the Black Ink clan had deployed a massive force to keep him trapped. Yang Kai was responsible for rescuing the human refugees trapped in Acacia territory, so he was surely encumbered by a huge burden. Yang Lai was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be capable of taking the ruthless path and instead decided to live and die together with the trapped cultivators. That would be incredibly foolish. However, who would have thought that Yang Kai had already returned? It was too strange. Moreover, the war broke out in profound Nether territory because the news of Yang Kai being trapped in Acacia territory had spread, allowing the Black Ink clan to act fearlessly. Did the Black Ink clan not know that Yang Kai had escaped? Yang Lai was confused, and it wasn't not just him, all the other 8th Order masters had similar doubts. Wei Junyang replied, shaking his head, "I don't know how the army commander managed to escape, you can try asking him yourselves if you're curious." Saying so, he stared into the depths of the void. The deadlock at the auxiliary front had been broken with the fall of the 5 territory lords stationed there. The human army should be able to eradicate the Black Ink clan army before long. This was a huge win for profound Nether territory, enough to set everyone's heart aflame. The human race was currently lacking such victories. After continuously fighting for decades, everyone, from the higher-ups to the lowest-level soldiers, was mentally and physically exhausted, and with so little good news coming from the various battlefields, everyone had started to lose hope. But now, perhaps there would be a new light. At the same time, the territory lords were also looking in the direction of the auxiliary front. When they sensed the passing of the 5th territory lord, resentment took over the territory lords' faces. The Black Ink clan had held the superior position on the profound Nether territory battlefield for years and had not suffered any significant losses during that entire time, but ever since Yang Kai came, they had suffered 2 consecutive defeats. The first time, he had killed 3 territory lords, and this time, 5 had perished. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan still had no clear idea what happened at the auxiliary front. "Sir Territory Lord." A feudal lord hurriedly rushed over and saluted him, panic clearly visible on his face. It was the very same feudal lord who was sent by 6 Arms to inquire about the auxiliary front situation. The Black Ink clan could quickly gather information throughout the entire profound Nether territory with the help of their Black Ink nest network. The feudal lord hurried over to 6 Arms, who asked him in a deep voice, "What happened at the auxiliary front? Is Xiang Shan here?" A look of fear covered the feudal lord's face as he shook his head and reported, "It's not Xiang Shan, it's that human named Yang Kai." Some feudal lords witnessed him suddenly appear and kill the territory lords one by one. What? The territory lords were greatly taken aback. 6 Arms also had a serious look on his face. "Yang Kai. Are you certain?" The feudal lord replied, "That is what the report said." "Impossible." One of the territory lords firmly shook his head. Mo Nai in Acacia territory sent word that Yang Kai was still trapped and there hasn't been any movement on that side, so how could he appear here? The other territory lords also felt that it was impossible. Even if Yang Kai was somehow able to kill his way out of Acacia territory, he would not have been able to return to profound Nether territory in such a short time. Everyone felt that the information from the auxiliary front was wrong. Check it again. Also, send a message to Mo Nai in Acacia territory to ask about the situation over there. Even though 6 Arms himself didn't believe it, this was a critical matter, so he had no choice but to be prudent. The feudal lord received the order and hurriedly flew towards the Black Ink clan's base camp. There was a mid-rank Black Ink nest at the camp that could communicate with all the other Black Ink nests in profound Nether territory. "Sir, how about I go take a look personally?" one of the territory lords asked. Six Arms pondered for a moment before refusing, shaking his head. "There's no need, that front has already fallen into enemy hands. It's pointless to go there now. On the contrary, you might fall victim to the human race's ambush. Go back and rest." He looked around and noticed that two territory lords' auras were in disorder. Obviously, they were seriously injured. He could not help but lightly sigh in his heart. These two probably wouldn't be able to participate in the war for quite some time, as they would need to return to the no-return pass to heal their wounds. He didn't know if the no-return pass would be able to transfer more territory lords here, as recently, the territory lords in Profound Nether Territory had suffered quite a few casualties. If there were any more losses among the top ranks, the Black Ink clan might not be able to maintain pressure on the human race. At the same time, a sense of unease gripped Six Arms' heart. Has Yang Kai really returned and made an appearance at the auxiliary front? But that shouldn't be possible. Meanwhile, Yang Kai, leading 4 Eighth Order masters and tens of thousands of soldiers, was chasing after the Black Ink clan. Qin Yuan and the others were on a rampage. It had been a few decades, no, several centuries, since they had been able to kill Black Ink clansmen so easily and freely after the Great Crusade. For the past few hundred years, every time they fought, their opponents would be the powerful innate territory lords. But now, with all 5 territory lords in the vicinity dead, there were no more Black Ink clansmen who could match them. Once they started the bloodbath, none among the Black Ink clan here could stop them. Even the feudal lords were being taken down in one attack. A million-strong Black Ink clan army lost countless soldiers under this pursuit, and the human race army soon killed their way to the enemy's camp, a universe world where dozens of low-rank Black Ink nests had been planted. In just the time it took to burn a stick of incense, these dozens of Black Ink nests were completely destroyed and ransacked. Although the quality of resources looted from these Black Ink nests was not that great, they won out in quantity. Half a day later, the battle came to an end. The Black Ink clan were wiped from this universe world, and the human race army that had chased them all the way here let out a thunderous cheer. After several decades, the Black Ink clan at this auxiliary front had finally been purged. This also meant the human race would no longer need to deploy significant forces here in the future and could instead send more troops to the main battlefield. Now that the battle was over, everyone started cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the corpses of the fallen soldiers. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Yang Kai did not immediately leave and instead lay in ambush on the universe world with Qin Yuan and the other Eighth Order masters. He was not sure if the Black Ink clan would send someone to check up on the situation here, so he was just taking a chance. If a territory lord came to investigate this place, it would be an unexpected bonus. Unfortunately, there was still no movement even after waiting for several days. Yang Kai did not want to waste his time waiting here any longer, so he immediately ordered the troops to return to camp. Leaving the aftermath to Qin Yuan and the others, Yang Kai flew alone to the frontline camp. The Eighth Order masters were waiting for him, and when they saw him, they all cupped their fists in greeting. Yang Kai returned the gesture to everyone one by one. When he saw that most of them were injured, especially Yang Lai and several other Eighth Order masters, who were seriously wounded, he couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you all healing?" Yang Lai explained, grinning. "Old Wei said you're back, but we could not believe him. We wanted to see it for ourselves." It wasn't that they didn't trust Wei Junyang, but this matter was simply too bizarre. The Black Ink clan started a war in Profound Nether Territory because they wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai being trapped in Acacia Territory and inflict heavy casualties on the Profound Nether army. Unexpectedly, the information was wrong, and the Profound Nether army took advantage of the situation to deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai stated with a smile, "You've all fought hard, please go and heal your injuries." Everyone quickly dispersed. Yang Kai also wanted to leave, but was stopped by Wei Junyang. "Sir, hold on a moment." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai curiously asked. Wei Junyang stated, "Although we have won, our Profound Nether army has also suffered some casualties. Sir, as the commander of the Profound Nether Army, it is only right for you to coordinate the entire army and have a grasp of the Profound Nether Army's information so that you can deal with the next battle. Yang Kai immediately felt a headache coming on. There's no need for that, you and senior brother Kong can take care of it. Wei Junyang shook his head in response. Brother Kong and I are just assisting, sir. After all, the Profound Nether Army is still under Sir's command. Yang Kai sincerely stated, I trust my two senior brothers. This isn't about trust. Before Wei Junyang could say anything else, Yang Kai raised his hand and prevented him. Senior brother Wei, my injuries are serious and I urgently need to recuperate. I'll have to trouble you and senior brother Kong to manage the army. Wei Junyang sized up Yang Kai from head to toe as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. Yang Kai earnestly added, it's an internal injury. My soul is currently unstable, I feel like I'm about to pass out. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5571, 2 years. After much persuasion, Yang Kai finally managed to get rid of Wei Junyang. He knew that what Wei Junyang said was true, but the military affairs of an army were too cumbersome, and he did not want to interfere in it either. The Profound Nether Army had been functioning fine without him, so there was no reason for him to be the one in charge of it now. Strictly speaking, asking him to be the army commander was like asking a donkey to dance. Deep down, he would rather be like Ouyang Lai, a fierce general who charges into battle. Shouldering the hopes and lives of millions of soldiers was a heavy responsibility. As he walked outside the palace, Yang Kai saw a large group of people waiting in the distance, all of them covered in blood and radiating intense murderous intent. By the looks of it, they had just withdrawn from the battlefield. After seeing who these people were, Yang Kai immediately understood why they were waiting here. Seeing him arrive, the leader, Zhu Jian, quickly approached him and cupped his fists. Sir. The other divine spirits also bowed, wearing complicated expressions. They had been waiting in Profound Nether territory these past few days, but when the war broke out, they had no choice but to join the battle as well and had contributed a lot to the effort. In any case, there were several dozen divine spirits here, so they were a force to be reckoned with in any place. The deaths of 5 territory lords in succession on the auxiliary front had also been noticed by all of them. Originally, none of them had a clear idea about the situation, but after learning that it was connected to Yang Kai, all of them were relieved. The scene of the unruly Tao Wu being killed in one blow a few months ago was still vivid in their minds. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked at them, not having expected these divine spirits to be waiting here. Zhu Jian explained, Sir, you told us to kill 2 territory lords within 3 months to make up for our mistakes. We fought numerous bloody battles, and fortunately, we did not fail in our mission. We are here to report our success. Saying so, Zhu Jian took out 2 corpses from his space ring. These were the corpses of 2 territory lords, mangled beyond recognition. Clearly, they had experienced a brutal battle before their deaths. In fact, these divine spirits had arrived in Profound Nether territory long ago, but Yang Kai had already left by the time they came, so they had no choice but to wait here for his return. Yang Kai did a quick check before slightly nodding, good work. Don't make the same mistake again. Yang Kai brought these divine spirits out from the grand ancient ruins boundary, but they had not been very obedient because he was not around. After making a show of force by killing Tao Wu, and with their bloodline oath as a constraint, Yang Kai was sure that these divine spirits would not dare act rashly in the future. In any case, these divine spirits were indispensable to the human race. Yang Kai could kill one to set up his prestige, but he didn't want their relationship to become too strained, so he refrained from further killing. Hearing this, Zhu Jian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Does Sir have any other instructions? Zhu Jian cautiously asked. Go back to the Supreme Headquarters and listen to their deployment orders. Yang Kai simply waved them away. Since he was overseeing Profound Nether territory, the Black Ink clan probably wouldn't dare act up here. On the other hand, the situation was quite tense in other great territories, so these divine spirits would be of great use there. The divine spirits felt like they had been granted amnesty as they quickly bid farewell and left. Divine spirits had been arrogant since ancient times, not taking any other being seriously. This was especially so with the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary, as they rarely had the opportunity to interact with the outside world. This was why they had been disregarding the Supreme Headquarters orders before Yang Kai's return. They could ignore the other human masters, but they couldn't ignore Yang Kai, as he had proven he was willing to kill in a heartbeat. Tao Wu was a good example for this. Moreover, Yang Kai was not a human anymore, but a member of the dragon clan. All divine spirits revered the dragons and phoenixes as their leaders. Their pitiful pride was nothing in front of a pure-blood dragon. Yu Rumeng's squad also returned soon after. Although the 10 of them were disheveled, none of them were seriously injured. Few human squads had survived so many battles without losing a single member. Even when Yang Kai was leading Dawn, he had lost Ning Qi Ji and Qi Tai Chu in battle. One of the reasons why Yu Rumeng's squad was able to achieve this feat was because their individual strength was extraordinary. Not only were all of them in the 7th Order, there were also Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan members among them. Even if they were to encounter a territory lord, they would still be able to put up a fight. Everyone in the squad was a 7th Order master or equivalent. In all the battlefields, this was the only squad to have such a luxurious lineup. Generally, there would only be 1 or 2 7th Order masters in a squad, but the higher-ups of the Profound Nether Army knew that they were Yang Kai's wives or close associates, so they made an exception and allowed them to do as they pleased. Otherwise, how could a single squad have such a grand lineup? Secondly, their warship was transformed from Baishi's soul clone, so its defense was much stronger than ordinary. It could even be said that if one wanted to kill them, they would have to first destroy Baishi's clone. But how could Baishi's soul clone be so easy to kill? The Black Ink clan would have to send 2 territory lords to deal with such a squad, which would clearly be a waste of manpower, so up until now, Yu Rumeng's squad had been able to rampage about freely. Everyone had suffered varying degrees of injuries and all of them required rest and recovery, especially Yang Kai. The pain of his soul being torn apart was simply unbearable. After speaking to Yu Rumeng briefly, Yang Kai immediately went into retreat. Both the humans and Black Ink clan had suffered great losses in Profound Nether territory recently, but the Black Ink clan's casualties were far more substantial than the humans. Not only did they lose 5 territory lords, but they even lost the battle for one of the auxiliary fronts they had been contesting for several decades. This sent 6 Arms, who had been overseeing this place, flying into a rage as a cold and grim look permanently covered his face. From the information he had received, the loss of the territory lords and the auxiliary base was likely related to the army commander of the Profound Nether Army's unexpected return. Only, 6 Arms was unable to determine the authenticity of this news. There were indeed many feudal lords who claimed that they had seen Yang Kai, but how was that possible? The Black Ink clansmen in Acacia territory had sent word that Yang Kai was now just a turtle hiding in its shell. Deep down, 6 Arms was actually willing to believe that Yang Kai had returned. A single human master like Yang Kai was enough to give the Black Ink clan a serious headache, but if there was another who had abilities on par with his, able to slay multiple territory lords at once, how was the Black Ink clan supposed to survive? But if that was the case, what was Mo Nai doing? Acacia territory had been thoroughly sealed off, so how could Yang Kai have escaped? Unable to understand, 6 Arms sent out scouts to the human race's side to investigate, while at the same time, he waited for news from Acacia territory. Half a month later, Acacia territory sent a message. 6 Arms checked it at once. The 5 territory gates in Acacia territory had been completely cordoned off and not a single human had breached their defenses. All the hunters who tried to enter Acacia territory to gather information had been either captured or killed by the Black Ink clan army. Be that as it may, according to the Black Ink clan's investigation, the universe cave heaven in Acacia territory where the human race cultivators were originally hiding was now empty. Reading this report, 6 Arms' face sank as he cursed, "That idiot Mo Nai has caused us a lot of harm." He was almost certain that Yang Kai had already left Acacia territory, and the previous loss in Profound Nether territory was definitely because of him. The feudal lords who managed to escape that slaughter were indeed not mistaken. Cursing inwardly, Six Arms continued reading the report. In the message, Mo Nai also swore that Yang Kai was still trapped in Acacia territory, but he had no idea where he was hiding. He planned on having the Black Ink clan army sweep the entire Great Territory and swore that he would find Yang Kai sooner or later. Find him, my ass. Six Arms couldn't be bothered to read any further. Yang Kai was already back in Profound Nether territory, so who the hell was Mo Nai going to look for? If it weren't for the unforeseen incident in Profound Nether territory, Six Arms would have firmly believed Mo Nai's report. After all, how could such a large group of humans escape when all the territory gates were sealed? But all hopes and speculations were false in the face of facts. Yang Kai had long since disappeared without a trace. It was laughable that idiot Mo Nai was still wasting his time in Acacia territory. However, what shocked Six Arms even more was that the Black Ink clan in Acacia territory had also suffered incredible losses. To his shock and dismay, Yang Kai had managed to kill 7 territory lords with the help of a mere 3 squads. Six Arms was horrified. 3 at the No Return Pass, a total of 8 in Profound Nether territory, and 7 in Acacia territory. In total, the number of territory lords who had died due to Yang Kai directly or indirectly had reached 18. This was all the information he could gather, but there were still some things he had yet to grasp. What is this human? Holding the jade slip from Acacia territory in his hand, Six Arms felt that Yang Kai was definitely the Black Ink clan's greatest and most dangerous enemy. What was laughable was that although Yang Kai had killed so many territory lords, the Black Ink clan did not actually have much information on him. All the Black Ink clan knew that he used some kind of strange method to attack souls, and finished off his opponent in one blow after his initial sneak attack. He could not use this soul attack method too frequently in a short period, but apart from this, the Black Ink clan knew nothing else. I guess I've to collect some information about this person. Six Arms began making plans. After the most recent battle, Profound Nether territory once again welcomed a rare period of peace. The human race and Black Ink clan armies stood on opposite sides of the void, glaring at each other. Although there were some small skirmishes, both the human race and Black Ink clan were restraining themselves, as if they were afraid that another war would embroil the entire territory. For the humans, this period of peace was extremely precious. Many of the soldiers had suffered injuries in the last battle and needed to recuperate, but how could the Black Ink clan fare any better? Not only did the Black Ink clan need to recuperate, they also needed to call in more troops. Below the territory lord level, their individual strength was inferior to the human races, so they could only rely on numbers to win. 2 years passed by in a flash. From a certain palace, Yang Kai finally emerged from his retreat. This time, it took him quite a long time to heal, mainly because he had used the soul-rending thorns too frequently. While he had still not recovered from the injuries his soul had sustained in Acacia territory, he had used more soul-rending thorns as soon as he returned to Profound Nether territory. The damage had simply become too much at that point. Fortunately, Yang Kai's soul had stabilized after recuperating for such a long period thanks to the soul-warming lotus. Furthermore, he could feel that his soul cultivation had progressed a little further. In the past, he discovered that every time his soul recovered after using a soul-rending thorn, his spiritual energy would become slightly more refined. This was also in line with the principle of, there is no construction without destruction. Perhaps one day, he would be able to use soul-rending thorns 4, or even 5 times in a row without much stress. At that time, it would be even easier for him to kill his opponents. Walking out of the palace, Yang Kai immediately sent a message to Wei Junyang and the others. A short while later, all the 8th Order Masters were gathered in the main conference hall. Yang Lai looked at Yang Kai in excitement and asked, "Are we going to fight?" He was quite a belligerent fellow. Even though he had not yet recovered from his injuries, he had been crying for war all the time. Unfortunately for him, Yang Kai was in a retreat, so the profound Nether army could not make a rash move. Now that Yang Kai had finally come out of his seclusion, how could Yang Lai restrain himself? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5572, do you understand? Yang Kai nodded slightly. We can't just keep resting forever. It's been 2 years since the last major battle, and although everyone has yet to fully recover, I don't think the Black Ink clan is in any better shape. No one will have the upper hand right now. Yang Lai immediately became excited. This old master requests to serve as the vanguard. Wei Junyang, on the other hand, was a little hesitant. Sir, profound Nether territory has been in a constant state of war for decades, and it's rare for us to have peace for even a few days. If we start another war now, I'm afraid the soldiers won't be able to hold on. If a Black Ink clansman got seriously injured, they could get back on their feet after slumbering in a Black Ink nest for a while. On the other hand, if humans got injured, although they were not bogged down by so many nuisances, it was not that easy to heal either. For example, Yang Lai had still not recovered from his injuries even after 2 years of rest. Yang Lai shot a glance at him. What's there to be afraid of? Yang boy is right, we might not be in top shape, but the Black Ink clan isn't faring any better. As such, no one will have the advantage. What's more, things are different now. We have more evil purging divine spears than before. The artifact refiners in the profound Nether army had been constantly refining evil purging divine spears over these past 2 years, and although they had not refined many of them, it was enough for a single large-scale battle. With the evil purging divine spears, the human masters would surely have it easier. Wei Junyang shook his head, stating, "It's not that I'm afraid, it's just," he looked at Yang Kai, "Sir, what is your idea?" He wasn't convinced that in their current position the humans should be the ones to initiate a war, but he still decided to listen to Yang Kai's plan. Yang Kai explained, "The Black Ink clan has a stronger and bigger army, while our human race army is weaker and fewer in number. In all these years, it has always been the Black Ink clan on the offense, while we humans are forced to passively hold our ground, which is understandable. I want to launch an attack, but not because I want to end the battle in profound Nether territory in one fell swoop. We humans don't currently have that kind of strength." Kong Qingde pondered for a moment before asking, "Sir, you mean?" Yang Kai added, "I want the profound Nether army's main force to launch a campaign to divert the attention of the Black Ink clan army." He raised his hand and pointed towards a certain spot on the void chart. "I will head here and assist the 8th Order Division commanders in taking down the territory lords here, allowing us to occupy this front." Yang Lai happily smiled, "Just like last time?" Yang Kai nodded his agreement. Yang Kai's last ambush had brought about stellar results. Not only did he kill 5 territory lords, but the Black Ink clan army at one of the auxiliary fronts was utterly routed and had suffered massive casualties. The auxiliary fronts in profound Nether territory were not just limited to one area. There were several of them, and they were now Yang Kai's targets. Kong Qingde and Wei Junyang glanced at each other before the former smiled wryly and explained, "Sir, you've been in a retreat for the past 2 years, so I'm afraid you don't know about the situation in profound Nether territory. It's my fault for forgetting to report it to you." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Kong Qingde answered, "The Black Ink clan suffered such immense losses the last time you struck that they have completely given up on all the auxiliary fronts. All the Black Ink clan armies have retreated and they've even moved their Black Ink nests away." Yang Kai was at a total loss. He had been planning on attacking the other auxiliary fronts one after another, but it never occurred to him that the Black Ink clan would withdraw completely after just a single defeat. What the hell? 6 arms is quite decisive. Yang Kai lightly nodded his acknowledgement. This really came as a surprise to him. If Yang Kai really targeted the other auxiliary fronts, the Black Ink clan would not be able to defend themselves and would be forced to retreat sooner or later, but it seemed 6 arms understood this and simply decided to cut their losses and retreat preemptively. This was a frustrating development for Yang Kai. Nonetheless, this was also quite beneficial for the human race. Since the Black Ink clan was no longer attacking the auxiliary fronts, the profound Nether Army could concentrate all of its forces to guard the main battlefield and did not have to divert manpower elsewhere. Kong Qingde pondered for a moment before asking, "Sir, were you planning to kill more territory lords?" Yang Kai nodded his agreement. The territory lords are much higher in number than our 8th Order masters. Although we've killed a number of them here, that hasn't really closed the gap in high-level combat strength between our two races. In fact, this gap may never be closed, but where there is a will, there is a way. We can only reduce the pressure on our human race by killing more territory lords. I want all those territory lords to tremble in fear in the future. The 8th Order masters looked at each other, sighing at the hot-bloodedness of this young man. Although these old 8th Order masters weren't afraid of dying in battle against the Black Ink clan, they were still lacking in vigor compared to Yang Kai. Perhaps this was also the reason why the Supreme Headquarters had appointed Yang Kai as the army commander of the profound Nether Army. Yang Kai's fearsome strength was a critical factor, but the other reason was that the Supreme Headquarters wanted to bring some changes to the war situation. The other army commanders were all old and serious people, but that also meant that they acted more conservatively and cautiously. Kong Qingde stated, "Sir, if that's what you want, there is no need to hesitate then. The army will press forward and draw the Black Ink clan into a battle. The 8th Order division commanders will be tasked with keeping the territory lords occupied, so you just need to find an opportunity to kill them." Someone worriedly stated, "The profound Nether Army prioritized defense mainly because there was a gap in strength, so we've been relying on various tricks and traps to defend against the enemy. If we were to rashly launch an attack without any support, we might land ourselves in trouble." The human race had also been primarily focused on defense on the Black Ink battlefield because the human race had the Great Passes. The same was true for the profound Nether Army. Although there weren't any impregnable passes they could use here, being able to decide the battlefield allowed them to set up numerous defensive emplacements that bolstered their combat strength. These arrangements could greatly make up for the difference in combat strength between the humans and Black Ink clan. Kong Qingde interjected, "That's not a big problem. While launching an offensive does have its fair share of drawbacks, we can compensate for them with the evil-purging divine spears. If we disregard consumption, the Black Ink clan may not be able to gain any advantage for a short time. Of course, the more drawn out the battle, the harder it will become for our side." Yang Kai asked, "Senior Brother Kong, by your estimation, how long can the profound Nether Army persist if we utilize every evil-purging divine spear we have?" Kong Qingde pondered for a moment before replying, "Half a day." After 2 years of continuous refining, they would only be able to hold strong for half a day at most, which was understandable as it was quite difficult to refine the evil-purging divine spears en masse, but using them was extremely simple. It all depended on the right timing. Yang Kai understood and ordered, "In that case, our troops must withdraw within half a day after the start of the battle, or else we will suffer excessive casualties." Yang Kai then focused his attention on the void chart, remaining silent. The 8th Order masters patiently waited for Yang Kai to finish contemplating, whereas Yang Lai kept signaling Yang Kai with his eyes. His face filled with encouragement, as if he wanted this little brat to let him do as he pleased. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly looked up and shouted, "Relay my orders. Unless a war breaks out at the front line, all forces are to return to the main camp. We will attack in 3 days with each division acting as an independent unit, forcing the Black Ink clan's army to come out and fight. We will engage the Black Ink clan army for 12 hours and then retreat. Every 8th Order division commander will find an opportunity to join the battle and draw out the territory lords. You don't need to kill them, your task is simply to fully occupy their attention." "Yes, sir." The 8th Order masters received their orders. Some were excited, some were worried, and some wore a stoic look. After the military order was given, the profound Nether Army's main force could be said to have completely mobilized. Something like this had never happened in the last few decades. It was quite a risky move, and if the Black Ink clan came to learn of it in advance, it would have disastrous consequences. All the Black Ink clan needed to do was divide their forces and cut off the Profound Nether Army's retreat to inflict heavy damage. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't understand this point, but how could he kill territory lords without taking some risks? He needed to defeat the Black Ink clan in Profound Nether territory in the shortest time possible to imbue a sense of terror of him into them. These weren't just empty words, this was his real objective. Yang Kai then turned to Kong Qingda and stated, "Senior Brother Kong, I'll leave the rear to you to coordinate the overall situation." Kong Qingda nodded in response, "Rest assured, sir, this Kong will do his best. Prepare yourselves." Yang Kai waved everyone away. The Eighth Order masters quickly dispersed. Yang Lai, on the other hand, followed Yang Kai out of the hall. Yang Kai turned around and asked, "Senior Yang, do you need something?" Yang Lai glanced around before pulling Yang Kai to a remote corner by his arm. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If someone who didn't know what was going on saw them acting sneaky, who knows what they would think. "Sir Yang, if you have something to say, just say it." Yang Kai was planning to return to his temporary palace to warn Yu Ru Meng and the others on some matters, so he didn't have the time to chat with him. Yang Lai beamed with a broad smile, "Junior brother, we've known each other for many years, how did your senior brother treat you?" Whenever he needed something, he would address Yang Kai as junior brother, if not, he would call him Yang boy. Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying, "I saved senior brother's life." Yang Lai's expression froze. Yang Kai had not said a single lie. Back then, Yang Lai was separated from the human race army and got stranded beyond the no-return pass with a group of remnant soldiers. It was Yang Kai who had led him and the other humans to the barren territory from the no-return pass. In truth, Yang Kai had saved his life. Yang Lai agreed, nodding, "That's right, in other words, we have a life and death friendship." How did he come to that conclusion? Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to refute him. Yang Lai happily smiled, "Since that's the case, junior brother must take good care of your senior brother." Yang Kai couldn't help but shoot a glance at him. "I didn't expect senior brother to be so afraid of death." Yang Lai was stunned for a moment before cursing, "What nonsense. This old master has fought on the battlefield for so many centuries, but when have I ever feared death? Then what does senior brother mean?" Yang Lai cursed, "Qin Yuan, that bastard, ever since he had returned from the auxiliary front, he's been bragging that he beheaded an innate territory lord with a single stroke of his sword. Others may not have any idea about that bastard's strength, but I'm well aware. In a one-on-one fight, this old master can beat him with just one hand to the point that not even his disciples would recognize him. He was only able to kill a territory lord thanks to you, junior brother." At this point, Yang Lai put on a meaningful grin and continued, "Junior brother, you can't let your fertile water into another's land. Speaking of which, we're also one family, and we both have served in the Great Evolution Army. When you were injured, Gong Lian and I even took care of you. You want to kill territory lords, right? Then, this senior brother will find a territory lord and try my best to keep him occupied. Then, you can sneak over and give him a blow to the head. Do you understand?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry and quickly nodded, I understand. Yang Lai was overjoyed, "So, we have a deal." Yang Kai earnestly stated, "Senior brother, I can only promise to do my best. Senior brother also knows that the situation on the battlefield is constantly changing, and I can't attack too many times either." Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Lai cut him off, "I understand, your senior brother understands. Then, I'll leave everything to you." After smacking Yang Kai's shoulder a few times, he turned around and flew away. Yang Kai stared at his back, thinking, "What do you understand?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 5573, Mantis Stalks the Cicada. A heavy and murderous aura pervaded the universe fragment where the front line's main camp was located. Although no direct order had been issued yet, the soldiers could feel the oppressive pressure of the calm before a storm. Having fought the Black Ink clan for years, most of the soldiers had developed a keen perception of an impending war, and there were clear signs everywhere that a battle was about to break out. The human race army on the universe fragment at the main front all began preparing for the war. Inside a certain palace, Yang Kai watched as Yu Rumeng's squad took off, heading towards the gathering point of their division. He did not give them too much advice as there was nothing for him to worry about. All of the women in this squad were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and they had a customized warship built around by Shi's soul clone. In terms of safety, they were far better off than other soldiers. Since a foreign enemy had invaded the 3,000 worlds, every human capable of contributing their strength had to do so. So, even if Yu Rumeng and the others were his family, they couldn't shrink from this. Especially now when Yang Kai was the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, he could not show any kind of favoritism. Quite the contrary, he had to set an example. Watching Yu Rumeng and the others gradually disappear into the distance, Yang Kai's figure also flickered as he disappeared from the spot. The entire main army was just a distraction, while his actions were the key to this operation. Yang Kai hoped that he could return with a full harvest this time. The human race troops began to gather in the void, with each division acting as a unit and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters patrolling back and forth. The army looked quite imposing. Soon, the void was filled with densely packed warships, forming a massive fleet. Ouyang Lai was standing on the deck of a huge purifying black ink battleship, staring into the void. His expression was cold and his fighting spirit was soaring. After receiving the go from the central command, Ouyang Lai pointed ahead and shouted, "Set off." There was a specially made battle drum on the purifying black ink battleship. As Ouyang Lai's only disciple, Gong Lian was holding the drum sticks and personally struck it. Even in the vast void, when Gong Lian started beating the drum, sonorous inspiring beats resounded out one after another, lifting the army's morale. The vanguard set off. Ouyang Lai loved fighting, so almost every time the Profound Nether Army took action, he would be at the head of the charge. Right behind the vanguard forces were the various divisions, which began to move out one after another, fanning out to the left and right while Kong Chinda remained behind at the command center, coordinating the entire battle. The original boisterous universe fragment was now completely empty, leaving only a few non-combatants or cultivators who were still too injured to participate, seeing the army off. The Black Ink clan quickly noticed the human race army's movements. Nothing could be done about this though, as the size of the Profound Nether Army's main force this time was 400,000 strong, and if the small stone race members were included, the size of the army would easily reach the 1,000,000 mark. If the Black Ink clan did not notice the movement of such a massive army, they would simply be blind. The Black Ink clan scouts who were monitoring the situation were all taken aback and quickly reported back to the main camp. Unlike the human race frontline camp that was located on a universe fragment, the Black Ink clan main camp consisted of several universe worlds, one of which was originally located here, while the others had been moved over by the Black Ink clan's masters. Black Ink nests were indispensable for the Black Ink clan, and so were these universe worlds. All these universe worlds had many Black Ink nests planted on them, some of them even mid-rank, which towered over the others. Currently, Black Ink clansmen were healing in and around these Black Ink nests. Reports from the frontline scouts came one after another, and soon were in Six Arms' hands. When he learned that the human race's main army was advancing, Six Arms was shocked. This had never happened before. Ever since he had taken command of the Black Ink clan's war in Profound Nether territory, the human race had been on the defense. Of course, there were some occasional attacks, but nothing even close to this level. What is the human race planning? Six Arms was unable to understand, which made him a little depressed. In fact, Six Arms had been feeling quite frustrated because of Yang Kai for the past 2 years. Even if he shrugged off the fact that 8 territory lords had died in Profound Nether territory because of him, the thing that was giving Six Arms the biggest headache was the fact that the Black Ink clan's actions were being completely restrained because of Yang Kai's presence. In the past, the Black Ink clan held the initiative, able to fight and retreat whenever and wherever they pleased while the human race was helpless against them. The territory lords also outnumbered the Eighth Order masters, which was a source of great confidence for the Black Ink clan. But now? So what if there were more territory lords than Eighth Order humans? Six Arms didn't dare act rashly, afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly appear from somewhere and butcher them. Even he did not have the confidence to resist Yang Kai's insidious means. If he accidentally fell into Yang Kai's hands, he would be severely injured in the best-case scenario, and at worst, he would die. Because of this, Six Arms cursed Imo Nayi an uncountable number of times these past 2 years. Had Imo Nayi not sent out false information, leading him to think that Yang Kai was still trapped in Acacia territory, how could he have lost 5 territory lords 2 years ago? On the other hand, Imo Naye's reply was only that Yang Kai was definitely in Acacia territory and could not have escaped. But what was the end result? Millions of Black Ink clansmen and 9 territory lords searched through the entire Acacia territory, but didn't find any trace of Yang Kai. They were unable to figure out when or even how he had left Acacia territory. If it weren't for the royal lord's orders, Imo Nayi would still be wasting his time combing through Acacia territory. Thinking of this, Six Arms couldn't wait to skin Imo Nayi alive. Information played a decisive factor on the battlefield, and one mistake could lead to the destruction of 1 million soldiers and the death of several territory lords. Just as he was thinking this, Imo Nayi rushed into the hall, shouting, "Sir Six Arms, the human race army is advancing." Obviously, he had also obtained some information. Six Arms glanced at him coldly and indifferently stated, "I know." The loss in Acacia territory had pushed Imo Naye's hatred for Yang Kai to a whole new level. After confirming that Yang Kai had indeed left Acacia territory, he immediately sent a message to the royal lord, requesting permission to transfer to Profound Nether territory, vowing to kill Yang Kai to redeem himself. The territory lords in Profound Nether territory had suffered a massive loss and needed to be replenished anyways, so the royal lord naturally agreed. As such, Imo Nayi led a few other territory lords and some Black Ink clan troops to Profound Nether territory a year ago as reinforcements. For the past year, Imo Nayi had repeatedly requested to launch a war, but he had always been suppressed by Six Arms, making Imo Nayi dissatisfied with him. However, Six Arms was the one in charge of Profound Nether territory, so even if Imo Nayi was dissatisfied, he could do nothing about it. Today, after learning that the human race army had actually taken the initiative to attack, Imo Nayi was extremely excited and felt that he finally had a chance to take revenge. Yang Kai was indeed strong, Imo Nayi acknowledged that much. 7 territory lords in Acacia territory had died because of Yang Kai's actions, and because of this, Imo Nayi regarded Yang Kai as the greatest enemy of the Black Ink clan. As long as he could kill Yang Kai though, they would not need to fear any other Eighth Order masters in the future. Moreover, Imo Nayi felt that he had found a way to deal with Yang Kai. Since the human race army is attacking, Yang Kai will definitely appear. This is a good opportunity to kill him, Imo Nayi excitedly stated. Six Arms coldly snorted, "That human is quite strong, his movements elusive, and his methods bizarre. Do you think you can kill him?" Imo Nayi shook his head in response, "I alone won't be able to, I'll need help." Six Arms was surprised at this admission. He was dissatisfied with Imo Nayi because territory lords under his command had suffered heavy casualties as a result of the misinformation, but judging by Imo Naye's words, it seemed he was willing to cooperate to deal with Yang Kai, which was good news. On another note, Imo Nayi was even more incensed than Six Arms. If he did not want to wash away his shame, he would have never have come to Profound Nether territory where he would be forced to listen to Six Arms' orders. He was more than capable of being in charge over one of the other great territory battlefields. After a moment of silence, Six Arms lowered his tone and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Imo Nayi replied, "There is a way, but it will depend on whether or not Sir Six Arms is willing to sacrifice a pound of flesh." "Let's hear it," Six Arms asked. The biggest problem in Profound Nether territory was Yang Kai. If they could really deal with him, it would solve essentially all of their problems. Imo Nayi explained, I'm sure Sir Six Arms also knows that Yang Kai has some kind of strange method to target his opponent's soul. This method is so powerful that even innate territory lords like us find it difficult to guard against. Since the human race army is attacking us, Yang Kai will definitely be hiding and waiting for an opportunity to strike. As such, our territory lords will all be on edge, and if they are worried about something else during their fights, it will be difficult for them to display their full strength. Indeed. Six Arms nodded his agreement. When he received the news of the human army's advance just now, what he was most worried about was Yang Kai. He didn't even bother sending anyone to investigate as he knew that they definitely wouldn't be able to find Yang Kai's whereabouts. Just as Mo Na Yi had said, this human would definitely be hiding in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity to kill. With someone like him on the human race's side, every territory lord would be worried. It could be said that Yang Kai alone was enough to suppress the combat strength all the Black Ink clan's top masters in profound nether territory. However, his methods aren't without cost. According to what I've gathered, he can only use that strange soul attack 3 times in quick succession. Furthermore, it's quite possible that doing so comes at a heavy cost, such as injuries to his own soul. The human race has a saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Since he wants to secretly attack our territory lords, all we need to do is give him a chance to do so, and he will definitely take advantage of it. However, once he makes a move, he won't be able to hide himself anymore. At that time, I will lead several territory lords to attack him. At that point, what does it matter how strong he is? Six Arms' eyes lit up when he heard this and glanced over at Mo Na Yi. If Yang Kai is the mantis, then are you the oriole? Mo Na Yi nodded. Only then will we have a chance to kill him. Then who will be the cicada? That will have to depend on Sir Six Arms' arrangements. Six Arms pondered for a moment. He had no choice but to admit that Mo Na Yi was quite smart. This was indeed an excellent way to deal with Yang Kai, but if he really went with this plan, he should be mentally prepared to sacrifice a territory lord, because once Yang Kai struck, the territory lord who was targeted would most likely die. No wonder Mo Na Yi had said he would need to be willing to give up a pound of flesh to succeed. However, what was there to hesitate about? As long as they could kill Yang Kai, it did not matter if a territory lord was lost. After all, almost 20 territory lords had died because of Yang Kai already. If he could sacrifice a territory lord in exchange for eliminating Yang Kai, Six Arms would more than welcome it. Seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Mo Na Yi continued in a grave tone, Sir Six Arms, one cicada won't be enough to act as bait. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5574, Initiating the Attack. Six Arms asked, how many do you want? Mo Na Yi replied, since Yang Kai can attack 3 times, at least 3. It would be best if there were 5. Six Arms couldn't help but furrow his brow, hesitantly asking, you want that many? Mo Na Yi explained, slowly shaking his head, sir, from what I can tell, Yang Kai is an extremely cautious person, despite his actions seeming so bold and bombastic. If he doesn't have absolute confidence in succeeding, he won't act rashly. What's more, he is now the army commander of the profound Nether army, so he will be more cautious than ever. Even a fool will get suspicious if there is just one vulnerable target. Yang Kai won't take such obvious bait. We need to dispel his suspicions. Of course, we can't use too many as too much vulnerability will also be suspicious. Six Arms pondered for a moment. Although he had some resentment towards Mo Na Yi, he had to admit that what the latter said made sense. Seeing him hesitate, Mo Na Yi added, sir, this Yang Kai is already so strong when he is just an 8th order master. Has sir thought about what would happen if he were to break through to the 9th order someday? Six Arms had not considered this before, but after giving it a thought, he couldn't help but shiver. That's right, Yang Kai is already so powerful in the 8th order. What would happen if he broke through to the 9th order? At that time, even royal lords would not be his opponent. Without any more hesitation, Six Arms declared, go get ready. I have arrangements to make on my side." Although he didn't obtain the answer he wanted, Mo Na Yi knew that Six Arms was tempted, and since he was tempted, he would definitely act according to his plan. Without further ado, Mo Na Yi nodded and left. A short while later, the Black Ink clan army also began to mobilize under a series of Six Arms orders, preparing to deal with the assault of the human race. The Black Ink clansmen who were healing in the Black Ink nests also emerged one after another. The battle was about to begin. The scouts of both sides constantly shuttled back and forth, passing information they had obtained from the front line back to their respective command centers. Half a day later, the two armies drew closer to each other. They looked like two swarms of locusts. Seventh-order cultivators were shuttling around the fleets, passing orders for the squads to check their armaments and prepare for battle. This was the first time the Profound Nether Army had launched such a large-scale attack on their own initiative, and it was quite a significant move. As a result, the morale and fighting spirit of the soldiers had risen to a whole new level. Soon, when the distance between the two armies had reached a critical point, the beats of war drums started reverberating across the battlefield from the vanguard one after another. Under the leadership of Ouyang Lai and the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the human race army began their attack. The battle broke out in an instant, and the moment the two armies clashed, the entire Profound Nether territory appeared to shudder. The brilliance of secret techniques and artifacts filled the entire void, brightly illuminating the previously dark Profound Nether territory. Warships shuttled here and there, coordinating with each other as they bombarded the approaching Black Ink clan troops. Every time a war broke out, the human race would always hold the advantage in the opening moments as they killed countless enemies at long range. This was not because the human race army was stronger per se, but rather because the Black Ink clan always sent out weak cannon fodder first as a means of exhausting the humans. The Black Ink clan could spawn as much cannon fodder as they wanted, so no matter how many of them died, so long as they had Black Ink nests and ample resources, the ranks could be refilled. It was completely different for the human race. The current human armies might not hold a candle to the elites who fought back on the Black Ink battlefield, but they were still plenty stronger on average than the Black Ink clan cannon fodder. Not to mention the humans still had their warships to bolster their strength. Most of the Black Ink clan cannon fodder charging at the forefront had been killed in less than an hour, while the main force of the Black Ink clan army took action soon after. The main Black Ink clan army mainly consisted of low-rank Black Ink clansmen, equivalent to low-rank Open Heaven Realm human masters. The Black Ink clan's casualties continued to rise, but the human race's momentum had been blunted quite dramatically. After all, the human race was at a huge disadvantage in terms of numbers. Six Arms in the rear failed to understand the human race's plan, nor could he understand where the human race was getting its confidence from. Even if they could kill some useless cannon fodder, they still wouldn't be able to resist the main army of the Black Ink clan. It might look like the Black Ink clan had taken quite huge losses, but their casualties were still within a tolerable range. On the other hand, if the humans tired themselves out too quickly and got themselves surrounded by the Black Ink clan army, their losses would be devastating. Since he couldn't figure it out though, Six Arms did not brood too much over it. Right now, his entire focus was on finding Yang Kai's whereabouts. Unsurprisingly, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. He must be hiding somewhere and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Intentionally or unintentionally, Six Arms' gaze swept across a few particular locations on the battlefield. Those were the locations where he had set the bait. If Yang Kai really made a move, he would definitely target those territory lords. Mo Na Yi was nowhere to be seen either, and would not make an appearance unless Yang Kai did. Six Arms furrowed his brow and looked behind him towards where the main camp of the Black Ink clan was situated. There were many Black Ink nests there, which could be considered the foundation of Profound Nether Territory's Black Ink clan. Could Yang Kai be planning to invade their main camp? Six Arms was a little suspicious, but it did not matter even if Yang Kai really went to the main camp, as 10 territory lords were still standing guard there. Yang Kai would not be able to raise any waves, even if he tried to sneak in. The territory lords were far greater in number than the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which was why Six Arms had made such arrangements. The battle had been raging intensely from the very start. It was like the human race army had lost their minds as they were going all out right from the start, as if they wanted to vent all the resentment they had accumulated over the years in this one battle. Nonetheless, the human race's offense was stopped soon after when the Black Ink clan main army launched a counterattack and quickly put them into a disadvantageous position. Yang Kai has still not been sighted. It seems he's quite patient. Just as Six Arms was thinking so, a sun-like brilliance suddenly flashed somewhere on the battlefield. This sun-like flash appeared to be some kind of a signal as small white suns erupted all over the battlefield, one after another, illuminating the entire void. Even though the suns had erupted quite a distance away from him, the pure rays of white light blaring one after another made Six Arms feel extremely uncomfortable. Six Arms had seen this light before and knew that it was the power of some artifact. The human race also used these artifacts in the war 2 years ago. Six Arms had no idea about this artifact's name, but Black Ink clan survivors of that battle had reported that it had an extremely suppressive effect on Black Ink strength. The rays originating from what seemed to be spears could actually vaporize Black Ink strength. Back then, much to the Black Ink clan's dismay, a territory lord hit by this artifact was instantly injured, and had he not quickly escaped, he would have been killed by an 8th order human master. When these flashes of light reappeared, a despondent look appeared on Six Arms' face. They had been fighting the profound Nether army for several decades now, but the human race had not used this artifact before. It was used for the first time 2 years ago, but at that time, the humans did not possess many of these artifacts, so the Black Ink clan did not suffer too many casualties from them. However, the current situation was different. That pure white brilliance was erupting all across the battlefield one after another, and it covered a vast expanse of space every time. How could the human race have so many such artifacts? Why didn't they use them before? Although he was unable to understand, Six Arms knew it was this human race trump card that gave them the confidence to launch an attack. He reached this conclusion because the human race army, which was at a disadvantage just a moment ago, instantly became as fierce as a tiger and mighty as a dragon after the appearance of these brilliances, overwhelming the Black Ink clan army to the point that they were unable to mount any counterattack. Some territory lords were injured, and numerous feudal lords died at the hand of this artifact. Six Arms would not even bat an eye at the deaths of low-rank Black Ink clansmen, regardless of how many of them died, but the deaths of feudal lords were different. The birth of each feudal lord was not easy, and the Black Ink clan was counting on these feudal lords to become territory lords and then royal lords in the future. Their annihilation would set the Black Ink clan towards a bleak future. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan army quickly stabilized the situation and maintained their formation after a short period of panic and loss. Now though, they didn't try to kill their opponents and instead focused on defending themselves. For a time, the situation on the battlefield reached a stalemate. The Black Ink clan had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers, but thanks to the evil purging divine spears, the human race would not be at a disadvantage for a short time. Be that as it may, the evil purging divine spears would eventually be exhausted, and once that happened, if the humans had not yet retreated, what awaited them then would be a merciless slaughter. Somewhere on the battlefield, Ouyang Lai was bathed in blood as he engaged in a life-and-death battle. Since the start of the battle, he had been caught in a 1 versus 2 situation. It had been a difficult fight, but fortunately, he had been through this very situation multiple times, so even though he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, his life was not in immediate danger. On top of that, Ouyang Lai was also keenly aware that his two opponents were not using their full strength as they were obviously on guard against something. Regarding this, Ouyang Lai was well aware that these people were worried about Yang Kai sneak attacking them. Although this situation would make it difficult for Yang Kai to launch a sneak attack here, it did make Ouyang Lai's situation a little more bearable. Pitifully, he had just asked Yang Kai to give him a helping hand in killing a territory lord so he could brag about it, but by the looks of things, it was highly unlikely to happen this time. Since 2 territory lords were targeting him, it would not be the best choice for Yang Kai to attack here. In the void, Mo Nai and 4 other territory lords were hiding inside a black ink cloud, concealing their auras as they observed the battlefield. Black ink clouds were everywhere on the battlefield, and the human race would not venture inside to investigate them if they could avoid doing so, so it was the best place to hide without worrying about being exposed. Through the black ink cloud, Mo Nai's sharp eyes were scanning the surroundings. He was certain that Yang Kai was hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Perhaps Yang Kai was also hiding in a black ink cloud? Mo Nai looked towards the various black ink clouds, having no clue. Suddenly, he muttered, "Yu Gong, if you dare to escape again, I will not forgive you." Beside him, Yu Gong's face flushed red as he muttered, "Don't worry, I also want to kill that Yang Kai. If he dares to show his face, he will definitely die." Mo Nai glanced at him coldly and snorted, stating, "That's for the best." Last time, in Acacia territory, Yu Gong was scared witless by Yang Kai, which Mo Nai still felt indignant about. If it weren't for Yu Gong's cowardice back then, they would not be in this trouble today. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-75, The Oriole Behind. 5 territory lords had set up an ambush for Yang Kai this time. Mo Nai was confident that so long as Yang Kai dared to show himself, he could hold him down. While they were talking, a burst of spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly surged somewhere on the battlefield before disappearing in a flash. All kinds of energy fluctuations were surging across the chaotic battlefield, so if one was not deliberately paying attention, it would be difficult to detect these specific fluctuations. But since Mo Nai had been constantly monitoring the surroundings, how could he miss this sign? A bright gleam flashed across his eyes. Yang Kai made his move. These spiritual energy fluctuations were extremely familiar. In Acacia territory, every time Yang Kai launched a sneak attack, such fluctuations would appear. Mo Nai immediately looked towards the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations and instantly spotted Yang Kai rushing out from a black ink cloud. As expected, he was hiding inside a black ink cloud. Mo Nai had been keeping an eye on the various black ink clouds, but he had no idea when Yang Kai had snuck inside of this particular one. Helpless, he could not help but secretly sigh at Yang Kai's elusiveness. The other 4 territory lords also caught sight of Yang Kai and were about to rush out, but Mo Nai raised his hand and stopped them. "Wait." The territory lords were puzzled. They were hiding to ambush Yang Kai, but now that Yang Kai had appeared on the battlefield, they could not understand what they were waiting for. Mo Nai had no intention of speaking further, but he still patiently explained, "He can use that attack 3 times. He did not elaborate after that, but the territory lords instantly understood. Mo Nai was quite insidious. He was waiting for Yang Kai to exhaust his trump card on the other territory lords. Once Yang Kai had used up his unique method, he would be no different than an ordinary 8th Order master. At that time, what did this team of 5 territory lords have to fear? However, one of the territory lords hesitatingly asked, "If we don't act now, how would we explain it to Sir Six Arms?" If a territory lord died because of their delay, Six Arms would definitely blame them. Mo Nai indifferently stated, "Killing Yang Kai is the best explanation." The territory lords looked at each other in dismay as a chill gripped their hearts. Apparently, Mo Nai had gone somewhat insane after the defeat in Acacia territory. He was now even willing to sacrifice a few territory lords just to kill Yang Kai. Doing so might be cruel and unacceptable, but it could still significantly increase their own safety. After all, they were reluctant to face Yang Kai when he still could use his ultimate move, thus, no one had any objections. By the time they looked in that direction once more, the battle had already ended on that part of the battlefield as they sensed the fall of a territory lord. The territory lord's opponent was none other than Qin Yuan, who knew right away that Yang Kai was making his move the moment he sensed the unique spiritual energy fluctuations. Having experienced the same thing 2 years ago, why would Qin Yuan hesitate? He immediately unleashed his strongest divine ability, splitting his sword into 3,000 beams of light that rained down on the territory lord. 2 years ago, when Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack, Qin Yuan had beheaded a territory lord in one attack. It could be said that everything had gone very smoothly. But this time, the territory lords were obviously on guard, so Qin Yuan failed to kill the opposite party in one move, only managing to severely injure him. Fortunately, Yang Kai timely attacked with his spear, piercing it straight through the territory lord's heart. Qin Yuan swung his sword once more, beheading the territory lord. The territory lord seemed to have cursed something or someone before his death, his eyes filled with indignation, but Qin Yuan could not be bothered with the cries of the defeated. He raised his head to look around, but Yang Kai was nowhere in sight. He had already gone back into hiding who knows where. Qin Yuan lifted up his sword, turned around, and flew towards another battlefield where another 8th Order Master and territory lords were locked in a heated battle to provide assistance. The 8th Order Master was besieged by 2 territory lords, so, even if he used an evil purging divine spear, he would still be in danger. What he did not know was that the territory lord had cursed Mo Na Yi before his death. According to what he had heard from 6 Arms, Mo Na Yi would immediately come to assist him once Yang Kai appeared. He also knew that he was a bait arranged by 6 Arms to lure Yang Kai out, so he had always been on guard and had been defending his soul zealously. This was the reason why the soul-rending thorn failed to completely incapacitate him and Qin Yuan failed to kill him in one attack. If Mo Na Yi had timely come to his aid, he might not have lost his life, but Mo Na Yi did not show up, so how could he not curse the latter? The death of a territory lord affected the entire battlefield. From the get-go, the territory lords had always been on guard against Yang Kai's sneak attack. They had not been using their full strength against the 8th Open Heaven Realm Masters, worried that Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of thin air and attack them, but even after all of their preparations, a territory lord had still died. All the territory lords started to feel insecure after the first of them fell, especially the territory lords who had been arranged to act as bait by 6 Arms. They could not wait to turn tail and flee. Mo Na Yi, who was hiding in the black ink cloud, was also feeling nervous now. Mo Na Yi believed that as long as Yang Kai's whereabouts were exposed, he would be unable to hide once more. It was for this reason he had decided to wait until Yang Kai had exhausted all his special soul attacks before taking him down. Mo Na Yi's plan was quite good, but he had never expected that Yang Kai would be able to vanish without leaving any trace after swiftly taking down his target. It was as if he had simply disappeared into thin air. The problem was that Yang Kai had finished his assault too quickly. In less than 3 breaths after making an entrance, he had chewed up and spat out the bait with the assistance of another 8th Order Master. Mo Na Yi was simply powerless to track him. Mo Na Yi's expression suddenly became extremely unsightly as he came to realize that he had still been too naive. The situation had developed completely differently from his calculations. How was he supposed to track Yang Kai if the latter could just up and vanish? Right then, another burst of spiritual energy fluctuations flared up. Mo Na Yi immediately looked towards its source, where he saw Yang Kai reappear in a distant location. Mo Na Yi could not sit still anymore and fiercely shouted, "Let's go." Having said so, he flew straight towards that location. Yu Gong and the other territory lords were momentarily taken aback, but quickly chased after him. At this moment, Yang Kai was wantonly attacking a territory lord with another 8th Open Heaven Realm Master. His azure dragon spear moved back and forth, leaving gaping wounds on the territory lord's body. It was a simple matter to defend against the soul-rending thorns. Once the territory lords decided to heavily shield their souls, the soul-rending thorns' might was greatly reduced, but so what? In a life-and-death battle between masters, even a momentary flaw could lead to a disastrous end. No 8th Order Master was to be trifled with, so once they saw an opportunity, they would seize upon it with all their might. The moment a territory lord was struck by a soul-rending thorn, whether they were on guard or not, they would be momentarily distracted, which was a huge flaw. Yang Kai promptly followed up with a deadly attack. In this world, how could a territory lord resist the combined might of him and another 8th Order Master? Killing the second territory lord took a bit longer, about 10 breaths from start to finish, but the moment this territory lord fell, Yang Kai felt a few fierce aura lock onto him from a distance. Looking up, he saw 5 territory lords rushing over, 3 of whom looked a little familiar. Didn't I encounter them in Acacia territory? He's Yugong, if I recall correctly. 5 territory lords, they really think highly of me. Yang Kai sneered in his heart as he realized that these 5 territory lords were specifically targeting him, otherwise, they had no reason to rush straight towards him. Obviously, the 8th Order Master had also noticed them and promptly proposed with a stern look on his face, "Sir, please leave first, I'll block them." Yang Kai snapped, "Block them my ass. You go help the others." Anyone who stood in the way of these 5 territory lords would be killed right then and there. Even Yang Kai himself did not dare to confront them head-on. Hearing this, the 8th Order Master didn't hesitate and headed straight towards a nearby battlefield, like Qin Yuan. Yang Kai didn't escape using space principles like before, but rather glanced provocatively at the 5 territory lords charging towards him before shooting off in another direction. In that direction was another bait arranged by 6 arms. Since it was bait specially prepared for him, it naturally attracted Yang Kai's attention. Just like the 2 territory lords who had been killed before, this territory lord was also fighting an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master one-on-one in a remote part of the battlefield. Only by doing so could he be considered bait. Heeding Mo Na Ye's advice, 6 arms had arranged a total of 5 such bait on the entire battlefield. Whereas other battles between 8th Order Masters and territory lords were group battles, like with Yang Lai, 1 against 2 or 2 against 3. In short, the human race was at a disadvantage almost everywhere. Fortunately, the territory lords were preserving their strength to defend against sneak attacks. Furthermore, the human race masters had evil purging divine spears to defend themselves, so things were not that bad for the moment. Otherwise, the humans would have suffered heavy losses as they were the ones to initiate the attack and had no additional 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for backup. All the territory lords on the entire battlefield were wary of Yang Kai's movements, and the death of 2 of their comrades in such a short time had struck terror into their hearts. When the nearest bait noticed Yang Kai charging straight at him with murderous intent, the territory lord immediately discarded any notion of continuing his battle and focused his entire strength on fleeing. Although the human race 8th Order Masters tried their best to stop him, he was unable to. Innate territory lords were powerful to begin with, so if they were determined to flee, even 8th Order Masters were powerless to stop them. Witnessing the territory lord transforming into a streak of black light, trying to flee, Yang Kai sped up and surged his space principles, solidifying the nearby space. At the same time, he launched a soul-rending thorn. The black ink cloud that was about to leave the battlefield momentarily froze before suddenly scattering, reverting back to the territory lord's figure. However, the territory lord was howling in pain at this moment, his face distorted in pain. His cry was so sharp that even the 8th Order Master who was fighting him felt his heart clench. In fact, Yang Kai's use of soul-rending thorns to assassinate the enemy was no secret among the higher-ups of the profound Nether Army. After all, Yang Lai knew about the soul-rending thorn and was not one to hold his tongue when asked. They also knew that every time Yang Kai used a soul-rending thorn, he would need to sacrifice a piece of his own soul. However, very few people had personally experienced such heart-wrenching pain, so they could not understand just what sort of agony this technique produced. Although the 8th Order Master had never tasted such pain, he could imagine how much it would hurt from the reaction of the territory lord after he was hit by the soul-rending thorn. The soul-rending thorn was a sacrificial technique, and once used, both the user and its target would suffer intense pain. The territory lord was in so much agony that he would rather die, but even though Yang Kai's face had gone completely pale from the pain, he did not utter a single cry. The 8th Order Master was awe-inspired after seeing Yang Kai's endurance and perseverance. Yang Kai had paid such a huge price, so if he were to let the enemy escape now, that would truly be a joke. This 8th Order Master's face immediately darkened as he promptly summoned his divine manifestation, preparing to go all out. Unlike Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun, and Feng Ying's myriad sword dragons venerable, this Eighth Order Master's divine ability manifestation was even more majestic and brilliant. Impressively, it conjured up a dazzling golden humanoid phantom that was exuding a fearsome and overwhelming aura, giving the impression as if an ancient god had descended. The humanoid phantom stood behind the Eighth Order Master, holding a long sword just like him, but the sword was bigger and thicker. The next moment, the Eighth Order Master raised his sword and swung it hard as the phantom behind him mirrored his actions. Immediately after, the void was cut apart and black ink strength started dissipating. Right then, a slit spread across the territory lord before his body separated into two. Martial Peak, Chapter 5576, Chasing and Intercepting. The Eighth Order Master was filled with joy after successfully killing the territory lord, but before he could rejoice, Yang Kai's voice rang in his ear. When he looked up, Yang Kai was already quite a distance away. At the same time, he also sensed several fearsome auras rapidly heading in his direction. When the Eighth Order Master looked towards the auras, he saw 5 powerful territory lords, including Mo Nai, heading straight towards him. This scared the hell out of him and he quickly turned tail and fled in the opposite direction from Yang Kai. Apparently, Mo Nai and the others were not interested in this Eighth Order Master as their target was only Yang Kai. Quite a lot of territory lords in profound nether territory had lost their lives because of Yang Kai, so unless he was killed, not a single territory lord could feel at ease. Furthermore, Yang Kai had already used his ace 3 times in a row, killing 3 territory lords. Yang Kai did not have the strength to use it again. The current Yang Kai was like a tiger without his fangs, so how could Mo Nai and the other territory lords be afraid of anything? This was a rare opportunity. If they failed to kill Yang Kai this time, who knows when they could find another opportunity like this. As such, Mo Nai, leading the other 4 territory lords, chased after Yang Kai doggedly. During the chase, they crossed the vast battlefield. At some point, Mo Nai and the others heard the beating of war drums from the human race. The rhythm was quite distinct and powerful, but they had no idea what kind of order they were issuing. In any case, the 5 territory lords couldn't care less about it as all of their focus was on Yang Kai. Mo Nai's face distorted with frustration after chasing Yang Kai for a while as he realized that even if Yang Kai had become a toothless tiger, they were still powerless to do anything to him because he was simply too fast. They could not catch him, and thus, could not kill him no matter how badly they wanted to. Just like how Eighth Order humans could not do anything if an innate territory was determined to escape, territory lords were powerless to do anything if an Eighth Order master tried to escape with everything they had. This was also the reason why not many Eighth Order masters and territory lords had fallen over the last few decades. When things went south, no one just sat around waiting to die. 2 Eighth Order masters had fallen in the battle 2 years ago mainly because profound nether territory was about to fall and they had no choice but to fight to the death. Had they not been willing to sacrifice their lives, the humans would have suffered even greater casualties, and they might have even lost profound nether territory to the Black Ink clan. Mo Nai had fallen into an awkward situation. With the 5 territory lords working together, they indeed had a real chance of killing Yang Kai, but that was only if the other party stopped fleeing and faced them in battle. This left Mo Nai with a stomach full of grievances but nowhere to vent them. He was the one to propose this strategy to 6 Arms, and 6 Arms had done his part to cooperate. However, if he failed to gain anything despite the fact that they had sacrificed 3 territory lords, 6 Arms would definitely lose his temper. Left with no choice, Mo Nai summoned a black ink nest into his hand. It was an extremely small black ink nest, roughly the size of his palm. It was an incompletely hatched black ink nest, and naturally incapable of breeding black ink clansmen. Be that as it may, it could still be used for communication. This was only a low-rank black ink nest, for it was just used for communication so its rank did not really matter. Mo Nai's divine sense surged as he sent a message using the tiny black ink nest in his hand. Unable to catch Yang Kai, Mo Na Yi had no choice but to request reinforcements. A short while later, 3 of the territory lords remaining on the primary universe world where the Black Ink clan's main camp was located rose into the sky and flew off into the void. Frustration piled up in the pursuing Mo Na Ye's heart as he continued to make new arrangements while the fleeing Yang Kai was completely relaxed. Although the repeated use of the soul-rending thorns ended up giving him a splitting headache, he was already used to it by this point, so it did not affect him much. At most, his combat effectiveness had suffered a little. As he was unable to use more soul-rending thorns for the time being, he could not bother to engage the territory lords. The main reason he was fleeing now was that he wanted to lure these 5 territory lords away from the battlefield. According to the original plan, the human race army should be withdrawing right about now. The humans did not have that many evil purging divine spears, and their army strength was no match for the Black Ink clan in a straight-up fight. Yang Kai had already heard the beating of war drums, signaling the retreat, and he knew that leading 5 territory lords away would make it easier for the army to withdraw. In fact, he could easily escape from his pursuers using space principles if he wanted to. Even if the territory lords' auras had locked onto him, so what? When even royal lords failed to capture him in the past, what could mere territory lords do? Since he could escape at any moment, Yang Kai naturally had nothing to fear, and that was why he was letting them follow him. After a while, Yang Kai sensed something and looked up, vaguely sensing a powerful aura rapidly approaching him. Yang Kai raised his brow as he muttered to himself, "Someone is blocking the way ahead." He thus promptly changed direction. But a moment later, another territory lord rapidly approached him from the front, blocking his way. Yang Kai changed direction once more. After about an hour of this situation repeating itself, Yang Kai stopped in the void and looked around. Mo Na Yi was gleeful as his request for help had not gone in vain. Having been chased and intercepted like this, Yang Kai now had nowhere to run. "Let's see how you will escape from this." For the distance, territory lords' powerful auras had locked onto Yang Kai like chains. If he made any rash move, he would be showered with attacks from all sides. As the gap between them was shortened, Mo Na Yi could faintly see Yang Kai's figure. While both sides were looking from across the distance, their eyes suddenly met. Mo Na Yi's eyes were burning with fury, but a look of joy was also present in the depths of their eyes, whereas Yang Kai had a completely calm and stoic look on his face. Yang Kai's lips moved up and down, but Mo Na Yi did not hear what he said. But from his lip movements, he could only vaguely tell that Yang Kai was calling him an idiot. Immediately after, he saw Yang Kai lift his hands as they started radiating yellow and blue light. Mo Na Yi immediately had a bad feeling and shouted, "Kill him." Immediately after giving the order to attack, Mo Na Yi's aura surged as fearsome Black Ink strength started to gather, transforming into a pure and powerful secret technique that shot straight towards Yang Kai. The other territory lords beside him also simultaneously attacked Yang Kai. In a flash, the world was flipped upside down. Nonetheless, Mo Na Yi's heart started pounding in anxiety because the moment they attacked, the yellow and blue light suddenly converged and transformed into a burst of pure white light. Under the brilliance of this white light, the territory lord's senses that had locked onto Yang Kai were all cut off. Following which, they lost track of Yang Kai's aura. When the dust settled, 8 territory lords converged together, staring at the place where Yang Kai once stood. Yang Kai's traces were still there, along with faint fluctuations of space principles lingering in the void. Everyone looked at each other while Mo Na Yi's face filled with such grief that it was as if he had just lost both his parents. After making a few detours, by the time Yang Kai returned to the frontline camp, the human race army had already retreated. As it was an organized large-scale retreat, even if the Black Ink clan relentlessly pursued them, they did not gain any advantage. On the other hand, since the humans spared no expense and used countless evil purging divine spears, the Black Ink clan had suffered massive casualties. When the Eighth Order Masters saw Yang Kai appear, they hurriedly came forward and greeted him one by one, cupping their fists. Yang Kai's gaze alternated between the Eighth Order Masters. Discovering that despite all of them being injured, not a single one was missing. He lightly nodded. Everyone who is injured, go and recuperate. We won't be engaging in any battle for the time being. Also, order the artifact refiners in the army to focus on refining more evil-purging divine spears. Yes, sir. Everyone loudly responded. Yang Kai waved off everyone. Go, I'm going to heal my injuries. Saying so, he headed straight towards his palace, leaving behind a group of 8th Order masters who still had something to say. This battle could be considered to be the most satisfying battle they had ever fought over the decades they had defended profound nether territory. It was also the first time the human race had launched such a large-scale attack. All the battles they had fought in the past had lasted from half a month to even half a year, but today, from the moment they engaged with the Black Ink clan to the moment the army retreated, only half a day had passed, that's all. It could even be said that this battle was as fast as lightning, yet the results were simply amazing. Just the number of territory lords alone killed in this battle had reached 3, while the Black Ink clan casualties below the territory lord level reached the 1,000,000 mark. Although most of the Black Ink clansmen killed were cannon fodder, there were also many feudal lords among the dead. Although the profound Nether army had also suffered some casualties, compared to their gains, it was completely negligible. All of this was thanks to the evil-purging divine spears. The human race army had taken a great risk by attacking the Black Ink clan without any reinforcements. In the past, the humans had always relied on various pre-arranged defensive emplacements to resist the Black Ink clan's attacks, but such a strategy could only prolong the war, not win it. It was not that the 8th Order masters did not want to go on offense, it was just that they did not have the capital to do so. However, the evil-purging divine spears made up for this shortcoming. Using the evil-purging divine spears without any regard to the expense had greatly restrained the Black Ink clan army. However, in just one clash, the profound Nether army had consumed all the evil-purging divine spears they had amassed over the past 2 years. And this was when the battle had lasted just half a day. Without the evil-purging divine spear suppression, the human race's casualties would have definitely been tremendous if they had not retreated in time. Of all the gains though, the death of 3 territory lords was undoubtedly the biggest. No matter how many Black Ink clansmen were killed, if none of the territory lords died, everything would have been useless. The territory lords were the top forces of the Black Ink clan. If the humans managed to kill all the territory lords in profound Nether territory someday, no matter how many Black Ink clansmen were left thereafter, they wouldn't amount to anything. Sir Army Commander is young and promising. Every soul-rending thorn momentarily stuns a territory lord, leaving them at the mercy of us humans. Just one swing is enough to behead a territory lord, like chopping off a melon. Qin Yuan's blood started boiling as he recalled the scene of the last battle. He had killed a territory lord with Yang Kai's help 2 years ago, and got the opportunity to kill another one during this battle. Soul-rending thorns are the best method to attack the territory lords. When the territory lord who was fighting me was hit by one, his strength plummeted by about 70%. He tried to escape, but Sir Army Commander arrived in the nick of time and stopped him. Sir Army Commander is really brave and unflappable. He even managed to escape safely from the pursuit of 5 territory lords. That's truly admirable. The group of 8th Order masters were chattering like children who had seen something for the first time in their life, singing praises in admiration. It wasn't that they wanted to brag, but the dire situation in profound Nether territory had suddenly improved after Yang Kai's arrival, a fact they all had to acknowledge. The soul-rending thorn is so powerful. I wonder if we can cultivate it too. Someone pondered. If this method could be disseminated to everyone, it would be a huge boon to the human race as from then on, they could all easily kill territory lords. From what I've heard, this technique requires the use of a special artifact, and the price of using it is too high. Both the user and its target will have to endure the pain of their souls being torn apart. So, it can't be used by just anyone. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5577, Frequent Attacks. Where's Brother Ouyang? He's the most familiar with the army commander and he knows about the soul-rending thorn the best. Qin Yuan looked around and soon spotted Yang Lai standing in the corner. He then politely asked Yang Lai, "Brother Yang, you're here. Go away, I don't know anything, don't ask me." Yang Lai turned around and stormed off. Qin Yuan scratched his head. He had no idea how he had offended Yang Lai. After that intense battle, profound nether territory once again fell into a period of calm and quiet. Be that as it may, both the Black Ink clan and the human race knew that this calm was only temporary and the next storm was already brewing. While the human race army was diligently recovering, the Black Ink clan's morale was crumbling. They still failed to stop the killer even after sacrificing 3 territory lords. This sent Six Arms into a rage while Mo Na-yi was also extremely unresigned. His original plan was to kill Yang Kai with the combined assault of 5 territory lords, but apparently, this strategy was completely useless. Yang Kai's ability to escape was top-notch, and he simply refused to face them head-on, giving Mo Na-yi no chance to use this strategy. Yang Kai was a true thorn in their side. Ever since they had left the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, the territory lords had never encountered such a difficult and terrifying enemy. The Black Ink clan had no way to deal with the current predicament. The only thing they could rejoice about was that there was only one Yang Kai among humans. If there were a few more human masters like him, the Black Ink clan would be in a very dangerous spot. Although Xiang Shan was strong, the territory lords were not too afraid of him as they could see the limits of his strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai was simply unfathomable. 2 years later, Yang Kai emerged from retreat and gathered the Eighth Order masters to discuss dispatching troops. Though, there was nothing much to discuss. Having gained such a huge harvest in the last battle, all they needed to do was repeat the same strategy. Obviously, the Black Ink clan had no way to counter this strategy. After all, they had no choice but to defend themselves if the human race army attacked them. So long as the Black Ink clan defended themselves, Yang Kai would have a chance to kill. It might be a simple strategy, but as long as it worked, it did not matter. After some orders and arrangements, the Eighth Order masters left. Yang Lai, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai with a bitter expression before leaving, like a wife who had been wronged, leaving the latter quite puzzled. The human race army launched another attack. Although they had suffered some casualties in the last battle, the recruitment hall in High Heaven territory had seen a massive increase in those signing up to fight, so the Supreme Headquarters had dispatched reinforcements over the past 2 years. Yang Kai had also pulled 100,000 more soldiers from the auxiliary army, so the profound Nether army was even more powerful than last time. When the Black Ink clan received word that the humans were on the march again, a solemn look appeared on the faces of every territory lord. They had lost 3 territory lords in the last human attack, so who knew how many would die during this one? Even though the territory lords were not confident in taking down Yang Kai, they had come up with various countermeasures to deal with his various methods. After all, the territory lords still held a numerical advantage over the Eighth Order masters. Not to mention, several more territory lords had come from the no-return pass to assist. A day later, the battle broke out between the 2 races as they clashed in the void, shaking the universe. The human race army held nothing back this time and immediately summoned their evil-purging divine spears. After 2 years of constant accumulation, the profound Nether army had the capital to squander evil-purging divine spears for a short time. One after another, glowing white suns flared up in the void. Even though the Black Ink clan had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers, they were the ones being suppressed in this battle. Countless Black Ink clansmen fell under this dazzling light, causing many formations to collapse. Everyone in the profound Nether army knew the battle plan. All warships were to advance and retreat in an orderly manner. As such, none of the warships recklessly pursued the enemy and instead focused on maintaining their positions regardless of how great their advantage was. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was hiding in the shadows amidst this fierce battle, searching for a target like a predator hunting for prey. The Black Ink clan was smarter this time though, with no territory lords acting alone unlike last time. Obviously, they knew that once they were alone, they would become victims of Yang Kai's hunt. All the territory lords were acting in groups of 3s or even 4s. Everyone in the team was covering each other's back, making it much harder for Yang Kai to sneak attack anyone. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai finally decided to act. He was targeting a group of 3 territory lords. 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters happened to be fighting them, and these 2 8th Order Masters had already used 5 evil purging divine spears, but all they had managed to do was weaken their opponent's strength slightly. They had been unable to gain any kind of advantage. Fortunately, the territory lords were also not using their full strength. All the territory lords had diverted some of their strength to defend against the sneak attack that was surely lurking behind them, just like in the previous battle. As such, even though the 2 8th Order Masters were hard-pressed, they were still able to hold their ground. When spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly appeared nearby, the 2 8th Order Masters, who were already prepared, immediately used their strongest methods to attack their opponents without a moment of hesitation. The 3 territory lords had always been on guard, but frustration and indignance could not help appearing on their faces at that instant, unable to figure out why they were so unlucky. There were so many territory lords on the battlefield, but Yang Kai just had to target them. But before they could react, their heads started ringing as they felt excruciating pain, as if their souls were being torn apart. Obviously, they had been hit by soul-rending thorns. Fortunately, the 3 territory lords had their guards up, so while the damage to their souls might be unbearable, they still retained enough clarity to instinctually retreat. Be that as it may, the already prepared 8th Order Masters had timely attacked one of the territory lords together, stopping him in place. At the same time, Yang Kai appeared and swept his azure dragon spear towards the other 2 territory lords. He had fired 3 soul-rending thorns almost instantly, so the pain in his soul was even worse than before. He was in so much agony that he felt as if his entire head was about to explode. As such, Yang Kai was unable to bring out his full strength. The result was that the 2 territory lords managed to get past him by working together before escaping in the blink of an eye. By the time Yang Kai wanted to stop them, it was already too late. He could not help but admire the decisiveness of these territory lords. Without any regret, he decisively turned around and charged towards the last territory lord who had been stopped. It was 3 against 1, and the territory lord's soul was badly injured, so the result was already decided. The territory lord was killed by one of the 8th Order Masters in a few breaths. At the same time, the drums signaling retreat echoed out as the human race army started slowly withdrawing. Meanwhile, Mo Na Yi was already rushing towards Yang Kai with 4 other territory lords. Although Mo Na Yi and the other territory lords had returned empty-handed last time, they were still responsible for keeping an eye on Yang Kai. They did not participate in the battle as their mission was only to kill Yang Kai. Once Yang Kai appeared, they rushed straight towards him. It did not matter whether they could succeed or not, they had to ensure that Yang Kai could not just run rampant. Yang Kai had also sensed their auras, which was why he didn't try to pursue the 2 injured territory lords despite having the ability to stop at least one of them. The Black Ink clan chased after the retreating human race army, with the soldiers of both races attacking each across the void, leaving blood and corpses littered everywhere. The Black Ink clan only retreated reluctantly when the profound Nether army reached the defense perimeter of their frontline camp. In the distance, fire was almost spewing out of the eyes of every territory lord. They could not wait to charge the human army, but owing to the home advantage the other side had, the Black Ink clan had no choice but to retreat. The result of this battle was unsatisfactory, as although they had killed many Black Ink clansmen, they only managed to kill 1 territory lord. The territory lord strategy for dealing with Yang Kai's sneak attack might not completely guarantee their safety, but it could still greatly reduce their casualties. Although Yang Kai had injured 3 territory lords using his soul-rending thorns just like last time, he only managed to kill 1. Compared to losing 3 territory lords like last time, the loss of 1 territory lord was within acceptable range for the Black Ink clan. The human race thus entered another round of recuperation. After another 2 years, the human race army attacked for the 3rd time. After tasting success during their first attack, the Profound Nether Army would attack the Black Ink clan almost every 2 years, and basically, the Black Ink clan would lose territory lords every time. Sometimes it was just 1, and sometimes 2. Only twice did all the territory lords targeted by Yang Kai manage to escape alive with heavy injuries. Luck was quite a big factor those 2 times, as Mo Nai and the 4 territory lords, who were responsible for keeping Yang Kai in check, happened to be nearby and had quickly arrived. Seeing that things were not looking good for him, Yang Kai did not stubbornly try to finish his targets. In any case, there was over a 50% chance that the territory lords hit by Yang Kai's soul-rending thorns would not escape death, even with Mo Nai and his team keeping a vigilant eye out for Yang Kai. In just a short span of 30 years, the human army had attacked over a dozen times and killed some 20 territory lords. Counting the territory lords who had died at Yang Kai's hands previously, the Black Ink clan had lost almost 30 innate territory lords in Profound Nether territory alone. This was an enormous figure. The entire Profound Nether territory had basically become the burial ground of the territory lords. The territory lords who were slumbering at the no-return pass to recuperate were now terrified of being sent to Profound Nether territory, as Yang Kai's name struck fear into the hearts of all of them. It wasn't that the Black Ink clan had no way to turn things around. The human race's attacks followed a very set pattern. They would basically attack once every 2 years. The Black Ink clan speculated that this was because the humans needed time to recuperate and reorganize, and also, Yang Kai needed time to heal after using that strange attack. The territory lords were not afraid of the human army, they were only afraid of one person, Yang Kai. Therefore, after going through the same thing a few times, the Black Ink clan army relentlessly pursued the Profound Nether army when they retreated, trying to take advantage of Yang Kai's injuries to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. However, the universe fragment where the humans' frontline camp was located had already become impregnable after decades of preparation. Thanks to various arrangements, the human race army was not completely helpless in facing this assault. This was especially true now that the human race also had evil purging divine spears in their arsenal. An 8th Order master could kill an innate territory lord with the help of evil purging divine spears if they got lucky. The Black Ink clan's desire to take down the frontline camp of the Profound Nether army was no different from a fool's dream. The territory lords grew even angrier and more frustrated. Too many territory lords had died because of Yang Kai, but they had not been able to do anything about it. They could not catch him, much less kill him. It was as if the entire Profound Nether territory had become his slaughterhouse. Every time he appeared, territory lords would fall prey to his spear. The only difference was whether it would be 1 or 2. The Black Ink clan did have many innate territory lords, many more than the number of 8th Order masters, but they still could not bear this kind of loss. If this situation continued, it would not be long before they would lose Profound Nether territory to the human race. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5578, Attending the Meeting Alone. Inside a majestic meeting hall at the Black Ink clan's main camp. Territory lords were convened, wearing solemn looks on their faces. The Black Ink clan in Profound Nether territory had been having a difficult time these last 3 decades. Compared to the other great territory battlefields, the Black Ink clan casualties in Profound Nether territory were simply astronomical, so much so that Profound Nether territory received about 30% of all reinforcements sent to the various great territories. It had to be brought to notice that the Black Ink clan currently occupied the vast majority of the 3,000 worlds and had abundant resources to use in their innumerable Black Ink nests to constantly spawn more Black Ink clansmen. A terrifying number of Black Ink clansmen were born every day, and all the members born would be sent to various battlefields like Profound Nether territory. Currently, the Black Ink clan and the human race were fighting in over a dozen great territory battlefields. Under normal circumstances, the Black Ink clan reinforcements would be evenly distributed among these great territories, but nothing was normal in Profound Nether territory. Things here were quite tense and the Black Ink clan had suffered enormous losses, so naturally, more troops were sent here. It would have been alright if things were just limited to this, but the crux of the problem was that the Black Ink clan had lost nearly 30 territory lords here, which was by far the greatest loss the Black Ink clan had suffered in the entire war for the 3,000 worlds. And all of this was because of one person. The royal lord at the No Return Pass had repeatedly summoned and reprimanded Six Arms, leaving the latter disgraced and aggrieved, but what could he do? He also wanted nothing more than to kill Yang Kai, but Yang Kai was cunning and treacherous, as well as terrifyingly strong, so how was he supposed to accomplish this? Once, even Six Arms almost got himself killed at Yang Kai's hands as he had used himself as bait to lure the latter out. As expected, Yang Kai took the bait and attacked him, making a lightning-fast attack that was so overwhelming that even Six Arms couldn't defend himself. Had Imo Nai and the others not saved him in a nick of time, Six Arms would have died then and there. Having personally stared death in the face, Six Arms was extremely fearful of Yang Kai. Now, the 2-year countdown was rapidly reaching its end. The human race would definitely launch another attack within a month, and when they did, another territory lord or two would be killed. At this moment, all the territory lords had been convened in the hall to discuss how to deal with Yang Kai's sneak attacks. However, when Six Arms presented this question to them, the hall immediately sunk into silence. This exact same meeting had been convened many times over the past 3 decades. Every time the human race army attacked, Six Arms would gather all the territory lords to discuss possible countermeasures, but each meeting would end up with nothing accomplished. Watching every territory lord remain silent, Six Arms flew into rage. Are we really going to let him continue to run rampant? He's just 1/8 order human, yet none of you can think of any way to deal with him. The territory lords remained silent. If there really was a way, Profound Nether Territory's situation would not have been so gloomy all these years. The territory lords had racked their brains and tried all kinds of methods to deal with Yang Kai, but they were simply unable to stop him. No matter what kind of tactics they applied, all of them proved useless. One of the territory lords thoughtfully suggested, "I'm afraid only if Sir Royal Lord took action would it be possible to take down Yang Kai. We territory lords are not weak, but if he is determined to escape, we are all powerless to stop him." Many territory lords, especially Mo Nai, nodded in agreement. All these years, he had been targeting Yang Kai with 4 other territory lords. They had managed to stop him from killing others multiple times, but so what? He had still fled right under their noses. Space secret techniques were truly unmatched when it came to escaping. The Royal Lord is guarding the No Return Pass, a matter of the utmost importance. How can he take action so easily? One territory lord shook his head. Almost all the high-rank Black Ink nests were planted at the No Return Pass, making it the foundation of the current Black Ink clan. If the human race masters attacked the No Return Pass when the Royal Lord was away and destroyed those Black Ink nests, the Black Ink clan would become a tree without roots, a river without a source. The Black Ink clan only had one Royal Lord left, leaving them in quite an awkward situation, but the territory lords were also a little relieved at this situation. If at that time the last Royal Lord had not stayed behind to guard the No Return Pass, he too would have died in the Barren Territory. The Barren Territory War was especially tragic, as almost all of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm humans had sacrificed their lives to kill all but 2 Black Ink clan Royal Lords. Every time the territory lords thought back to that battle, shivers would shoot up their spines. Even they were shaken by the ruthlessness the human race had displayed that day. Six Arms stated, coldly snorting, "It's impossible for the Royal Lord to act, so it is up to us to come up with another strategy." Though he dismissed this idea decisively, Six Arms could not help feeling some regret about it. It would not be a problem for the Royal Lord to take down Yang Kai, as no matter how great the latter was at escaping, so long as the Royal Lord attacked the Profound Nether army, Yang Kai would have no choice but to come to their aid. The territory lords remained silent. Six Arms blew his top again. "Is there really nothing we can do? Yang Kai is already so strong despite only being in the 8th Order. If he breaks through to the 9th Order someday, what will happen then?" Six Arms' roar echoed throughout the hall, causing the territory lords to look at each other, but they still remained silent. Mo Nai suddenly stated, if Sir Six Arms is worried about him advancing to the Ninth Order, you need not be. Six Arms looked at him gloomily and asked, "What do you mean?" Mo Nai explained, "According to the information I obtained from some Black Ink disciples, it is impossible for Yang Kai to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. The human race's method of cultivation is very different from our Black Ink clan's. Every human has their own innate limits, with their future achievements determined the moment they break through to the Open Heaven realm." After pondering for a moment, Six Arms agreed with a nod, "I've heard a bit about this. So, is the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm Yang Kai's limit?" Mo Nai nodded, "That's right. According to the Black Ink disciples, Yang Kai broke through to Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Originally, his limit was the Seventh Order, but after consuming something called a world fruit, he managed to increase that limit to the Eighth Order. However, this is already his limit. It's impossible for him to break through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. It had been many years since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds. So, the number of Black Ink disciples that corrupted was naturally not small, especially among the hunters who would accidentally run into large Black Ink armies or territory lords. The Black Ink clan liked to turn human cultivators into Black Ink disciples to make humans serve them, so there was now an abundance of Black Ink disciples out there. This was how they had gathered some of their current intelligence on the human race. Yang Kai was now a great threat to the Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory, so obviously Mo Nai tried to find out more about him. Yang Kai's reputation had also spread far and wide in the human race. As such, his initial breakthrough to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm and subsequent consumption of a world fruit was not a big secret. It was not surprising that Mo Nai had been able to learn about this. Many territory lords looked gratified after hearing Mo Nai's revelation. As a matter of fact, Six Arms was not the only one who was worried about Yang Kai advancing to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm one day. The other territory lords were also worried about this. Yang Kai was already this strong when he was just in the Eighth Order, so if he really broke through to the Ninth Order, even a royal lord would find it hard to survive a conflict with him. If that really happened, how was the Black Ink clan supposed to survive? These territory lords were all afraid of being killed by Yang Kai. One of the territory lords stated solemnly, "Nothing is absolute. I heard that the human race has a way to break these innate shackles. As long as they can find open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace, they can break their limits." Mo Nai nodded in agreement, and, "That is indeed true, but that so-called universe furnace is an innate supreme treasure of the universe. It is ethereal and cannot be found even if one seeks it out. No one knows when or if it will appear. Moreover, even if this universe furnace did appear, why would we allow the human race to get their hands on it? The open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace might be useless to us, but we can't let the humans have them either." All the territory lords nodded. If that universe furnace really appeared, it would definitely set off a bloody storm. The Black Ink clan would never allow the humans to get their hands on it, no matter what price they had to pay. Six Arms tapped the armrest as he stated, "Let's not talk about this for now. Everyone should think of a way to contain Yang Kai. We're approaching the 2-year deadline, so the humans will surely invade again. You don't want another territory lord or two to die, right?" As soon as he brought this up, the territory lords immediately turned pale. Although there were quite a few territory lords present, who knew if they would be the unlucky one this time? Nonetheless, if they were really asked to find a way to suppress Yang Kai, they simply had no idea. Just as the territory lords were at a loss, a feudal lord suddenly rushed in and reported with a bewildered look on his face, "Sirs, there is something going on the human race's side." The territory lords turned pale as one of them hurriedly asked, "Is the human race attacking? Why is the human race moving so early? There should still be some time left. Those bastards. I say we ignore Yang Kai entirely. If they can kill a territory lord, why can't we respond by killing their Eighth Order masters?" The territory lord started shouting all at once, setting off Six Arms once again. Speaking of which, he felt quite aggrieved. In all the other great territory battlefields, the Black Ink clan basically held the initiative and were able to attack and retreat as they pleased. But Profound Nether Territory's situation was the exact opposite. When had the Black Ink clan ever been worried about the human race attacking them? Saying it out loud would be a disgrace. Looking at the territory lords under him all but panicking, Six Arms suddenly felt tired. He looked at the feudal lord who had come to report and asked, "Is the human race really attacking?" The feudal lord replied, "The human race army is showing no signs of mobilization, but a human is approaching us. According to the scouts' report, this person is suspected to be Yang Kai." The territory lords were all shocked. Mo Nai anxiously asked, "Alone?" The feudal lord nodded, "There is only one person." What the hell are humans up to now? What is Yang Kai's planning? For the moment, Mo Nai was unable to grasp the situation. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, it was foolish for him to come here alone. What's more, Yang Kai had proven himself to be both cunning and insidious, so he wouldn't do something as stupid as this without purpose. Of course, Six Arms also understood this and frowned for a moment before ordering, "Double the scouts monitoring the situation. Immediately report if anything happens." "Yes." The feudal lord accepted the order and left. Not long after, the scouts indeed sent a series of reports, further confirming the situation. The human race army was not attacking, but there were signs of large-scale mobilization. This was not surprising though, as the human race would basically attack once every 2 years, so the Black Ink clan was already used to this. A lone human was indeed approaching the Black Ink clan, and that person was none other than Yang Kai, who the territory lords feared. Furthermore, he seemed to be intentionally exposing his whereabouts. He didn't try to conceal himself at all along the way, and his speed wasn't fast either. Some Black Ink clan scouts were even closely monitoring him, but he made no move to kill them. This made the territory lords even more confused. What the hell is he planning? Is he just trying to taunt us? This human was simply too arrogant. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5579, Ceasefire. In the void, Yang Kai was flying towards the Black Ink clan's main camp at a leisurely pace. There were many Black Ink clan scouts hiding along the way, but these scouts were only at the level of feudal lords at best, so they were unable to hide themselves from his senses. Yang Kai was indeed unafraid of revealing himself, as he was not here to kill anyone, rather he was here to discuss some business with the territory lords. The human race army had attacked the Black Ink clan over a dozen times during the past 3 decades, killing some 30 territory lords, which was more than enough already. It was the right time for him to initiate his plan, as the sooner it was implemented, the better. Looking towards the depths of the void, he could vaguely see the Black Ink clan's main camp that was spread across a few universe worlds. He could not wait to slaughter all of them, and why would he not? But not only would this take a lot of time, even if he did manage to kill all the Black Ink clan troops in Profound Nether Territory, what would that really accomplish? Perhaps it would ease some of the human race's current troubles, but it would not solve the root of their problem. Ultimately, it would all be in vain. As long as Mo was still alive and kicking, it would be able to continuously breed more Black Ink clansmen and even create more Black Ink giant spiritual gods. If Yang Kai wanted to solve the problem once and for all, he would have to go to the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction and kill Mo. Of course, that was impossible to do with just an 8th order open heaven realm cultivation. Only by reaching the 9th order would this even become a remote possibility. There was only so much one man could do alone. The human race's future depended on the efforts of the entire younger generation. More and more Black Ink clan scouts started to gather around Yang Kai, and even Black Ink clan patrol teams were beginning to move around him, but because of his reputation, none of them dared to get too close. Nonetheless, Yang Kai kept moving forward. Chaos and confusion had already broken out in the Black Ink clan main camp. Yang Kai's act of venturing into the Black Ink clan's perimeter alone was extremely bewildering. Some territory lords believed it to be another one of the human race's schemes and that Yang Kai was just bait to attract their attention. They believed that the human race masters were lying in ambush somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Some territory lords were clamoring that it was a rare opportunity, saying that the most important thing right now was to use all of the Black Ink clan's strength to kill Yang Kai. His death would definitely cripple the morale of the entire profound Nether Territory's human race army, leaving them vulnerable and giving the Black Ink clan an overwhelming advantage. Listening to their constant bickering and shouting, Six Arms finally couldn't help but roar, "Shut up!" The chaotic voices finally fell silent. Six Arms glanced around with a gloomy expression as his face turned dark and disgraced. The fact that 1/8 open human had sent so many territory lords of profound Nether Territory into utter panic had left him speechless. Although he knew that it was because many territory lords had died at this human's hands, his subordinates' behavior here had still disappointed him. After glancing around for a moment, Six Arms' gaze finally landed on Imo Nai as he asked, "What do you think the human race's plan is?" Although Six Arms and Imo Nai had not been on good terms these past few decades, Six Arms had to admit that Imo Nai was not only strong, but his mind was also sharp. Imo Nai replied, "The human race may not have any plan." Imo Nai's reply left the territory lord speechless. What nonsense! What do you mean by no plan? Six Arms' face turned black. He had lowered himself to ask for Imo Nai's opinion, but he had not expected the other party to give such an answer. Fortunately, Imo Nai quickly continued, "The human race army is showing signs of mobilization, but they haven't dispatched any troops yet. The scouts also haven't discovered any trace of other 8th Open Heaven Realm Masters moving, which means that Yang Kai really came alone. He didn't conceal his tracks either, so I think he didn't come here to start a war. Perhaps he wants to discuss something with us." "Discuss what?" Six Arms raised his brow. Imo Nai shook his head, "I don't know either. Yang Kai is both strong and bold, but most importantly, his ability to escape is unmatched. He probably thinks that even if he comes here alone, we wouldn't be able to do anything to him." Imo Nai felt a little ashamed when he said this last sentence, but it was the truth. He had pursued Yang Kai countless times with 4 other territory lords over the years, but they had never once managed to even hit him. "So what do you think he's here to discuss with us?" Imo Nai replied, "It's just my guess, whether it's true or not, Sir Six Arms will have to determine." Six Arms nodded slightly. To be honest, he also felt this was the case as there was no other explanation for Yang Kai's strange actions today. There is an irreconcilable feud between the Black Ink clan and the human race. Rivers of blood flow every time a war breaks out, so what could Yang Kai want to discuss? After a moment of silence, Six Arms stated, "Since that's the case, let's go and meet him." He then selected 9 other territory lords and ordered, "Follow me. As for the rest of you, conceal yourselves and wait for my orders." If possible, he did not want to miss an opportunity to kill Yang Kai. If he could kill Yang Kai somehow, they would be able to suppress the entire profound Nether Territory within a couple of years. The territory lords understood this and immediately obeyed. In the void, Yang Kai continued to move forward at a leisurely pace. He had already gotten quite close to the Black Ink clan main camp when suddenly, he looked up and saw 10 figures with powerful auras flying out of a universe world in front of him. Their leader was none other than Six Arms. Not only that, Yang Kai also keenly noticed many more territory lords hiding in the nearby Black Ink clouds. He had already anticipated this, so he just continued moving forward with a smile on his lips, fearlessly. On the other side, Six Arms couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration, watching Yang Kai flying towards them in a totally undisturbed manner. This human truly doesn't know any fear. No one else would have dared to act like this, for walking into the enemy's encirclement alone was akin to suicide. The distance between them was rapidly shortening, and at some point, Yang Kai came to a halt and smiled at Six Arms. Six Arms almost couldn't help but give the order to attack. Yang Kai's current position was quite tempting to the Black Ink clan as he was surrounded by territory lords from all directions and was locked onto by all of them. The territory lords were ready to attack at a moment's notice, so as soon as Six Arms gave the order, they would rain down hell on Yang Kai. Even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, he might not be able to escape unscathed, right? Should we attack or not? At this moment, Six Arms' heart rate began to accelerate. But before he could make a decision, Yang Kai chuckled. Six Arms, since I dared to come alone, I naturally have the confidence to escape too. I might be surrounded by many territory lords, but you won't be able to kill me. At best, you would only be able to seriously injure me. Six Arms' face turned dark and gloomy, but he did not retort back. The other territory lords' faces also turned ugly as they felt that Yang Kai was being too arrogant. Had it been any other Eighth Order human, the territory lords would scoff at these words, but since Yang Kai said them, they had no choice but to take his words seriously. They knew that this human was no fool. If he didn't have absolute confidence, why would he dare come here all alone and let himself be surrounded? Yang Kai continued without any sense of urgency, so long as I'm alive, you'll always have to watch your backs. I'll keep killing one or two of you every time we fight. I wonder how many territory lords the Black Ink clan can sacrifice. Listening to this, a territory lord beside Six Arms angrily shouted, Yang Kai, don't act so arrogantly. Since you've come here alone, you can forget about leaving here alive. Yang Kai looked at him, sizing him up before indifferently stating, I remember you. You managed to escape from my hands 10 years ago. Have you recovered yet? The territory lord immediately choked and couldn't speak as he subconsciously touched his waist where there was still a deep wound that had yet to heal. Even to this date, he would tremble in fear whenever he recalled the scene of him escaping from Yang Kai's spear a decade ago. He was lucky that time as Mo Na Yi and the others had hurriedly come to his rescue, forcing Yang Kai to retreat. Yang Kai's tone suddenly turned cold. The next time war breaks out, you will die first. The territory lord's expression changed drastically as terror filled his eyes. He couldn't help but step back in fear, but the next moment, when he felt everyone's gaze on him, he felt so ashamed that he wanted nothing more than to crawl into a hole and never come out. Although he was ashamed, he did not speak again. He was not confident that he would manage to escape if he was really targeted by Yang Kai on the battlefield. Profound Nether territory was too dangerous right now. He wanted to go back to the no-return past to recuperate. Enough. Six Arms coldly snorted as his expression turned ugly. Yang Kai had come alone, but not only did he not act cautiously, he was even more imposing than ever. Worse, with just a few words, he managed to frighten a territory lord under him so badly that he actually stumbled backwards in panic, enraging Six Arms completely. How could the human race produce such a monster? He stared deeply at Yang Kai and asked, Your Excellency, you didn't come here to fight with us, right? A calm and peaceful smile appeared on Yang Kai's lips. Of course not. I came here mainly to negotiate peace with all of you. Negotiate peace? Six Arms and the territory lords were stunned. Everyone had guessed that Yang Kai had come here alone for some purpose, but no one had expected him to say something like this. Peace? What peace? The human race and the Black Ink clan had been locked in a bloody war for millions of years. The Black Ink clan could not help but think that Yang Kai had lost his mind. It's impossible for them to coexist peacefully. The war between the two races would only come to an end once one side was completely annihilated, yet Yang Kai actually said he came here to discuss peace. The territory lords almost thought they might have heard wrong. They looked at each other, subconsciously thinking that this was another one of the human race's schemes. Yang Kai, on the other hand, earnestly continued, That's right, I'm here to negotiate a ceasefire. Of course, not a complete ceasefire, just one between the territory lords and Eighth Order human masters. Yang Kai then let out a heavy sigh before continuing with a look of frustration, My human race is suffering. We have lost countless people over these years. We even lost the 3,000 worlds. Now, we are confined to just a dozen or so great territory battlefields, struggling to resist your Black Ink clan's onslaught. Not to mention other great territory battlefields, profound nether territory alone has suffered heavy casualties over these few decades of fighting. Every war would result in a river of blood flowing across the void and corpses piling up like mountains. Soldiers sacrifice their limbs, and even their lives to block you all. My human race is really suffering deeply. Hearing his sorrowful overtures, Six Arms' face turned red with rage while all the other territory lords wore warped expressions. What nonsense is this bastard spewing? It might be the case for other great territory battlefields, but could the human race be suffering more than the Black Ink clan in profound nether territory? Indeed, the human race suffered casualties in every battle, but compared to the losses the Black Ink clan endured, the human race's casualties were insignificant. The Black Ink clan's casualties here were so high that 30% of all Black Ink clansmen spawned for battle were sent to profound nether territory just to maintain their lines. No less than 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers would die every time a war broke out here. Not only that, ever since Yang Kai arrived at profound nether territory, some 30 territory lords had been slaughtered by him either directly or indirectly. Why is this guy speaking such drivel, and in such a serious manner? Martial Peak, Chapter 5580, Tempted. The shamelessness. This was a new impression the territory lords had of Yang Kai. Usually, the strong cared a great deal for face, even the territory lords did, let alone the humans. So, with Yang Kai waxing so forlornly like this, the territory lords couldn't help but feel like their horizons had been broadened. Six Arms' expression became unsightly as he asked, "The human race and Black Ink clan have an irresolvable enmity. It's impossible for us to coexist in this universe, so why are you proposing an armistice?" He had a feeling that Yang Kai was up to something, so although Six Arms felt that the two races couldn't agree, he still wanted to ask. Yang Kai stopped lamenting and replied as a smile appeared on his lips, "I just said it's not a real ceasefire, only one limited to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords." Six Arms thoughtfully murmured, "You mean? It's very simple. From now on, your territory lords won't participate in the battle regardless of its scale, and the same goes for the Eighth Order Masters of my human race." The moment he stated this, the territory lords broke into an uproar. Even the territory lords who were concealing their auras and hiding in the nearby Black Ink clouds were shocked and accidentally exposed themselves. "Really?" one of the territory lords excitedly asked. Six Arms could not help but glare at that territory lord, who immediately shut up as shame filled his face. Nonetheless, Six Arms did not blame him. To be honest, even he was tempted by Yang Kai's proposal. Be that as it may, he warned himself that this was definitely one of the human race's schemes and he should not easily believe it. They had all experienced just how cunning and underhanded humans were. Six Arms stared deeply into Yang Kai's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of his soul, and suspiciously asked, "What does your excellency mean?" Yang Kai replied, "I mean exactly what I said." Six Arms didn't say anything more. He couldn't understand what was going on, so he turned to Mo Na Yi to seek his opinion. Mo Na Yi too furrowed his brow, appearing to be deep in thought. Yang Kai added, "There is no need to be suspicious. I have sincerely come here to negotiate an armistice with you, and I feel that it's also a good proposition for the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan has lost almost 30 territory lords at my hands in profound nether territory over these years, yes? If you agree to this ceasefire, I will withdraw from the front lines too. Of course, the premise is that you and the other territory lords also uphold the conditions of the ceasefire." An ugly look immediately appeared on the face of the territory lords. The death of 30-odd territory lords in profound nether territory was a matter of great humiliation for them. By mentioning this, Yang Kai was simply rubbing salt into their wounds, which was truly infuriating. Nonetheless, it was the truth, and they could not refute it. Seeing the territory lords remain silent, Yang Kai's smile slowly faded as his tone became dark and cold. "What's wrong? I've shown you sincerity by coming alone to discuss this matter and giving you an enormous concession. Are you still not satisfied?" Perhaps I need to kill a few more of you before you agree? Saying so, he took out his azure dragon spear and arrogantly declared, "Good, since that's the case, we all know what will happen next. Every 2 years henceforth, when war breaks out, I'll kill 1 or 2 territory lords until all of you are gone. Let's see how you dare to disagree then." The moment he summoned his azure dragon spear, all the territory lords immediately became tense and their aura instantly broke out as they began circulating their black ink strength. The calm and peaceful situation immediately became highly agitated. Six Arms jumped back in fright, no longer having any thoughts of killing Yang Kai, as he quickly raised his hand and stated, "Your Excellency, please don't be rash." Yang Kai pointed his spear at him and asked him in a grim voice, without any trace of politeness, "Agree or disagree, it's a one-word answer." Six Arms was completely infuriated. He was one of the top innate territory lords, and also the commander of the Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory. Never had he been pointed at and shamed by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If Yang Kai's proposal had not been so tempting, he would have already given the order to attack. He solemnly looked at Yang Kai and stated, "Your Excellency's proposal is truly intriguing, but this ceasefire is really unimaginable. I find it hard to believe you would request it." "Why is that?" Six Arms inquired. "According to Your Excellency's proposal, the human race's 8th Order Masters and our territory lords won't be able to join the battle in the future, which on the surface appears extremely beneficial to my Black Ink clan. So my question is, what does the human race get out of this?" This was the sticking point he simply couldn't figure out. The Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory was currently at an extreme disadvantage. They would lose 1 or 2 territory lords every time a war broke out every 2 years. Now, every time war was about to break out, the territory lords would become restless, terrified they would be targeted by Yang Kai. However, if they could agree with the human race to not send their 8th Order Masters into battle after today, it would be wholly beneficial to the Black Ink clan. Six Arms could not figure out why the humans would make such a proposal, much less uphold it. Why would the humans do something which would not bring them any benefit? Six Arms wasn't naive enough to believe that Yang Kai was considering the Black Ink clan's interests. The two sides were sworn enemies, so it made no sense. Yang Kai asked, frowning, "What does my human race's gains from this have to do with you? Why ask so many questions?" Six Arms solemnly stated, "If Your Excellency can't give us a satisfactory answer, we can only think that this is some type of sinister plot and we will have to move to capture Your Excellency here today. Do you think you can?" Yang Kai sneered as he swept his gaze around arrogantly. Six Arms shouted, "Since you're here to discuss an armistice, show us real proof of your sincerity. Do you really think we territory lords are afraid of you?" Yang Kai pursed his lips in annoyance, obviously not wanting to explain himself, but in the end, he still answered, "Fine, I suppose there's no harm in telling you. The reason I want to discuss an armistice with you is because I want to let my human race's soldiers rest. Although the 8th Order Masters of my human race have not suffered any casualties over the past few decades, we have lost far too many below the 8th Order, and most of them died because they were caught up in the fights between the 8th Order Masters and the territory lords. You might not care about the deaths of your weaker clansmen, but it is very different for my human race. Every human who dies was a loyal patriot of my human race. It would not have been an issue had they lost their lives while fighting the Black Ink clan, even when masters on our level clash. It is more often those around us who suffer the consequences, dying pointless deaths. As the territory lords outnumber the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the 8th Order Masters must go all out and have no ability to care about anything else around them. Even if other human soldiers get swept up in their battlefields, they can do nothing about it, which is not just heartbreaking, but a costly loss. However, if there is a treaty which prevents the 8th Order Masters and territory lords from joining the battle, then such situations won't happen again. It is for this reason I am here today to negotiate a ceasefire with you. Are you satisfied with this answer?" The group of territory lords glanced at each other, somewhat believing Yang Kai's words. The important thing was that Yang Kai was telling the truth. Low-rank soldiers of both races were caught up in the clash between the Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords every time they fought, and many of them died as a result. The Territory Lords did not care about the deaths of low-rank Black Ink clansmen, but the deaths of so many human soldiers obviously troubled the Eighth Order Masters. Be that as it may, they could not hold back in the current environment. On top of that, the Territory Lords outnumbered the Eighth Order Masters, so the Territory Lords would often be able to slaughter their way into the midst of the human race army. At that time, even the Eighth Order Masters, who were already short-handed, would be forced to rush to block them. This put the human race into an even more passive situation. Six Arms tightly furrowed his brow and glanced at Mo Nai, who looked back and lightly nodded. Although Yang Kai's answer was still a little suspicious, it was indeed a valid reason. Six Arms asked, "Can you represent the entire human race?" Yang Kai scoffed, "You wish." "Of course, I can't represent the entire human race, but I am the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, so I can represent all human forces in Profound Nether territory." Six Arms probed, "In other words, the scope of this treaty is limited to the Territory Lords and Eighth Order Masters in Profound Nether territory?" "That's right. The human race is quite devious. How can we trust you?" "I can swear, but would you believe me?" Yang Kai looked at Six Arms with a serious expression. Trust is built based on mutual understanding between two sides. No matter what I say, you won't believe me anyway, but the fact that I came alone is enough to show my sincerity. You will know whether I'm telling the truth or not after seeing how the human race acts in the future. From today on, the Eighth Order Masters of my human race will not take the initiative to take part in the war in Profound Nether territory. I hope that you Territory Lords can also abide by the agreement. Of course, you can also not abide by it, but I will kill anyone who dares to do so. Don't think that you'll be safe if you go into hiding. Even if you scurry back to the no-return pass, I can still go there, kill you, then escape." The Territory Lords' expressions immediately became ugly as this was a naked threat. "I've said what I came to say, farewell." Yang Kai put away the Azure Dragon Spear, turned around, and left, without caring whether the Territory Lords agreed or not. The group of Territory Lords stared at Six Arms, seeking an answer from him. Six Arms, on the other hand, appeared to be struggling as to what to do. Only when Yang Kai had truly left did the Territory Lords break the encirclement, while Six Arms heaved a long sigh of relief as a sense of exhaustion hit him. Just now, he was almost unable to hold himself back from giving the order to attack Yang Kai. If he gave the order, this so-called peace treaty would have naturally been broken, and the Profound Nether Army would have undoubtedly retaliated. The reason why he didn't give the order was because he wasn't confident he could take Yang Kai down here, as the latter was just too calm. Six Arms was not the only Territory Lord who let out a sigh of relief. It had to be said that many Territory Lords were tempted to accept Yang Kai's so-called peace treaty. If they could reach an agreement with the human race that the Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords would not partake in the battle here any longer, then they would have nothing to worry about in the future. Over the past few decades, every time the human race army attacked, it would cause the Territory Lords extreme anxiety. No one knew which Territory Lord would become Yang Kai's target. Only when Yang Kai really made his move could they finally put their pounding hearts to rest. When Six Arms saw the expressions on the Territory Lords' faces, he became a little depressed. These Territory Lords of Profound Nether territory had been thoroughly traumatized by Yang Kai and likely would never recover. He then turned to Mo Nai and asked, "What do you think?" Mo Nai confirmed, frowning, "Does Sir Six Arms mean the peace treaty or?" "Naturally, the peace treaty. It's a good deal." Mo Nai replied, "Although I doubt we understand all its implications and I don't think the human race will be so kind, if they abide by the agreement, it will be a good thing for us Territory Lords." Six Arms nodded slightly in agreement. "I think so too. I'm just afraid that the humans have some hidden agenda that we're still unaware of." Mo Nai added with a smile, "The Territory Lords are the most important targets in Profound Nether territory, and since Yang Kai is willing to give up the opportunity to kill us to negotiate, it's not surprising that he has some ulterior motive." it also feels that the reason he gave is lacking. For the consideration of the human race soldiers, huh? 6 Arms understood. Mo Nai agreed with a nod, and, although many of the human race's soldiers have died at the hands of the territory lords over the years, giving up on killing territory lords for the sake of those weaker human soldiers is very foolish. Perhaps, there is some greater motivation we haven't guessed yet. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5581, The Human Race Must Train. Although he realized that Yang Kai was hiding something, Mo Nai couldn't figure it out. When Yang Kai returned to the human race's main camp, all the 8th Order Masters happened to be waiting for him. Yang Kai raised his head and nodded lightly to the crowd. It's settled. From now on, the 8th Order Masters and the Territory Lords will not be allowed to participate in further battles. Yang Kai had discussed the treaty with the 8th Order Masters before heading out. Some were against it, some were puzzled, but none of them endorsed it. The human race had the upper hand in profound nether territory. Everyone believed that they should be taking revenge, especially when Yang Kai could kill 1 or 2 territory lords in every battle. The territory lords had suffered heavy losses over these past 30 years, but not a single 8th Order Master from the human race had fallen. If this continued, the human race's advantage would grow bigger and bigger. The 8th Order Masters could already imagine flattening the Black Ink clan army in profound nether territory after a few more centuries. As such, no one had expected that Yang Kai would actually want to make a peace treaty with the Black Ink clan in these circumstances, especially since this treaty was only limited to the 8th Order Masters and Territory Lords, which was equivalent to the human race giving up their greatest advantage. Nonetheless, Yang Kai eventually convinced them. The human race must train its soldiers. The human race happened to have many good seedlings who had advanced directly to the 6th and 7th Order Open Heaven realm thanks to the Star Boundary World Tree clone's feedback. These seedlings had high hopes of reaching the 8th or 9th Order Open Heaven realm in the future. So, if they could grow, it would greatly alleviate or even reverse the decline of the human race. Many of the geniuses who had advanced to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm had entered the battlefield right away, but those who had broken through straight to the 7th Order were regarded as precious treasures by every cave heaven and paradise. They were hidden away, where they were given a large amount of resources. They were painstakingly cultivating in seclusion, hoping to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm as soon as possible and lead the human race out of this predicament. Even Hua Qing's Sea of High Heaven Palace had hidden 200 such elites. But was it possible to cultivate to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm in seclusion? If it was really that easy to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, the human race wouldn't only have had 100 or so old ancestors at its peak. Even if someone somehow managed to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm like this, they would be like a flower in a greenhouse that had never experienced true winds and rains. As such, their strength would be doubtful. Yang Kai only managed to reach his current heights because he had forged his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The same was true for every 8th Order Master present today. As such, the human race needed to temper their troops. They needed to send the geniuses who had broken through straight to the 6th and 7th Order Open Heaven realm to the battlefields and let them taste real hardship while allowing them to understand the predicament of the human race. However, the current Great Territory battlefields were a little dangerous to train these geniuses. The Territory Lords outnumbered the 8th Order Masters. Sometimes the 8th Order Masters failed to contain all the Territory Lords, giving them a chance to kill unscrupulously. Because of this, even the most talented elites had a high chance of dying. In fact, many geniuses have fallen over the years because of this. Losing the geniuses who had advanced straight to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm was one thing, but losing even just one who had advanced straight to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm would be quite heartbreaking. The purpose of training them was to make them stronger, not to let them die in vain. On the barren territory battlefield, the 9th Order old ancestors willingly sacrificed their lives to kill all the royal lords to create a safe space for their juniors to grow. They even managed to severely injure the Black Ink giant spirit god to buy more time. The Ninth Order old ancestors played a huge part in the current status quo the human race had managed to maintain, barely holding their ground in a dozen or so great territory battlefields. Nonetheless, it was not enough. Yang Kai's wish to make a peace treaty with the territory lords was simply an extension of the wills of the Ninth Order old ancestors. The old ancestors had wiped out most of the Black Ink clan royal lords, whereas Yang Kai kept the territory lords in check in profound nether territory, thereby creating a haven for the human race's younger generation to grow. This was the reason why the profound nether army had constantly been on the offensive for the last 3 decades and why he had been indiscriminately killing the territory lords on the battlefield. He was attacking the territory lords so that he could force them to accept this peace treaty. This plan was already in motion when Yang Kai had returned from the Star Boundary, but he had never told anyone about it. Now, since the Eighth Order masters and territory lords in profound nether territory would not be making any further moves, the human race could send their geniuses to this battlefield, where they could wander between life and death, comprehend the mysteries of the Grand Tao, and stimulate their potential. Of course, some geniuses would lose their lives in the process. After all, the Black Ink clan still held the advantage over the human race currently, but such losses could be accepted for the future of the human race. In any case, a dead genius was not a genius. The Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters world were constantly being nurtured by 2 World Tree clones, so how could the human race lack geniuses in the future? Of course, by doing this, the Profound Nether Army had tied themselves up and let the territory lords of Profound Nether territory gain an immediate advantage. From now on, they no longer had to worry about being ambushed by Yang Kai in battle. Be that as it may, this war was not just Yang Kai's war alone. It was a struggle the entire human race had to participate in as it concerned its very survival. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he could not end it alone. He had advanced straight to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm and then consumed a mid-rank world fruit, which allowed him to have a foundation of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Owing to this, his current cultivation of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm was his limit. It would be next to impossible for him to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm without the appropriate opportunity. The current him could kill a territory lord with the help of his soul-rending thorns, but if he was up against a royal lord, he would have no choice but to flee. In the future, the Black Ink clan would not be lacking territory lords and royal lords. After thousands of years, when the advantages created by the Ninth Order old ancestors were completely gone, what would the human race do? What the human race lacked was peak Eighth Order masters who could kill innate territory lords, and Ninth Order masters who would fight neck and neck with royal lords in the future. All of this depended on the effort and growth of the young geniuses. As such, Yang Kai had to make arrangements while he still had some deterrence against the territory lords. Yang Kai's reasoning had convinced the Eighth Order masters of Profound Nether Army. Many Eighth Order masters even felt ashamed after the discussions came to a close. They only saw the current success of the Profound Nether Army and failed to look further into the future. Every time war broke out, the Black Ink clan was unable to lift their heads, and the territory lords would be in complete panic. Only a few people could see that the current advantage of the Profound Nether Army was nothing more than a reflection of the moon in the water. The human race's advantage would slowly fade away and eventually disappear with time. When this matter was reported to the Supreme Headquarters, they promptly agreed to the arrangements of the Profound Nether Army. They even deliberately turned Profound Nether territory into a testing site. However, the Profound Nether Army had also made preparations to launch an all-out attack when Yang Kai went to negotiate the treaty. The moment the territory lords made a move on Yang Kai, the Profound Nether Army would definitely charge out to attack. Fortunately, Yang Kai's negotiation went extremely smoothly. The territory lords also did not take advantage of the fact that Yang Kai was alone to try to attack him. Yang Kai's calmness made the territory lords doubt whether they could kill him or not. Furthermore, the treaty was also quite tempting to the territory lords. Because of these points, Yang Kai was able to safely return. After hearing from Yang Kai that the matter was settled, Yang Lai shouted as a look of disbelief took over his face, "Don't the territory lords have any balls?" Wei Junyang smiled, "It's not that they don't have any balls, it's more like they are too afraid of being killed. 30 territory lords had lost their lives at Yang Kai's hands over the past 30 years, so who wouldn't be afraid? Only because of Yang Kai was this possible. If it were anyone else, even if it was Xiang Shan, the territory lords would have swarmed him. If one couldn't exert this level of deterrence, they would only be courting death if they went into the enemy's den alone. Then doesn't it mean that we won't have to do anything in profound nether territory in the future? Stated an 8th Order Master, frowning, this is going to be boring. Yang Lai rolled his eyes and stated, we can go support the other great territory battlefields. I'm afraid that's not possible. Yang Kai shook his head, although we have made a treaty, profound nether territory still needs 8th Order Masters to act as deterrents. Firstly, it would be hard to ensure that the Black Ink clan don't go back on their word without sufficient 8th Order Masters present. The Black Ink clan cannot be trusted. We may have agreed to a peace treaty, but if they found an opportunity to devastate our army, they would definitely take it despite the risks. For that matter, I want to establish 10 forward outposts in profound nether territory, which will require everyone here to oversee them. Forward outposts? An 8th Order Master asked curiously. Yang Kai explained, since we're going to be training our soldiers, a large-scale army strategy will no longer be suitable. In the future, the confrontation between the human race and Black Ink clan's soldiers in profound nether territory will probably only happen on a small scale. Profound nether territory is quite large, so we'll be building forward outposts as places where our soldiers can rest and heal. The 8th Order Masters immediately understood after hearing this. Wei Junyang agreed with this plan, nodding, you're right, these outposts can also provide a certain degree of security to our soldiers. That's right. Training is one thing, but we still need to minimize our losses. 10 outposts could roughly cover the entire profound nether territory. Even if each forward outpost only needed 3 8th Order Masters to oversee it, that would still be 38th Order Masters. Because of this, the 8th Order Masters of the profound nether army could not easily withdraw, so Yang Lai's request to go support the other great territory battlefields was simply a fantasy. Sir is quite thoughtful, Wei Junyang nodded. If none of you have any objections, then let's start immediately. You can discuss the location of the 10 forward outposts among yourselves, there's no need to consult me. The 8th Order Masters glanced at each other, none of them having any objections. They were already used to Yang Kai acting like an arm-flinging shopkeeper. Basically, the profound nether army's affairs had been managed by Wei Junyang, Kong Qingde, and the others all these years. Yang Kai was only in charge of a general plan, not the details or implementation. Soon, the profound nether army began moving. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were divided and sent out in various directions in units of 2 or 3 divisions each. The Black Ink clan instantly got the news and sent out scouts to investigate. When the scouts sent back their reports, 6 arms and the others were shocked to discover that the human race was establishing numerous outposts in another profound nether territory, each one overseen by several 8th Order Masters. Although Yang Kai had come to discuss a peace treaty with them, the territory lords did not completely believe him. No one could guarantee that this was not a scheme of the human race. The treaty did not prevent them from sending out some of their forces to investigate though, so after a few days, an army of over 1,000 Black Ink clan soldiers appeared near a human outpost that was recently built, secretly scouting it. However, their whereabouts were soon discovered and they were pursued by several human squads. Although they had suffered heavy casualties, they were not completely wiped out. The Black Ink clan kept testing the waters multiple times over the next few months. Although they were hunted down by the humans every time, the 8th Order Masters never came forward. The human race was indeed keeping their side of the treaty. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5582, only 2 9th Order Masters. While the human race's military training was in full swing in profound nether territory, Ong Kai had already rushed to Wind Mist territory. He had come here to see the last two living Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Wind Mist Territory was the first great territory that the Black Ink Clan army had invaded, and it was in complete shambles now. Traces of the Black Ink Clan's invasion could be seen everywhere, and all its universe worlds lay in utter ruin. At the place where the territory barrier was breached, old ancestors Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were sitting cross-legged in the void, each of them slowly forming hand seals one after another. Right in between the two of them, an arm that seemed capable of shattering the sky was reaching out through the territory barrier. This arm belonged to none other than the Black Ink Giant Spirit God who had awakened in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. When the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was awakened, he had rushed straight to the barren territory from the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Resisting the fierce attacks of the human race masters, he reached the weak point of the territory barrier and smashed it with a single punch, thrusting its arm through two great territories. Since then, the passage between the barren territory and Wind Mist territory had been forced completely open. The Black Ink Clan army, which was locked in a fierce battle with the human race in the barren territory, passed through this broken territory barrier and flooded into Wind Mist territory. Ever since, the Black Ink Clan's invasion became unstoppable. Soon after that incident, the vast majority of the Ninth Order old ancestors sacrificed themselves to open up an opportunity for the next generation of the human race, exterminating all but two of the Black Ink Clan royal lords and severely wounding this Black Ink Giant Spirit God. The surviving Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing led the human race army out of the barren territory and ordered the remnants to split up and go to the various great territories to preside over a mass evacuation and migration of the human race's cultivators. As for the two of them, they rushed straight to Wind Mist territory and restrained the Black Ink Giant Spirit God with a joint secret technique, taking advantage of the fact that the Black Ink Giant Spirit God had to keep its arm in place to ensure the territory barrier remained open. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years had passed. Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing had managed to restrain the Black Ink Giant Spirit God all these years, but that also trapped them in Wind Mist territory. If the human race still had the help of these two Ninth Order masters, the situation in the great territory battlefields would not have been nearly as tense as it was now. When Yang Kai arrived at this place and laid eyes on that thick and enormous arm, his expression still changed, even if it was not his first time seeing it. The Black Ink Giant Spirit God was simply too powerful. As for Mo, who was able to create the Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods, Yang Kai was simply unable to gauge its true depths. The arm was currently tightly bound by numerous chains. If one looked closely, one would discover that these chains were actually manifested from innumerable complex runes. Obviously, these chains were the manifestation of the secret technique executed by the two Ninth Order old ancestors. Initially, Yang Kai thought that there would be many Black Ink clansmen here monitoring the situation or worse, attacking the two old ancestors, but after arriving, he realized that he was mistaken. There was not a single Black Ink clansman here. This left him quite puzzled. Logically speaking, since the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was so powerful, the Black Ink clan's top priority should be helping him escape. In order to help him escape, attacking the two Ninth Order masters was the fastest solution. The reason Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were able to restrain this Black Ink Giant Spirit God was not because they were stronger, but because they had certain advantages on their side. The Black Ink Giant Spirit God had shoved its arm through a territory barrier, meaning its main body was in one great territory, while its fist and forearm were in another. This had allowed the Black Ink clan army to pass through this opening, but it also helped Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing to shackle the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. While the two old ancestors could use their full strength, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God could only exert a fraction of it, as most of its strength was used to keep the passage open. If it weren't for this, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God would have broken free long ago. In the past, a dozen old ancestors had needed to join forces to resist a single, heavily injured Black Ink Giant Spirit God, and even then they were barely a match. Now that the human race only had two Ninth Order masters remaining, how could they possibly restrain it? Sensing Yang Kai's aura, old ancestor Xiao Xiao opened her eyes and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Yang Kai respectfully bowed, "Greetings, old ancestors." He was quite familiar with old ancestor Xiao Xiao. As for Wu Qing, Yang Kai had met him when he went to Yinyang Pass, but he was not that close to him. Wu Qing nodded slightly in response. Yang Kai then answered, I came to see the two old ancestors. Is there anything I can help you with? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao shook her head. It's all right, you can't help us in this matter. How is the human race doing recently? The two perennially remained in wind-mist territory and had no contact with the outside world. Although Xiang Shan had come here twice, he could not remain for long. The last time he had come was some 3 or 4 decades ago, and the great territory battlefields happened to be in dire straits at that time. Yang Kai replied, the situation is still relatively stable for the time being. Although the fighting never ceases, it will not be easy for the Black Ink clan to defeat the human race. In addition, this junior is highly valued by the Supreme Headquarters and has been appointed as Army Commander of the Profound Nether Army. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao nodded, you deserve it. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her lips as she asked, since you are overseeing Profound Nether territory, the Black Ink clan there must be having a difficult time, right? Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying, Junior has negotiated a peace treaty with them. Xiao Xiao was taken aback by this revelation, a peace treaty. Wu Qin, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, also frowned and asked, what treaty? The human race must train. Yang Kai explained his thoughts, to which old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing repeatedly nodded in agreement. You've considered it carefully. In fact, when Xiang Shan first came here, he also mentioned this matter, Wu Qing thoughtfully stated. This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. Sir Xiang was also considering signing a peace treaty? Wu Qing shook his head in response and explained, he didn't say anything about a treaty, he was just worried about the future of the human race. He said that the good seedlings who had been hidden away might not be of much use in the future. However, he didn't have any solution to this problem. You on the other hand have already taken a step ahead of him. Good work. Yang Kai immediately understood something that had puzzled him. It was no wonder the Supreme Headquarters quickly agreed when he reported the matter of treaty to them. Apparently, Xiang Shan had long considered this issue and had been searching for a solution all this time. Thinking about it, it was impossible for a prudent and far-sighted man like Xiang Shan to just focus on the present. The Black Ink clan actually agreed? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was a bit puzzled. After killing enough of them to leave them terrified and traumatized, they naturally agreed, Yang Kai calmly stated. Wu Qing and old ancestor Xiao Xiao glanced at each other, secretly wondering just how many of the territory lord had died at his hand for them to be this afraid. Boy, you are quite arrogant for your age. Suddenly, a voice rang out in their ears. This voice seemed to be coming from an extremely far-away place, and yet it also seemed someone was whispering in their ears. Obviously, it was the black-inked giant spirit god who was speaking. Yang Kai could not be bothered with it though and simply looked at the two Ninth-Order masters and continued, the situation in Profound Nether territory has stabilized for the time being. But if we want to train the next generation up, a single great territory may not be enough. This junior is planning on patronizing the other great territory battlefields in the future to open up a few more training grounds. Wu Qing agreed with a nod, good, but we still need to leave a few as they are. When those brats advance to the Eighth Order, they will need to fight with the territory lords to stimulate their growth. This junior had the same idea. The black-inked giant spirit god spoke again, Brat, why must your human race keep struggling so strenuously? Now that Sung and the others have all fallen, the universe is destined to belong to my Black Ink clan. The day this Supreme One breaks free will be the day all submit to us. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before activating the great sun and moon marks, creating an enormous ball of purifying light that shot straight towards that thick arm. The ball of pure light immediately disintegrated the lingering black ink strength, and the black ink giant spirit god could not help but let out a groan. But he still continued, if you submit to this Supreme One now, I can guarantee on the behalf of the entire Black Ink clan that we won't corrupt you with black ink strength and will allow you to retain your sentience. Yang Kai remained silent for a moment before creating another massive ball of purifying light. In any case, he now had a lot of yellow and blue crystals. Even if he ran out of them, he could still go to the chaotic dead territory and ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for more. The black-inked giant spirit god groaned again and shut its mouth. It had finally discovered that the dog that bit him didn't bark. Yang Kai simply had no intention of communicating with it. If it continued to blabber on, Yang Kai would definitely just use that purifying light again. Although it would not hurt its foundation, the dissipation of its strength was extremely discomforting. This thing seems to be full of energy. Can the two old ancestors restrain it? Yang Kai worriedly asked. Wu Qing replied with a smile, if it decides to escape, the two of us won't be able to stop it. Many things had become clear to them over the past century. Yang Kai immediately became worried. Then what should we do? If this black-inked giant spirit god really managed to escape, the human race would not be able to resist him. Even if Fu Guang came out of seclusion and teamed up with old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, they still would not be its opponents. Don't worry, old ancestor Xiao Xiao reassured, he would have to pay a huge price in order to forcefully break free right now. At the very least, he will have to leave behind this arm that has crossed the two great territories. Furthermore, he is currently injured, so even if he breaks free, his strength will be greatly reduced. In the past, when the black-inked giant spirit god awakened from the divine spirit ancestral land, he traversed through the shattered heaven and rushed to the barren territory, bearing the bombardment of countless human race masters. No matter how powerful he was still injured at that time, and to break the territory barrier, he had no choice but to pay a certain price. After the black-inked giant spirit god had shattered the territory barrier, the Ninth Order old ancestors went all out to kill the invaders. By sacrificing their lives, not only did they manage to completely wipe out all but two royal lords, they also heavily injured the trapped black-inked giant spirit god. He's also waiting for an opportunity while healing himself. There won't be any problem for the time being, old ancestor Xiao Xiao explained. Yang Kai nodded in response, feeling much more relieved. Only now did he understand why the Black Ink clan had not sent troops to attack the two human race old ancestors. Even if they helped the Black Ink giant spirit god in escaping, he would still need time to heal himself. On the other hand, this way the top masters of both races could still restrain each other. Fu Guang was still recuperating in the dragon pool, and it would probably take him hundreds or even over 1,000 years before he could leave. Once he came out of seclusion, he could come and help old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, making it safer. What troubled Yang Kai was that he didn't know where Ada had gone. It had been so many years, but he was still nowhere to be found. Logically speaking, now that the Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds and countless universe worlds had died, Ada should have appeared by now. Yang Kai suspected that this guy was fast asleep in some remote great territory, which would make it all but impossible to find him without an exhaustive search. Old ancestors, you don't need to worry about the matters of the human race, us juniors will handle them. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao nodded, do your best, but don't feel too pressured. We old fogies have failed to live up to their expectations and forced the burden onto all of you. Yang Kai shook his head, do you need anything? Do you have enough supplies? Wu Qing replied, you can leave us just a few supplies, we don't need that much right now. Yang Kai immediately took out some provisions and placed them into a space ring before handing them to Wu Qing. He then bowed again and bid his goodbye, this junior will take his leave. Go on, old ancestor Xiao Xiao nodded. Yang Kai stared at the thick arm for a moment before using space principles and teleporting away. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5583, 3 Self-Source Reconstitution Art. Yang Kai returned to profound nether territory. In just several months, things had gotten on the right track when it came to training the profound nether army. Based on Yang Kai's initial plan, they had managed to build 10 forward outposts which served as resting places for the human soldiers. Every forward outpost was guarded by at least 3 Eighth Order Masters to ensure its safety. During this period, the profound Nether Army had broken up and scattered around the territory. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had repeatedly tested the waters and confirmed that the Eighth Order Masters indeed wouldn't make a move, allowing them to finally set their minds at ease. Now, no large-scale battles were occurring in the entire profound Nether territory, though the number and intensity of smaller conflicts had soared. Since the human soldiers had scattered around, the Black Ink clan soldiers had to follow suit. The soldiers of both races now clashed and killed each other in every corner of this territory. In every great battle in the past, the fights between the Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords were the focal point as well as the key to determining victory or defeat. However, after the peace deal, the Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords abstained from taking part in any kind of fighting. Now, the Seventh Order Masters and Feudal Lords took center stage. The squads, led by Seventh Order squad leaders, went all out to destroy the enemy, while some powerful feudal lords now rose up to lead their subordinates to slaughter the humans. Inside his palace, Yang Kai had started cultivating in seclusion. It hadn't been a long time since he ascended to the Eighth Order in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. As such, there was still much room for improvement in the Eighth Order realm for him. Nevertheless, to increase his strength quickly, he had to actually sit and cultivate hard. He had been traveling around everywhere for the past 100 years, never having a chance to focus on his cultivation. This was another reason he was eager to secure a peace deal with the Black Ink clan. The need to train the next generation of human soldiers was the primary reason, but Yang Kai also needed such an environment so he could enter retreat to cultivate. The Eighth Order was indeed his limit, but he was far from being at the peak of this realm. Right now, he needed to use soul-rending thorns to swiftly kill innate territory lords, but if he managed to reach the peak of the Eighth Order, he had the confidence to pull off the same feat without the help of soul-rending thorns. The accumulation process in the Eighth Order was extremely long. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a World Tree clone. The reason Duan Hongchen and the others could rapidly increase their cultivation was that they had the Star Boundary's help. They were great emperors acknowledged by the Star Boundary's will. As such, the abundance of heritage in the Star Boundary could be absorbed by them so they could cultivate far more swiftly. The great emperors of the Star Boundary had gained massive benefits by sharing the benefits of a World Tree clone between them, but Yang Kai had a World Tree clone all to himself in his small universe. He wasn't short on any resources either. What he needed was a stable, safe place to cultivate. While the human soldiers were training, Yang Kai had to cultivate hard as well, hence, he had no choice but to secure a peace deal with the territory lords. Yang Kai had one more reason to secure a stable environment for himself. For a long time, he would probably fall into a weakened state. He had no idea how frail he would become, but he was certain that his strength would be significantly weakened. As such, he had to force the territory lords off the battlefield before he could carry out his plan with peace of mind. Yang Kai ordered that unless it was a critical matter, no one was to disturb him, and then he set up multiple layers of restrictions around his cultivation chamber to ensure he was not interrupted. A large amount of resources were stored in his space ring so that he could use them at any moment. It had come to a point in his cultivation where consuming open heaven pills to cultivate was far too inefficient, hence, he had to refine 7th order or even 8th order sets of resources. Having said that, even though he had loads of resources, Yang Kai only had a small amount of 8th order ones. The resources he possessed were mostly in the 6th order and 7th order. All the same, the resources were more than enough. In the past, no one could ever squander resources to cultivate like him. After all, even though the cave heavens and paradises had a large reserve of 5-element resources, high-order yin and yang element materials were still extremely rare. On the other hand, Yang Kai had countless yellow and blue crystals, so yin and yang materials were the least of his concerns. On the contrary, it was a lack of high-order 5-element resources which restricted his lavish consumption. Yang Kai hadn't been able to cultivate with uninterrupted focus for a long time, so as a massive amount of resources were consumed by him, he could sense the heritage of his small universe gradually increasing. This kind of noticeable growth was quite gratifying. While cultivating, he also diverted some of his attention to monitor the entire void continent, for he had to look for a suitable carrier to carry out his next plan. Before Yang Kai parted ways with Wu Kuang outside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, the latter had taught him a method that would help him break through to the Ninth Order. It was a kind of secret art created by Shi back when he was alive. Tsang and the others each had different talents, and among them, Shi was skillful in the formulation of secret arts and techniques. Evidence of this was he was the one who created the astonishing heaven-devouring battle law. In modern times, some 50% of all secret arts and techniques that the human race had inherited had traces of Shi's influence. As such, this method passed down from him was extremely precious. However, even though Shi had worked out this secret art, he had done so after the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction was established. No one had cultivated the method before, so no one could be certain if it was even feasible at all. All the same, Yang Kai didn't mind giving it a try as the Eighth Order was the limit in his lifetime. Giving a dead horse medicine can't harm it after all. This couldn't be helped. There was no doubt that as an Eighth Order master, he could charge around profound nether territory and slaughter innate territory lords. However, what would happen a few thousand years from now? By then, there would be new royal lords in the Black Ink clan and new Ninth Order masters in the human race. As an Eighth Order master, how useful would he be then? Any random royal lord would be able to kill him with ease when that time came. Yang Kai wanted to secure a place for himself in the future when battling powerful enemies. It wasn't like he could just sit back and pin all his hopes on the next generation. For that reason, he longed to become a Ninth Order master. It would be wonderful if this method worked, but even if it didn't, there was no harm in giving it a shot. The three self-source reconstitution art was the method that Shi had come up with. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a secret art, it was more of a secret technique that was supposed to make up for the deficiencies in the open heaven realm method that had been passed down from the late ancient era. During that era, Tsang and the others made use of the world tree's power to gain enlightenment into the open heaven realm cultivation method, which allowed the humans to rise to power and build a foundation that lasted for many generations. However, there were some clear deficiencies in this open heaven realm method. Strictly speaking, it was incomplete. That was because every cultivator who used this method to make it to the open heaven realm had their own innate limit. The Fifth Order was the limit for those who directly ascended to the Third Order. Similarly, the Sixth Order and the Ninth Order were respectively the limits for those who directly made it to the Fourth Order and Seventh Order. What about the road after the Ninth Order? The martial Tao was a long journey of exploration, so there wasn't a true peak or limit to speak of. Tsang and the others might have realized the deficiencies in this method, however, this method was the only option available for the humans at that time. Given enough time, the martial ancestors might have devised a more perfect method of cultivation, but the great monsters roamed the universe in that era and humans struggled to survive. Hence, they didn't have time to experiment with and adjust the method. Tsang had said that he was still a Ninth Order master, though he was further ahead than the current Ninth Order old ancestors. He also declared that there was a higher realm beyond the Ninth Order. While Tsang was stuck in the Ninth Order, it was the same case for Shi, Mu, and the others. That was because the open heaven realm method they had cultivated was incomplete. As such, the road ahead of them had been cut off when they reached the Ninth Order. Regardless of how far they went, they were unable to move past the Ninth Order. Having been trapped in the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction for several million years, Shi kept pondering this issue and eventually came up with a solution. Before he merged with the restriction, he had sent out a thread of consciousness, which surmounted countless obstacles and was reborn. He had the intention to start over and cultivate from the beginning, but unfortunately, his wish wasn't granted in the end. Eventually, Wu Kuang, Shi's partial reincarnation, passed down this method to Yang Kai. Over the past 100 years, Yang Kai had been trying to comprehend this method. He had memorized every bit of it and fully understood every detail. What he had to do now was put it into action. According to Shi, it seemed that the universe itself had a will. When Mo plunged the universe into chaos, that will led the 10 martial ancestors to enter the grand ancient ruins boundary. With the World Tree's help, they comprehended the open heaven realm method, which allowed them to fight Mo's expansion. In the following eons, those who had the chance to enter the grand ancient ruins boundary and obtain World Tree clones were akin to cards that Will had drawn in order to protect itself. However, those cards were all basically destroyed. Yang Kai was just the latest example and probably the last one. During the primordial era, divine spirits ruled over the universe, and during the early ancient era, the monster race was the most powerful force. It wasn't until the late ancient era that the humans rose to dominance. If the heavenly way really had a will, there was no denying it favored these 3 kinds of living creatures, for their presence represented 3 different magnificent eras. These 3 kinds of living creatures were probably the chosen ones of the heavenly ways while during the different eras. If Yang Kai could merge these 3 favored existences into his own being, he might be able to make up for the deficiencies and find a way forward in his cultivation. Although the method sounded abstruse and even a bit fantastical, it wasn't actually difficult to put it into action. Yang Kai just had to come up with a way to integrate the powers of these 3 kinds of living creatures. Simply put, he had to cultivate soul clones, which were his divine spirit self, monster self, and human self. As these 3 selves united, he might be able to break through the shackles of the open heaven realm and ascend to the 9th order. It was for this reason that he headed to the demon realm back then and retrieved embodiment. He had to get prepared for cultivating the 3 self-source reconstitution art by taking back his other living soul clone. Yang Kai was originally a human, but in the past, he happened to obtain a divine dragon source. Gradually, his bloodline was dragonized, and after he cultivated in the dragon pool, his human bloodline was permanently purged. Now, he was technically a pure divine spirit. Moreover, he was a part of the dragon clan, the head of the divine spirits. There was no doubt he was formidable in his own right. As such, he already had a divine spirit self. Now, he needed a human self and a monster self. Regardless, Yang Kai decided to cultivate his human self first as it was probably the easier one. If there were any problems in the future, he could slowly make some adjustments. Therefore, during his retreat, while he consumed the resources to cultivate, Yang Kai had also been paying attention to everything on the Void Continent. Presently, the Void Continent could be considered prosperous. Following Yang Kai's increase in strength, his small universe's capacity had also greatly expanded. The most conspicuous change was that the small universe's territory had become larger. As a result, there had also been an increase in population. The flow of time in his small universe was different from that of the outside world, and with the World Tree clone's presence, more and more youths with extraordinary aptitudes appeared. Most of them became part of the major sects and learned how to cultivate there. When they reached a certain age or level of cultivation, they would be invited to the Void Tao Temple, thus becoming disciples of the Tao Temple. There were still some conflicts in the Void world. There had been the rise and fall of different families and sects. Regardless, there was one powerful force that had stood the test of time. It was none other than the 7 Stars sect. After all, the Tao Lord was the supreme elder of the 7 Stars sect. As such, no one had the guts to offend 7 Stars sect. Instead, they were all eager to flatter them. Meanwhile, even though the 7 Stars sect was the most powerful in the entire Void world, they remained humble and righteous, never committing any kind of outrage or offense since it rose to power several tens of thousands of years ago. For that reason, many talented young people dreamed of joining the 7 Stars sect, which helped further strengthen the sect's foundation and inheritance. Martial Peak, Chapter 5584, Fong Family. The present 7 Stars sect was very different from the one Yang Kai had seen in the past. The sect now occupied countless mountains and rivers, while on the various spirit peaks, houses and pavilions could faintly be seen as rare beasts roamed around freely. There was no denying it was now a powerful sect. After several tens of thousands of years of accumulation, this sect, which had migrated from its original location back then, had a very ample heritage now. Yang Kai hadn't paid attention to his small universe for a long time, so as he looked around Seven Stars sect, he felt that everything had changed drastically. There was no doubt he still had some emotional attachment to Seven Stars sect. After all, his soul avatar had stayed in this place for quite some time, and he had even taken his 3 disciples from here. Although he hadn't found anything useful this time around, he wasn't disappointed and simply went on to inspect other places. A few years later, when Yang Kai scanned his small universe with his divine sense again, something in the Seven Stars sect caught his attention. His brow twitched as he couldn't help thinking that he indeed had some predestined fate with Seven Stars sect. Other than the fact that he had taken on his 3 disciples in the Seven Stars sect, he had also found his human self here. In fact, he had encountered some suitable options over the past few years, but none were really up to his standards. This was a matter closely related to his future, after all, therefore, he wouldn't dare to be negligent as he wanted everything to be perfect. The opportunity he had come across this time was satisfactory. After some inspection, he stopped hesitating as he began executing the 3 self-source reconstitution art. At that instant, his soul was torn apart and his aura plunged. When he used soul-rending thorns to kill innate territory lords, Yang Kai also tore his soul apart. By powering the soul-rending thorns with a portion of his soul essence, he not only destroyed the enemy, but also harmed himself. However, that feeling of being torn apart was quite different from the present one. As he activated the 3 self-source reconstitution art now, Yang Kai felt as if he was slicing himself in half. If not for the fact that he had activated soul-rending thorns many times before, this kind of extreme pain would have made him pass out directly. The method that Sure had come up with was intriguing, to say the least. It would be worth it if it was useful, but if it turned out to be useless, all this pain and suffering would be for nothing. As his soul was ripped apart, Yang Kai not only became frail, but he also realized that he had become listless and dazed. His forehead felt scorching, as though he had come down with fever. Now, he couldn't even use half of his full strength. If he were to fight an innate territory lord in such a condition, he would undoubtedly die. He tried to pull himself together as he used the secret technique to wrap his soul fission with layers of seals. This was a soul fission from a powerful 8th order master, after all, so the average carrier couldn't possibly bear it. As such, he had to seal it. When he was done sealing the soul fission, Yang Kai let out a long breath. As a thought flashed across his mind, the soul fission traversed the small universe and descended in a particular direction. Seven Stars sect was the strongest sect in Void World with several tens of thousands of years worth of inheritance. Not only was the inside of the sect magnificent, but the lands under its jurisdiction were also prosperous. Several cities surrounded Seven Stars sect as countless cultivators streamed along the streets. The Fong family village was located some 200 kilometers outside one of these major cities. One of the Fong family's ancestors was a Seven Stars sect disciple, however, his aptitude was weak as he had only managed to make it to the Tao Source realm. He passed away 1,000 years ago. Over the past 1,000 years, the Fong family had some members who had aptitude for cultivation, but none of them were very talented. As such, they couldn't restore their family's former glory. Now, most people on the Void continent aspired to be cultivators, and there were a lot who had outstanding aptitudes. Nevertheless, rarely would anyone be considered a prodigy. Fortunately, the present cultivation environment was much better than it used to be several tens of thousands of years ago. As long as one wasn't completely crippled, they would have some cultivation talent in them. Having said that, while talent was important, one's own hard work and will to improve were still the key to achieving success. The patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Yubai, was not such a person. His cultivation was weak as he was only in the true element boundary. This kind of cultivation was unremarkable on the Void continent. All the same, he wasn't an ambitious person. As time passed, he was no longer as hot-blooded as when he was younger, and more than 10 years ago, he married a woman, and had been living off the heritage he inherited from his ancestors ever since. His wife, Zhong Yuxiu, was even weaker than him as she was only in the separation and reunion boundary. With that said, she was a wise and demure woman. The married couple lived a harmonious life far away from any kind of conflict. There was no doubt they were happy and carefree. That was also how most people on the Void Continent lived. Those heaven-defying geniuses and masters who could fly through the sky were far removed from most people's lives. Nevertheless, Fang Yubai had been in a terrible mood recently. There had never been a lot of offspring in the Fang family, and for some reason, instead of getting better with time, things had only gotten worse in Fang Yubai's generation. It had been more than 10 years since he married, and during this period, Fang Yubai had never neglected his wife's needs. To his dismay, however, his wife never became pregnant over the years. As his wife grew older, he couldn't help feeling dejected, wondering if one of them had some kind of health problem. Fortunately, they seemed to have the blessing of the Fang family's ancestors, and 6 months ago, his wife was suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of discomfort. She felt dizzy in the morning and would frequently retch after eating anything. Upon closer inspection, the couple was surprised to learn that she was pregnant. Fang Yubai then reported to his ancestors about this piece of wonderful news. Since then, he had been taking extra care of his wife as he was worried that she would become ill or injured. He had also stopped her from practicing her sword, which was a long-time habit of hers. He wanted her to get more rest so that the child wouldn't be affected. Zhong Yuxiu certainly wouldn't object to this. In fact, now that she was finally pregnant, she felt quite relieved. Unfortunately, life wasn't always so kind. Half a month ago, Zhong Yuxiu suddenly realized that there were no longer any movements from her child. She was in the separation and reunion boundary, after all. As such, she was aware of what was going on inside her body. The realization horrified the couple, and they quickly hired a senior expert to examine her. The result turned out to be terrible for them. The child in Zhong Yuxiu's belly didn't seem to have enough vitality. As such, it was uncertain if she could even give birth to her child. Now, she could only get enough rest, and leave the rest up to the heavens. After seeing the senior expert off, a dejected Fang Yubai became even more attentive to his wife. However, both of them could clearly feel that the vitality of their child was weakening by the day. Fang Yubai was downcast as he wondered why their family was so unlucky. It was extremely difficult for his wife to get pregnant, and now they were at risk of losing their child. If the child was gone, there would no longer be any offspring in the Fang family's main line. At the thought of this, Fang Yubai felt too ashamed to face his ancestors. On the other hand, Zhong Yuxiu wept every day. Despite knowing that her emotions would affect her child, she still couldn't help feeling sorrowful. It was the sorrow of a mother who knew she might not be able to keep her child. One day, Fang Yubai was leading his subordinates to inspect the spirit farm in the village. 7 Stars sect had many disciples, and as such, they needed a lot of spirit pills to cultivate. Outside 7 Stars sect, those in the villages like the Fang family village would nurture some spirit farms where they planted a lot of simple spirit herbs to make a living. In fact, there were many similar villages around 7 Stars sect. It was thanks to the spirit herbs grown in these villages that the cultivation needs of those grassroots disciples were met. In the spirit farm, the spirit herbs were growing well. Despite that, Fang Yubai was disconsolate as he was worried about his wife and their child. Just then, a maidservant rushed over and exclaimed, "Patriarch. Madam said that her belly is in pain, so she wants you to return at once." Hearing that, Fang Yubai was no longer in the mood to inspect the spirit farm and used all his strength to run back to his home. Upon his arrival, he heard his wife's muffled moaning. He dashed into the room and shoved the maidservants and midwives away, only to see Zhong Yuxiu lying on the bed, her face as pale as a white sheet. He sat down beside the bed and asked anxiously, "How are you feeling, my wife?" Zhong Yuxiu's forehead was beaded with sweat, and her clothes were all soaked. It was apparent that she was going through some unbearable pain. When she saw her husband, she was deluged with grievances and pain as she cried, "My belly hurts, my husband. The child. What happened to the child?" Fang Yubai's face turned ashen. "There hasn't been any movement from the child for half a day," Zhong Yuxiu wailed. A 6-month-old fetus should have been very active in mother's belly, and although the child didn't have enough vitality, it would still occasionally make some movements and kick his mother. Now that there hadn't been any movement for half a day though, it was apparent that things had taken a turn for the worse. As if struck by lightning, Fang Yubai was rooted to the spot. He couldn't help but lament that their family didn't have the heavens' blessings. His wife was finally pregnant with a child, but she didn't have a chance to give birth to it. Fang Yubai had been working hard all his life, and although he couldn't be considered a philanthropist, he had never done anything wicked. He wondered why he was so unlucky. All of a sudden, a maidservant yelped, "Ah! Blood!" Fang Yubai looked down and saw that blood was indeed streaming out of his wife's lower body. The bed had been dyed red. "Madam has passed out," the maidservant exclaimed again. A terrified Fang Yubai called out, "My wife!" The room descended into a mess. The turn of events caught Fang Yubai off guard as he had no idea what to do. Gotcha! A sudden loud clap of thunder shocked everyone in the room. The thunder was different from the ones they had heard in the past as it continued for a long time. The instant the thunder was heard, the entire sky lit up. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky as though trying to tear it apart. Thunder on a clear day. One of the midwives muttered under her breath. One had to know that the weather was lovely today with not a cloud in sight. It was obviously not normal for a clap of thunder to sound all of a sudden. Fang Yubai almost went mad. The Fang family members had been good people for generations. However, he couldn't even produce a single heir, which was downright miserable. He wondered if the heavens were also mourning for him. Presently, he was at a loss as he had no idea what he should do if the child was indeed dead. After all, he had never experienced such an incident before, so it was only natural that he didn't know how to deal with it. The maidservants and the midwives were also flustered and uncertain about what they should do. While they were despondent, a thud was heard all of a sudden. Initially, Fang Yubai didn't pay attention to it as he only wailed in sorrow. However, when he heard the same kind of thud for the second time, he realized something was off. He quickly kept quiet and glanced at his wife's belly in shock. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5585, Fang Tian Ci. If Fang Yubai wasn't mistaken, the sound was coming from his wife's belly. Although he wasn't powerful, he was in the true element boundary at the very least. He could hear sounds that the mortals were unable to hear. Furthermore, he was very familiar with this kind of sound. When the child was still fine back then, he would always lean his head against his wife's belly to listen to the child's movements. The thudding sounds were the child's heartbeat. "Shush!" he suddenly ordered. Instantly, the maidservants and midwives stopped weeping and kept their mouths shut. Seated beside the bed, Fang Yubai observed his wife. He wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but he believed that some of the color had been restored to his wife's originally pale face. Dong. Another gentle thud was heard from his wife's belly. Fang Yubai trembled and leaned in close to his wife before pressing his ear against her belly, waiting anxiously. Dong, 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 dong. The weak heartbeat was a sign that the child in the belly had been brought back to life. Although the heartbeat was initially in a mess, it gradually began pounding normally. Fang Yubai even had a feeling that the heartbeat was stronger than what he had heard in the past. All of a sudden, his wife's belly swelled a little. Fang Yubai instantly felt that someone kicked him through the flesh. Even though the kick was gentle, he almost jumped in shock. "Ah!" He widened his eyes in disbelief as he quickly took his wife's wrist and examined her pulse. A moment later, tears started streaming down his face. Thank the heavens. The maidservants and midwives looked at each other as they had no idea what was going on. 1 hour later, Zhong Yuxiu slowly regained her senses, and the moment she opened her eyes, she saw Fang Yubai beside the bed. "You're finally awake, my wife," Fang Yubai was pleasantly surprised. Although he had examined his wife and confirmed that she was fine, it wasn't until she awakened that he breathed a sigh of relief. A dazed Zhong Yuxiu stared at her husband as her mind gradually became clear. Tears slid down from her reddened eyes as she asked, "What happened to the child, my husband?" Despite knowing that her child was probably gone for good, she still couldn't help asking her husband about it to get a definitive answer. Fang Yubai patted the back of her hand and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, my wife. The child is fine." Zhong Yuxiu didn't believe him as she cried, "There's no need to console me, my husband. I'm able to accept the truth." Hearing that, Fang Yubai couldn't help smiling, "I'm not trying to console you. The child is really fine. You're a cultivator too. If you don't believe me, you can examine yourself." Realizing that her husband wasn't pulling her leg, Zhong Yuxiu doubtfully activated her power and carefully examined her body. What she discovered astounded her. Not only was the child in her belly indeed fine, but she could also feel that the child's vitality was far stronger than before. What's going on? She remembered that her belly was in sharp pain on this day, and there hadn't been any movement from her child for half a day. Before she passed out, her lower body had even started bleeding. She was ready to accept the fact that her child was gone for good, but the truth turned out to be such a pleasant surprise. "Am I dreaming, my husband?" She still couldn't believe that her child was alive. Fang Yubai placated her, saying, "You're not dreaming. Everything is going well." Unable to hold back her tears any longer, Zhong Yuxiu started bawling her eyes out. All her worries over the past few days were gone as she could finally vent out her sorrow. Although she was crying, she felt relieved. Don't cry, it might affect the child." Not knowing what to do, Fang Yubai could only help wipe the tears off the corners of her eyes. Zhong Yuxiu nodded repeatedly, but she couldn't stop her tears from sliding down her cheeks. It wasn't until a long time later that she gradually calmed down. While stroking her belly, she bit her lip and said, "The child is hungry, my husband." Fang Yubai was startled for a moment before guffawing, "Give me a moment, my wife. I'll tell the cooks to prepare something for you." With that, he turned around and left. The news of his dead child being brought back to life soon spread around. It was also said that lightning struck on a clear day when it happened, which was an unusual phenomenon. Soon, everyone heard about this incident. All the villagers thought that the Fang family's ancestors had done enough good deeds to make the heavens bring the child back from death's door. Those who believed the story became even more respectful of the heavens, while the non-believers dismissed it as superstition. After all, the child was still in her belly. Other than the Fang family members, no one knew if the child had really been resurrected. With that said, lightning had indeed struck from the clear sky on that day, and the news had sent a shockwave across the entire Void world. Void Dao Temple and the major sects had sent some people to look into the matter, but they discovered nothing in the end. Zhong Yuxiu's belly became larger by the day, but what was strange was that since the incident that day, her child's vitality had never become weaker. On the other hand, Zhong Yuxiu was originally somewhat thin, but she too had gradually become chubby. 10 months into the pregnancy, she was finally ready to give birth. While Fang Yubai was waiting anxiously outside the room, the maidservants and midwives kept streaming in and out of the place. 1 hour later, a loud cry was heard coming from the room. The next moment, a maidservant rushed over and reported, "Congratulations, Patriarch. It's a boy." At this point, Fang Yubai's face was covered in tears, for he finally had an heir. There was a new young master in the Fang family, and his name was Fang Tianci. Fang Yubai felt that the child was given to them by the heavens. If not for the heavens having mercy on them that day, the child would have passed away. Since he only had a single child in his old age, Fang Yubai doted on him. Although the Fang family couldn't be considered wealthy, the patriarch was still quite generous to his child. If the average child had been doted on like this since a young age, he would probably grow up to be a willful person. However, Fang Tianxi turned out to be well-mannered. Despite growing up in a rich family, he had never done anything that harmed others' interests. Moreover, he was an intelligent and genial person. As such, the villagers in the Fang family village were quite fond of him. As time passed, the child grew up to be a young man. Fang Yubai wanted him to join the Seven Stars sect, so he had been trying to build a foundation for him by teaching him some simple cultivation methods since the latter was a young boy. However, much to his chagrin, even though his child was intelligent, he didn't seem to be a talented cultivator. It wasn't until Fang Tianxi was 13 that he reached the initial element boundary. Another 5 years later, he finally ascended to the Qi transformation boundary. There was no doubt his aptitude was slightly better than that of Fang Yubai, but it was still quite limited. One had to know that world energy was abundant in the void world. If one was a prodigy, they would reach the true element boundary by the age of 18. However, Fang Tianxi was only in the Qi transformation boundary, which was 2 great realms below the true element boundary. Certainly, those from the Seven Stars sect wouldn't be interested in someone with such weak aptitude. Even the smaller sects wouldn't accept him. As such, Fang Yubai decided to give up on this small dream. He was lucky enough to have a child, so demanding him to have a good aptitude for cultivation was downright greedy. Fortunately, Fang Tianxi possessed an unwavering spirit and was quite hard-working, so despite his lack of talent, he still built a very solid foundation. Since he was an only child, his parents weren't willing to let him leave the village and become anyone's disciple in a faraway place. As such, they decided to just teach him at home. Time went by slowly. Fang Yubai and his wife were now old and frail. Their cultivation was weak, so they couldn't enjoy a long life. With the abundance of world energy in the void world, even mortals who had never cultivated before could live past 100 years, but there would still come a day when they passed away. Despite being cultivators, the married couple could only live for slightly longer than that. They increasingly felt that they didn't have much energy left, and their days were surely numbered. Fortunately, Fang Tianxi was married. Although his wife wasn't a young lady from a wealthy family, their families were equally matched. She had also given birth to Fang Tianxi's children. Several years later, Fang Yubai and Zhong Yuxiu passed away in close succession. As time passed, wrinkles started appearing on Fang Tianxi's face. When he was 150 years old, his wife also left him for the next world. He only had one wife for all his life, just like his parents. His love for his wife was steadfast and unshakable. Unfortunately, his wife was just a commoner who had never cultivated before, so she didn't live for long. Although he now had some children and even grandchildren, the death of his wife was still devastating to Fang Tianxi. He seemed to have aged significantly overnight as his hair turned gray. His parents were long gone, and even his only wife was no longer with him. Since there were quite a few Fang family members now, Fang Tianxi felt he no longer had any worries. He summoned his children to the Fang family's grand hall and informed them about his intention to leave home. Certainly, his children were not willing to see him depart. Although Fang Tianxi had been cultivating since he was a young child, he was only in the immortal ascension boundary now. Given his advanced age and frailty, how was he supposed to take care of himself if he went out to explore the world now? Although it was generally safe in the void world, the current Fang Tianxi couldn't possibly fend off ill-intentioned people on his own should he come across any danger. All the same, Fang Tianxi had made up his mind. He only summoned his children to inform them about his decision, not discuss it with them. Several days later, Fang Tianxi left the Fang family village on his own. Behind him, his children and grandchildren fell on their knees as they watched him leave. In fact, Fang Tianxi had no idea why he had decided to go out on an excursion. Supposedly, he was no longer a high-spirited and ambitious youth. At his age, he was supposed to spend his retirement years having fun with his grandchildren. However, there was a voice in his heart that kept telling him that he should go out and see this wonderful world at least once. This kind of urge had been with him since he was very young. Unfortunately, his aptitude was unremarkable, and he was weak. When he was young, he couldn't possibly leave his parents, and when his parents passed away, he was already married with children. His weakness couldn't help him realize his dream. Now that his wife was gone, he reckoned that his children and grandchildren no longer needed him. Since he had no more worries, he decided to make his dream come true despite knowing that he might be killed somewhere along the way. One night, he arrived at a certain mountain and sat down to cultivate. Since he started cultivating, he had never slacked off over the years. Although his cultivation was weak, he knew that little drops of water made a mighty ocean over time, therefore, he would never miss cultivating every day. This helped build a solid foundation for him. Although he was no match for some of the talented young people, his true chi was quite robust for one in the immortal ascension boundary. Rarely would anyone in the same boundary be a match for him. However, the moment he started cultivating on this day, he realized that something was off. He had reached the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage 30 years ago, which he felt was his limit. Over the years, he had never been able to break through this bottleneck. His aptitude and body simply didn't allow him to walk any further on the martial Tao. Nevertheless, on this day, the bottleneck that had blocked him for 30 years showed signs of cracking. Martial Peak, Chapter 5586, Entering the Tao Temple. Fang Tianci couldn't help falling into a dazed state. When he examined himself again, he realized it wasn't an illusion. The bottleneck that had restricted him for such a long time was finally breaking apart. Nevertheless, he wasn't ecstatic. After years of cultivation, his personality had become the epitome of calm and collected. He only thought that he was finally able to achieve a breakthrough in his old age, which was unheard of as far as he knew. Perhaps it had something to do with his decision to go out and explore the world. Now that he had no more worries, nothing could restrict him again. Since his birth, he had never felt more carefree and unrestrained. He then circulated his true chi in an attempt to achieve a breakthrough. Everything went so smoothly to the point where it was hard for him to believe it. Soon, dark clouds gathered in the sky as lightning crackled and thunder rolled. He knew that the trial of the world's grand Tao had come. His expression remained as tranquil as an ancient well. Following a bolt of lightning, powerful world energy penetrated his body and cleansed his aged mind. He gritted his teeth and persevered, enduring the unbearable pain in silence as he realized that he was gradually growing stronger. It wasn't until the next morning that the heavenly manifestation dissipated. A long and satisfied roar reverberated across the mountains. Fang Tianci, who was originally in the immortal ascension boundary, felt his aura surging as he broke through his shackles and ascended to the transcendent realm. The ascension didn't only bring about an increase in strength, but some of the wrinkles on his face also disappeared. There was a bit of glow on his originally withered skin now. He seemed to have become much younger overnight as some of his hair had turned from gray to black. As he washed his face beside a creek and looked at his reflection, he chuckled lightly. After consolidating his cultivation for a bit, he built a hut on the mountain and started living there. He was suddenly able to achieve a breakthrough, but the trial of the world's grand Tao didn't only help increase his power, it also allowed him to comprehend something else. As such, he needed time to go through this new enlightenment. Years passed as flowers withered and bloomed in a cycle. When Fang Tianci left his seclusion 10 years later, his aura had become much more robust. It was apparent that he had moved further into the transcendent realm. Besides that, 10 years of cultivation had allowed him to grasp a different kind of power. It was an abstruse power that was unfamiliar to him. It was none other than the Tao of space. There were some cultivators in the void world who had cultivated the Tao of space thanks to the Tao Lord's blessing. It was rumored that the inscrutable Tao Lord had cultivated over 10,000 grand Taos and the entire void world was filled with the Tao essences of these grand Taos. These Tao essences were intangible, but omnipresent. Only the most talented cultivators had a chance to comprehend them and obtain some of the Tao Lord's inheritance. The extraordinary people were already able to connect to the Tao Lord's grand Taos before they were even born. After they were born, once they cultivated the grand Taos that matched their talents, their cultivation would rapidly increase. They would easily be led to enter the Void Tao Temple and become Tao Temple disciples. It was extremely rare to find people who were born compatible with the Tao Lord's grand Taos. Perhaps only one such person would be born in many years. It was said that the first disciple that the Tao Lord had taken on in Seven Stars sect had caught the Tao Lord's attention before he was even born. Everyone was envious of such luck. It was something that could not be forced. Nevertheless, the world's grand Tao never stopped anyone from obtaining the Tao Lord's inheritance. When Feng Tianci went through the trial of the world's grand Tao and achieved a breakthrough 10 years ago, he sensed a bit of the grand Tao's Tao essence in the void world. If anyone came across such an opportunity, they might be able to comprehend something. Many such people benefited from this experience. Whenever they achieved a breakthrough, they could faintly detect a particular kind of grand Tao. This was the Tao Lord's gift to the void world. Although he had cultivated over 10,000 grand Taos, the Tao Lord was said to be particularly skillful in 3 of them. They were the Tao of space, the Tao of time, and the spear Tao. It was rumored that the Tao Lord had primarily cultivated these 3 grand Taos. Many millennia ago, these 3 grand Taos were by far the most conspicuous in the void world. It wasn't until a long time later that many other grand Taos rose to prominence. Since these 3 grand Taos were what the Tao Lord had primarily cultivated, anyone who managed to inherit one of these grand Taos would be treasured. When Feng Tianci was young, he was unable to achieve any such success, and it never crossed his mind that he would make it to the transcendent realm in the twilight of his life. Besides that, he had also comprehended the Tao of space during the trial of the world's grand Tao. His experience left him torn between tears and laughter. If he had such an opportunity when he was young, he would have tried to make a name for himself and gain a footing in this world. However, after experiencing the vicissitudes of life, he was no longer as ambitious as when he was young. Now, he just wanted to travel around the void world and take in the wonderful sights he didn't have a chance to see in the past. He then left the place where he had stayed for 10 years. As he roamed around the world, he simply followed his whims without having any kind of plan in mind. Perhaps it was because he had severed ties with his past, he felt different now. After leaving the Feng family village, Feng Tianci could finally chase his dreams and live the kind of life he had always wanted. Wherever he went, he stood up for the weak and vanquished evil. When he arrived at any sect, he would spend some time discussing the martial Tao with their cultivators. There were some occasions where he fell into danger. He was once hunted down by powerful monster beasts through the mountains. Other times, he had been dragged into plots and besieged by disciples of sects. Fortunately, as his mastery of the Tao of space improved, he could always find a way to preserve his life. These dangerous encounters didn't hold him back or dampen his spirits. Instead, they only made him stronger. He soon became a famous figure. Despite having cultivated for 150 years, he was still only in the immortal ascension boundary back then. The story of such an ordinary cultivator achieving a breakthrough and becoming powerful sent a shockwave across the world. There had never been a lack of ambitious but ordinary people in the Void Continent, so when they heard about Feng Tianci's story, many had the misconception that they too could pull off a similar feat. To some extent, Feng Tianci's story had propelled many ordinary cultivators to work harder. Nevertheless, only a small number of them could really break through their shackles like he had. 30 years later, Feng Tianci ascended to the Saint Realm from the Transcendent Realm. He went through a world trial again, but this time, he gained enlightenment into the Tao of time. 50 years later, he made it to the Saint King Realm and comprehended the Spear Tao. Every time he broke through to the next great realm, Feng Tianci would gain massive benefits. Even his appearance had become increasingly younger. When he left the Feng family village, he was old and frail, but after traveling around the world for 100 years, He now looked like a middle-aged man. While others grew older with time, he seemed to become younger. His experiences gave him a unique type of charm, and by now his story had become quite famous. Although he still wasn't a truly powerful master, his inspirational journey had become a legend in the void world. Many families wanted him to join them and offers of marriage were never lacking. Nonetheless, Fang Tianci wasn't interested in such matters and turned them all down as he continued his journey. Over the years, he made many good friends, but none of them could keep him company for long. Sometimes, he would feel lonely, but he reasoned that this was the price he had to pay for chasing the martial Dao. He never intended to return to the Fang family village. After his departure, he decided that he would never go back to his hometown. Since he had left behind some offspring, he had no more worries. As such, he could bid farewell to his past without regrets. Compared to the talented geniuses, his cultivation speed couldn't be considered rapid. However, his progress was stable, and he was able to build a solid foundation in every realm. As he traveled around the world, he had some friendly matches against cultivators in the same realm, but was never once defeated. It could be said that he was unrivaled in the same realm. Moreover, he had inherited the Dao Lord's 3 primary Grand Daos, which made him even more popular. One had to know that even though some cultivators had the chance to inherit the Dao Lord's Grand Daos, none of them was like Fang Tianci, who managed to inherit the Dao of Space, Dao of Time, and Spear Dao altogether. Everyone was curious about why he had such an opportunity. Supposedly, a prodigy would show signs of having extraordinary aptitude when they were young. However, Fang Tianci was different. He only became powerful when he was well over 100 years old. Although the increase in his strength wasn't rapid, he managed to achieve something that no cultivators in the void world had ever pulled off before. He went from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King Realm, to the Dao Source Realm, to the Emperor Realm eventually. Slowly but steadily, he grew from an insignificant cultivator to an important master. Now, it had been 1,000 years since he left the Fang family village. Many things had changed during this period. It took him over 1,000 years to go from the immortal ascension boundary to the Emperor realm. There was no doubt his cultivation speed was slow and his aptitude was terrible. Supposedly, this shouldn't have happened. If a cultivator was unable to make it to the Emperor realm within 1,000 years in a wonderful environment such as the Void World, he wouldn't be able to achieve it in his lifetime. However, Fang Tianci had pulled it off. Some people had asked him what his secrets were. All he could tell them though was that he had no idea. After he left the Fang family village, even though his cultivation speed was slow, he never faced any bottlenecks again. In other words, although the increase in his power was snail-paced, he would always make it to the next realm given enough time. It was unlike any other cultivators who might get stuck in the same realm forever despite rapidly being able to accumulate enough heritage to break through. This made the masters in the Void World have some wild thoughts. Perhaps rapidly increasing one's strength wasn't the best way to pursue the martial Dao. Perhaps it was better to build a solid foundation in every realm before trying to advance further. With such a speculation in mind, many sects started suppressing the cultivation speed of their prodigies, but regardless of who attempted this, no one could tell if the results were good or bad. At this point, Fang Tianci, who was an Emperor Realm Master, was invited to the Void Dao Temple. The Dao Temple was a splendid palace hovering in the sky of the Void World. It was every cultivator's dream to one day join the Dao Temple. The existence of the Dao Temple was a wonder in itself. Although it was a palace, there seemed to be an entirely different world inside, one that was both vast and expansive. The first time Fang Tianci arrived at this place, he sensed the abstrusity of the Dao Temple. This place also seemed to be filled with the secrets of the Grand Dao of Space. Moreover, regardless of where a person was in the Void World, they could see the Dao Temple clearly as long as they looked up. It was indeed abstruse. It was rumored that the Dao Temple was personally built by the Dao Lord. When the Dao Temple appeared back then, everyone was shocked. Furthermore, the Dao Temple was responsible for selecting the most talented people in the Void World all on its own. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5587, Senior Brother Lu. The commoners had no idea why the Void Dao Temple had to select talented people. Over the past several tens of thousands of years, countless brilliant cultivators had been invited to the Dao Temple, and there had never been any news about them since then. No one knew where they were, but it was rumored that those masters had shattered the void and left the void world to pursue a higher martial Dao. Certainly, Fang Tianci had heard about these rumors before, but he simply dismissed them. After all, rumors were usually unfounded and inaccurate. However, it wasn't until he was invited to the Void Dao Temple that he realized those rumors were indeed true. Things that were secrets to the general cultivators of the void world were common knowledge to those in the Dao Temple. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the Emperor Realm wasn't the peak of the martial Dao. Beyond the Emperor Realm was the Open Heaven Realm, which was divided into 9 orders, with each one vastly different from the previous. One had to condense their Dao seal, split heaven and earth apart in their body, and form a small universe. Only then would they ascend to the Open Heaven Realm. What's more, the entire void world was just the Dao Lord's small universe. In other words, all beings in the void world were living inside the Dao Lord's body. When Fang Tianci learned this truth, he was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't be considered an inexperienced man. After all, he had traveled the entire void continent for over 1,000 years. Nevertheless, when he was told the truth about the void world, he was astonished. It was at that moment he realized just how immense the Dao Lord's power was. Such an expansive world was just the Dao Lord's small universe, making Fang Tianci wonder what the extent of the Dao Lord's strength in the Open Heaven Realm was. The person responsible for showing him around was a senior brother surnamed Lu. He introduced himself to Fang Tianci as Lu Jingshan, and although Fang Tianci was actually older than the latter, Lu Jingshan was stronger as he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Every newcomer to the Void Dao Temple would be greeted by someone who was responsible for explaining the reasons the Void Dao Temple was built and answering any questions that the newcomer might have. As such, Fang Tianci asked what was on his mind freely. Lu Jingshan replied with a smile, "We have no idea how powerful the Dao Lord is in the Open Heaven Realm, but there's no way he's weak. We suppose he's either in the 8th order or the 9th order." Every cultivator in the void world regarded the Dao Lord as a deity, so it was no surprise they would think highly of him when it came to his cultivation. After a nod, Fang Tianci went on to ask, "Senior Brother Lu, since the void world is just the Dao Lord's small universe, how are those seniors supposed to shatter the void and leave this place back then? If they were capable of doing that, it would be no different from forming a hole in the Dao Lord's belly." Fang Tianci shuddered at the thought of this. Lu Jingshan chuckled and explained, "Well, they didn't really shatter the void. They were only led out of the void world by the Dao Lord. It has something to do with the reason why the Dao Temple has to select talented people." "Please enlighten me, senior brother," Fang Tianci said solemnly. Having traveled around the world for over 1,000 years, he had learned to be tactful. As such, even though he was famous, he still acted humbly in front of Lu Jingshan. "Well, let's put it this way. The humans in the outside world are fighting an extremely evil race. That race is so powerful that even the Dao Lord isn't a match for them. If the humans are defeated, the outside world will be destroyed, therefore, the Dao Lord needs help in the war. The disciples who have been invited to the Dao Temple will be his helpers in the future." Hearing that, Fang Tianci was shocked. What kind of race is it that even the Dao Lord finds it hard to deal with? After giving it some thought, Lu Jingshan replied, "I remember that they're called the Black Ink Clan. Supposedly, they possess a highly corruptive power. Once a person is infected, they won't be able to get rid of it. Moreover, the Black Ink strength as it's called can twist a human's mind and nature, turning them into a slave of the Black Ink Clan." Fang Tianci gasped, "I can't believe such an evil force exists in this world." Lu Jingshan sighed, "Indeed. It's said that many eons ago, some Black Ink clansmen were brought into the void world. The Dao Lord brought them in to train the disciples of the Dao Temple, but for some reason, they vanished at a later time. Now, no one knows what the Black Ink clan looks like or what will happen when a person is corrupted by Black Ink strength. Feng Tianxi nodded. In that case, the humans in the outside world are most likely in a perilous situation. Lu Jingshan replied, "We have no idea. In fact, it has been a long time since the Tao Lord brought anyone out of the Tao Temple. The last time he did so was about 2,000 years ago. He took several thousand people away at once that time, which is why there are only a small number of people in the Tao Temple now." After a pause, he continued, "Since the void world is only the Tao Lord's small universe, the best that the cultivators living here can achieve is the Emperor realm. If a person wants to break through to the open heaven realm, they must first leave this place. However, if one chooses to leave, they will have to join the battle against the Black Ink clan and will be at risk of losing their life. Therefore, the Tao Lord fully respects our decision when selecting talented people. If a person wants to ascend to the open heaven realm, they can leave the void world. If one isn't willing to bear the risk, they can stay in this place. We have full control over this matter, and the Tao Lord never forces us. The Tao Lord is indeed magnanimous." Feng Tianxi remarked. There was no doubt they could all potentially aid the Tao Lord if they were brought out of his small universe. All the cultivators in the void world were only able to cultivate thanks to the Tao Lord, therefore, the Tao Lord had the right to take the suitable ones away from this place at will. Nevertheless, he still let the disciples in the Tao Temple make their own choices. For that reason, Feng Tianxi greatly respected the Tao Lord. As they spoke, they arrived at a grand hall that was both magnificent and vast. In the middle of it was a gigantic statue, followed by many smaller ones. This is the place where our great predecessors' names are recorded. As Lu Jingshan spoke, he then pointed at the statue in the middle, and that is the Tao Lord's likeness. Then, he saluted the statue with a solemn expression. Feng Tianxi looked in the same direction and realized that the statue appeared to be a handsome young man. With his hands behind his back, he looked truly majestic. This statue was apparently carved by a senior expert, as every bit of it seemed to be extremely lifelike. Just by standing there, Feng Tianxi had a feeling that the statue would come to life at any moment. For some reason though, he found the statue familiar. It was as though he had seen this person somewhere before. However, as he went through his experiences over the past 1,000 years, he was certain that he had never come across anyone who looked like the Tao Lord. How strange. While he was doubtful, he still saluted the statue and asked hesitantly, "Since there's a statue here, does that mean someone has seen the Tao Lord's true appearance before?" Lu Jingshan laughed. "Certainly, no one here has seen his true body before. However, it's said that the Tao Lord used his soul avatar to travel his small universe in the past. I suppose you're aware of the Seven Stars sect. Back then, the Tao Lord's soul avatar stayed in the Seven Stars sect for some time." There was no doubt Feng Tianxi was aware of the Seven Stars sect. In fact, when he was young, his biggest dream was to join the Seven Stars sect. However, due to his terrible aptitude, he didn't have the right to be their disciple. The Feng family village was located in the Seven Stars sect's territory. As such, he had heard a lot about the sect. It's rumored that the Tao Lord is the supreme elder of the Seven Stars sect. Could this be true? Feng Tianxi asked in shock. It is true. That is the reason Seven Stars sect has endured all this time. As ages pass, it's only natural that different sects rise and fall. The major sects that were on equal footing with Seven Stars sect back then are all long gone, but Seven Stars sect is still as powerful as ever. This is all thanks to the Tao Lord's legacy. Feng Tianxi was astonished. At the same time, he was curious about why the Tao Lord had used a soul avatar to travel around his own small universe. How bored must he be to do such a thing? He shook his head to cast such thoughts away, for he wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to the Tao Lord. Then, he looked past the Tao Lord statue and saw many smaller ones behind it. Those are. Lu Jingshan explained, those are the statues of the seniors who have been led out of the void world by the Tao Lord. Do you see that one over there? He's the eldest senior brother of the Void Tao Temple, Miao Fei Ping. If you have a chance to leave the void world, you might see him. With a solemn expression, Fang Tianci sized up Miao Fei Ping's statue and memorized his appearance. Then, he said, could eldest senior brother Miao be the Tao Lord's first disciple? I heard that when the Tao Lord stayed in 7 Stars sect back then, he took on several direct disciples. Lu Jingshan shook his head. Senior brother Miao is the Tao Temple's eldest senior brother, but he's not one of the Tao Lord's disciples. His disciples are some other people, but no one knows who they are. Hearing that, Fang Tianci was puzzled. Following a sigh, Lu Jingshan said, in the past, only a small number of disciples managed to leave the Tao Temple. As such, the juniors who stayed back made some statues for them. However, as more and more seniors left, there was not enough space in this grand hall for so many statues. Therefore, we no longer make any statues for those who leave. Only their identity tokens are enshrined here now. Fang Tianci looked around and realized there were indeed many tiles adorning the walls. Most places were blank, but some of them had identity tokens which contained the names and information of those seniors. There was no doubt these identity tokens were not as impressive as the statues, but they were still the traces of those seniors who had stayed here before. Lu Jingshan patted the other man's shoulder and said with a smile, when we have a chance to leave this place in the future, we'll leave our own identity tokens here as well. Fang Tianci nodded as he already looked forward to it. The reason he decided to leave the Fang family village and sever ties with the Fang family was to experience the wonders of the world he had never seen before. After repeatedly achieving breakthroughs and eventually arriving at this place though, Fang Tianci realized that there was still so much more he had yet to see and experience. He had no idea what the other seniors in the Tao Temple thought, but he was certain he would leave the void world as long as he had the chance. He had traveled around this world and seen everything there was to see here, therefore, he was excited to learn that there was a bigger world just waiting outside. After they left the Grand Hall, Fang Tianci asked, Senior brother Lu, since the open heaven realm is above the emperor realm, what are we supposed to do to split heaven and earth apart in our bodies and create our own small universes? Lu Jingshan explained, first of all, you have to condense your own Tao seal, which is the essence of your cultivation as well as the manifestation of your grand Tao. If there's a grand Tao you primarily cultivate, you have to condense your Tao seal based on that grand Tao. After that, you'll need to refine some precious resources to further your martial Tao. In any case, since you're a newly promoted Emperor Realm Master, you're still some distance away from condensing your Tao seal. For now, you just have to increase your strength as quickly as possible and reach the peak of the Emperor Realm. Let's go, I'll take you to the library, it's a good place where I'm sure you'll find something useful, junior brother. Martial Peak, Chapter 5588, Junior Brother, my life is quite miserable. When they arrived at the library, Fang Tianci immediately understood why Lu Jingshan said it was a good place. There were a massive amount of books containing secret arts and secret techniques in this library. The best things of all the sects in the void world were stored here. There were also things that didn't seem to belong in this world. Certainly, these things were no longer useful to Fang Tianci. After all, he was an Emperor Realm Master already. As such, there wasn't a need for him to study any secret arts or secret techniques. The most pressing issue for him was to quickly increase his strength so that he could ascend to the Third Order Emperor Realm and condense his Tao seal sooner. Fortunately, there was also a massive section of jade slips, scrolls, and books containing precious insights on cultivation in the Emperor Realm in the library. These insights had been written by the disciples of the Tao Temple over the past several tens of thousands of years. Throughout Fang Tianci's cultivation journey, he had basically explored everything on his own. After all, he didn't have any elders to rely on, nor was there a teacher who could give him guidance. While traveling around the world, he discussed the martial Tao with the disciples of various sects and reflected on what he had learned, but that was the only sort of external help he had. It was fine when he was still a weak cultivator, but now that he was an Emperor Realm Master, Feng Tianci was at a loss as to how he should move forward in his martial Tao. These insights in the library were what he needed most at this moment. Feng Tianci went on to spend 30 years in the library reading all the insights left behind by the various seniors. His determination and ability to endure loneliness quickly earned the respect of the other disciples in the Tao Temple. Everyone knew there were many good things in the library, but few had the level of patience necessary to go through and absorb them despite being in the Emperor realm as well. After spending 30 years in the library, Feng Tianci finally left. At this point, he had a plan in mind when it came to how to advance his cultivation. He found an empty courtyard and started cultivating. As usual, his cultivation speed was quite slow, but he wasn't in a hurry. He had spent the past 1,000 plus years cultivating slowly to reach his current height, so he was already used to it. Nevertheless, he didn't just cultivate in seclusion all the time. When he was free, he would go out and talk to the seniors of the Tao Temple. This was his way of doing things and had been throughout his entire cultivation journey. All the disciples in the Tao Temple were the brightest geniuses who became strong early on in life. As such, everyone in the Void Tao Temple was young, good-looking, and energetic. On the other hand, Feng Tianci, the newcomer, appeared more mature. He was already old and frail when he left the Feng family village back then, and although years seemed to have lifted off his face as his cultivation improved, his mentality didn't really become younger, only his looks did. Now, he had the appearance of a late 30s or early 40s mortal. Based on his looks alone, he indeed seemed older than the seniors in the Tao Temple. As such, many of them called him Old Feng. As time passed, Feng Tianci's cultivation became increasingly ample. More and more disciples had been invited to the Tao Temple, but there were still not a lot of them. Someone had estimated that only about 10 people would be led to the Tao Temple every 100 years on average. There were times when only 4 to 5 people were inducted over 100 years. The void world was expansive, and countless cultivators were living in it. Despite that, only a small number of people had the right to enter the Tao Temple. It was said that only those who had the potential to directly ascend to the Fifth Order would be invited to the Tao Temple. That was because if a cultivator was too weak, they wouldn't be of any help to the humans in the outside world after leaving this place. Before Feng Tianci's arrival, the Tao Temple had never invited any Emperor Realm Master who was as old as he was. Regardless, his mere presence meant that he had the potential to directly ascend to the Fifth Order or above. Feng Tianci had a feeling that he wouldn't only end up becoming a Fifth Order Master. Although he hadn't condensed his Tao seal yet, he had the confidence to reach higher than that. 500 years passed since Feng Tianci arrived at the Tao Temple, and he finally made it to the peak of the Emperor realm. There was no denying his pace was slow. One had to know that the cultivation environment in the Void world was wonderful to begin with, and the Void Tao Temple was the center of the world's essence. Any newly promoted Emperor Realm Master who arrived at the Tao Temple would only take 100 to 200 years to make it to the peak of the realm. Even for the slower ones, 300 years was generally the limit. As such, it was unusually slow that it took Feng Tianci 500 years to achieve the same. Another 100 years later, he finally condensed his Tao seal and started refining the yin, yang, and 5 elements powers. Just like the other fellow disciples, Feng Tianci decided to start with his wood element. There was another common route where the disciples would choose to refine their water element first, but it was still less popular. Among the 5 elements, the metal element was sharp, the earth element was heavy, and the fire element was destructive. Only the water element and wood element were gentle. As such, they were the safest for the disciples to start with. The kinds of resources these disciples refined would determine their future success. The order of the materials they initially chose was directly related to how far they could rise in the open heaven realm. However, those who ignored their own limits and took huge risks wouldn't be able to make it to the open heaven realm, as their Tao seals would simply shatter under the impact. Therefore, every disciple in the Tao temple would tread carefully at this point. With that said, when they refined materials for the first time, they would always aim as high as possible. Most of them would choose wood element or water element resources in the 6th order or even 7th order. It wasn't that they would certainly make it to the 6th order or 7th order, it was just that water element and wood element materials were much gentler. As long as one's Tao seal was firm enough, it could usually endure the impact of such resources. It was a chance for them to test the limits of their Tao seals when refining resources for the first time. When they select their second resource, they will know the right path for their future. Fang Tianci had compared his Tao seal with those of the other disciples, and he felt that it was quite firm and sturdy. He reckoned that it could endure the impact of 7th order materials. As such, he chose a 7th order wood element resource first. Lu Jingshan took the initiative to ask him about this matter, and when he learned about his plan, he nodded gently. Junior brother Fang, even though your cultivation speed is slow, it is for this reason that your foundation is so solid. Hence, I think it will be alright for you to refine a 7th order wood element resource. Fire is born of wood though, so you'll have to be careful when selecting a fire element material next time. Fang Tianci nodded in agreement. It wouldn't take one a long time to refine a single resource, however, every time these future open heaven realm masters did so, they had to rest for many years in between. First of all, they had to get used to their powers. Secondly, their Tao seals were unable to bear another impact in such short order. If they were hasty, all their effort would go to waste. In just half a month, Fang Tianci easily refined the 7th order wood element material, and he didn't feel any discomfort at all. He had a feeling that he could refine a 7th order fire element resource next, a realization that made him feel elated. As he recalled all the experiences in his life, everything felt somewhat strange. He had a terrible aptitude, and it wasn't until he was 150 years old that he left the Fang family village to wander the world. His plan was only to travel around a bit before his death, so it never crossed his mind that he would achieve great things one day. Unlike the other disciples in the Tao temple, Fang Tianci didn't come from a wealthy background, nor did he have a powerful master who had guided him when he was young. Also, he never had ample resources and his cultivation speed was incredibly slow. Therefore, it surprised him that with such a method and speed that were unbearable for most people, he was now one step ahead of almost all other disciples. Only a small number of people in the Void Tao Temple could refine 7th order resources, only 1 in 10 at most. Lu Jingshan, who was on good terms with Fang Tianci, chose a 7th order wood element resource for his first refinement. However, he decided to refine a 6th order fire element resource after that because he felt that his Tao seal wasn't able to bear the impact of the power of a 7th order fire element material. As such, he didn't dare to push his luck. It was said that the process of ascending to the open heaven realm was like crafting a barrel. How much water a barrel could hold depended on the shortest stave. Similarly, the order in the open heaven realm one would achieve hinged on the lowest order resource that one refined. There were 7 powers in total, which were yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Even if one had refined 6 types of 7th order materials, they would only make it to the 5th order open heaven realm if they decided to refine a single 5th order resource. The open heaven realm was divided into 9 orders, and every order was vastly different from the previous one. The difference of one order might take a lifetime for a person to make up. Therefore, the disciples in the Tao temple did their best to refine resources of the highest order possible. At the same time, they would ensure that they wouldn't exceed their limits. Fang Tianci had a feeling that the ample heritage he possessed now had something to do with his insistence on building a solid foundation. He always stayed in the same realm for a much longer time than most people did, and as he had sufficient time to consolidate his strength, he ensured that he made everything perfect in every realm. Now, he was able to refine 7th order resources because of his perseverance and hard work over the years. A few dozen or so years after he refined the wood element material, he decided to move on to the fire element one. As expected, Fang Tianci successfully refined the resource. Then, it was followed by earth element, metal element, and water element materials. After fully refining the 5 elements, he moved on to the yin and yang element resources. When he was done refining all the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements, 500 years had passed since he refined the wood element resource for the first time. In other words, it had been 1,000 years since he arrived at the Tao Temple. Supposedly, when one was done refining the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements, they could split heaven and earth apart in their body and form their own small universe. However, the void continent was only the Tao Lord's small universe. Before leaving this place, none could make it to the open heaven realm. Over the past 1,000 years, about 100 juniors had arrived at the Tao Temple. Perhaps it was because Fang Tianci appeared to be more mature and reliable. These juniors would often go to him whenever they had any questions regarding cultivation. As such, he had many followers now. How many years have you been in the Tao Temple, senior brother? Under the moonlight at night, Fang Tianci and Lu Jingshan were seated across from each other as they sipped some wine. Now that Fang Tianci was at the peak of the emperor realm, his cultivation wouldn't improve further regardless of how hard he cultivated, therefore, he had some free time. Lu Jingshan, who was in a similar situation, would frequently visit him with jars and bottles of wine. Hearing his question, Lu Jingshan replied with a smile, "I've been here for almost 3,000 years." "That's a really long time," Fang Tianci nodded gently. As he made some calculations, he realized that it had been 2,000 years since he started cultivating. On the other hand, Lu Jingshan had been staying in this place for some 3,000 years. In other words, Lu Jingshan had already arrived at the Tao Temple before Fang Tianci was even born. A dejected Lu Jingshan lamented, "Junior brother, did you know that I'm one of the oldest disciples in the Tao Temple?" "Senior brother, you mean?" Fang Tianci formed a speculation. Suddenly, Lu Jingshan cried, "Junior brother, my life is quite miserable." Following that, he wrapped his arms around a big wine bottle and started bawling. Fang Tianci was startled as he had no idea why his senior brother felt downcast all of a sudden. Lu Jingshan was a future open heaven realm master who had already refined the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements, and he had gone through the vicissitudes of life. Fang Tianci wondered why the other man was so sorrowful now. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5589, The Tao Lord has heard me. Fang Tianci had no idea how to console him, so he could only pat his back. A long time later, Lu Jingshan stopped sobbing and let out a breath. "Embarrassed," he said, "I apologize for letting you see such a disgraceful sight." Fang Tianci didn't know what to say, so he remained silent. Perhaps it was because Lu Jingshan was drunk, and he had no one to talk to about his grievances over the years, but he started speaking about the past. "I was invited to the Tao Temple when I was still young and naive. At that time, the Tao Temple was bustling with noise with several thousand seniors in total. Every day, there would be powerful seniors who hosted forums and preached the Tao. Such experiences were invaluable. Several thousand people? When Fang Tianci learned that there was such a lively period in the Tao Temple back then, he couldn't help feeling awestruck. One had to know that the Tao Temple had strict criteria when selecting disciples. Those who could join the Tao Temple all had the potential to directly ascend to the 5th order at the very least. On average there would be just 10 new disciples every 100 years, though there were times when as few as 4 or 5 would be taken in. Several thousand people must have been the result of accumulating several tens of thousands of years in the void world. Furthermore, they were all powerful Emperor Realm Masters. Most of them had condensed their Tao seals and refined the powers of yin, yang, and 5 elements as they were ready to ascend to the open heaven realm. However, presently, there were only about 300 people in the Tao Temple, which was a significantly smaller number than in the past. I only started condensing my Tao seal 200 years after my arrival in the Tao temple when, all of a sudden, the Tao Lord ordered that those who were ready to make it to the open heaven realm should gather together. Then, he brought them all away. At the mention of this, Lu Jingshan felt downcast as he wiped the tears with his sleeves. It was a tough time for me. Several thousand seniors were gone just like that, leaving just 20 or so people behind. Although Fang Tianxi didn't personally experience it, he could feel how helpless and aggrieved Lu Jingshan must have been at that time. The originally lively Tao temple became silent all of a sudden, and all the seniors Lu Jingshan was familiar with were brought out from the void world. It was only natural that he was dejected. If he had also been ready to ascend to the open heaven realm, he could have left with them. Unfortunately, he had only started to condense his Tao seal at the time. Junior brother, do you know why there were so many disciples in the Tao temple back then? Certainly, it was because the Tao Lord didn't bring them away. Do you know the reason, then? Fang Tianxi shook his head, no. After taking a breath, Lu Jingshan explained, I have no idea either. I reckon that it was because the Tao Lord was held up by something urgent, which was why he hadn't taken a look at the Tao temple for several tens of thousands of years. That was why there were so many disciples here. After a moment of silence, Fang Tianxi asked, is it possible that the Tao Lord had forgotten about it? The Tao Lord was extremely powerful, so it wasn't likely that there was any emergency that could hold him up for several tens of thousands of years. He might have forgotten about the Tao temple. A tearful Lu Jingshan looked at him as he found his words distressing. As though someone had jabbed a knife into his heart, he was deluged with a sense of melancholy as he cried, that's not possible. The Tao Lord will never forget about the Tao temple. We're in his small universe, so how is it possible that he's forgotten about us? Fang Tianxi nodded in agreement. He must be cultivating in seclusion, then. Although it sounded strange that the Tao Lord might have cultivated in seclusion for several tens of thousands of years, he was a powerful 8th order or 9th order open heaven realm master, after all, so it was only natural that his cultivation sessions would be extremely long. Lu Jingshan pressed his hand against his chest as he felt heartbroken. Keep quiet if you have nothing better to say, junior brother Fang. I've been waiting for 3,000 years. Fang Tianxi let out a sigh as he shut his mouth. After a moment of silence, Lu Jingshan went on to say, by the way, do you think the Tao Lord is cultivating in seclusion now? He was one of the earliest disciples in the current Tao temple, and those who had arrived earlier than he did had all left for the outside world. On the other hand, he had been waiting in this place for 3,000 years, and he had no idea how much longer he had to wait to have a chance to leave the void world. Fang Tianxi shook his head. Certainly, he couldn't possibly know what the Tao Lord was doing. Since his senior brother was in a terrible mood, he was worried he would say something wrong that might agitate him again. As such, he decided to remain silent. In any case, he now knew why his senior brother was sorrowful. It had come to a point where they could no longer improve their cultivation. If they wanted to make it to the open heaven realm, they had to leave the void world. Nevertheless, they were in the Tao Lord's small universe, so without the Tao Lord leading the way, they couldn't possibly leave. Senior brother Lu has been waiting for 3,000 years. It's only natural that he's feeling dejected. If we have to wait for several tens of thousands of years, just like what happened back then. Fang Tianxi shuddered as he couldn't imagine how tough their lives would be if that was the case. Lu Jingshan, who was quietly seated, got to his feet all of a sudden and roared, Tao Lord. Please open your eyes and look at us. All of us at the Tao Temple are ready to fight the Black Ink clan, but we're trapped here, unable to put our skills to good use. Is this what you hope to see? Do you want us to wait here until our death? That's not the kind of life I want. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder rolled. The instant Lu Jingshan was done roaring, a fissure appeared in the sky, and even from a distance, they could see the fissure expand slowly. Lu Jingshan and Fang Tianxi were dumbfounded. In actuality, it wasn't a fissure, it was an eye that looked authoritative with a hint of mockery in it. Lu Jingshan could clearly feel that the eye was staring at him, which made him tremble and caused him to fall on his butt. The next moment, he heard a sacred-sounding voice that ordered, "To the disciples who are ready to ascend to the open heaven realm and are willing to battle the enemies of humanity, come to the open heaven palace at once." A shockwave rippled through the entire Void Dao temple as all the disciples, who were ready to break through to the open heaven realm, stopped whatever they were doing and streamed towards the open heaven palace with excitement. Although the fissure in the sky had disappeared, the intense pressure lingered. Lu Jingshan and Fang Tianci exchanged glances as both of them were astounded. Following that, they were deluged with a sense of ecstasy as Lu Jingshan cheered, "The Dao Lord has heard me. Ha ha ha. Come, junior brother Fang. Follow me to the open heaven palace." Then, he raced towards the open heaven palace, followed by Fang Tianci. Lu Jingshan was evidently excited. As he ran forward, he rattled on, saying, "You're so lucky, junior brother. You've just finished refining your yin, yang, and 5 elements powers, and the Dao Lord is ready to bring us out of here. Had it taken you a couple dozen more years, you would have to wait for the next opportunity." Then, he appeared somewhat frustrated as he muttered, "Why didn't I have your luck? In any case, we're finally able to leave." When they arrived at the open heaven palace, over 100 people had gathered together in the grand hall. There were more people who were still rushing over, all of them appearing joyful. Some of them were just like Lu Jingshan, who were left behind in the Dao temple because they were not ready to ascend to the open heaven realm at that time. After waiting for 3,000 years, they finally had a chance to explore the outside world. All these cheerful people congratulated each other, as though they were celebrating some sort of festivity. Outside the star boundary, Yang Kai was hovering somewhere in the void in high heaven territory with Hua Qingxi patiently waiting behind him. Yang Kai had suddenly returned from profound nether territory and summoned her. Hua Qingxi had no idea what the palace master wanted her to do, and when she arrived, the palace master said nothing, so she didn't ask any questions. Just then, a beam of light shot out from the star boundary and reached them in the blink of an eye. Hua Qingxi saluted him, "Greetings, Senior Iron Blood." Zhan Wuhen nodded gently, then turned to Yang Kai and asked worriedly, "I heard that you were badly injured. Is that true?" It had been 300 years since the territory lords and Eighth Order masters reached a ceasefire agreement in profound nether territory. During this period, Yang Kai had never shown up. It was rumored that he was terribly wounded, however, the place where he cultivated was sealed with many layers of restrictions, and no one dared to disturb him. As such, no one knew if he was wounded or not. Those from profound nether territory dismissed such rumors. After all, Yang Kai had headed to the Black Ink clan's base and forced the peace deal with the territory lords on his own back then. There was no doubt it was a bold and impressive feat, one he would not have attempted if he was really seriously injured. Certainly, such rumors were spread by the Black Ink clansmen or ill-intentioned Black Ink disciples to bring down the humans' morale. Yang Kai simply replied with a smile, "Sort of." Zhan Wuhen was stunned while disbelief was written all over Hua Qingxi's face. They all thought that Yang Kai had only been cultivating in seclusion for the past 300 years. As such, they were surprised to learn he was indeed injured. "I've fully recovered," Yang Kai added. His injury wasn't caused by battling the territory lords, it was simply a result of cultivating the 3 self-source reconstitution art. To practice this secret art, Yang Kai had to cultivate a human self and a monster self which were far different from ordinary soul clones. Ordinary soul clones wouldn't be useful, however, the ones formed from the 3 self-source reconstitution art had endless possibilities. To cultivate the human self, Yang Kai had practically split his soul in 2 and become frail for the following 300 years. Fortunately, he could gradually recover with the soul-warming lotus's help. While recuperating, he had also been refining resources to increase his power, therefore, he wasn't wasting any time. "Why are you here, Senior Iron Blood?" Yang Kai asked. When he returned to the star boundary previously, only Duan Hongchen was in charge of this place as the other great emperors had left to kill the enemies. This time, however, Yang Kai could detect the auras of several great emperors. Among the great emperors of the star boundary, Zhang Wuhen was the most skillful in combat and would never hesitate to volunteer to fight the Black Ink clansmen. As such, it was a mystery that he was in the star boundary now. Zhang Wuhen replied calmly, "I have to give the young ones some chances, don't I?" After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, we have to take advantage of the opportunities only we possess. As great emperors of the star boundary, we can cultivate far more efficiently by staying here. Only when we ascend to the 8th order can we maximize our contributions to the war effort." Realizing the other man's intention, Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You're indeed a far-sighted person, Senior Iron Blood." Zhang Wuhen stared fixedly at him. "I suppose you share the same sentiment." "Indeed," Yang Kai replied, "I sacrificed our immediate advantage and arrived at a peace deal with the Black Ink clan so that we could build a training ground for the next generation of soldiers. The juniors will eventually grow to be powerful. When the 7th Order Masters ascend to the 8th Order, they'll have to go to a new battlefield. It's not like we can ask them to cultivate in seclusion forever." Zhang Wuhen nodded, "I agree with you. It's not fun killing those feudal lords anymore. It would be better to ascend to the 8th Order sooner so that I can take a few territory lords' heads." Then, he looked around and asked in puzzlement, "Who are you waiting for?" Yang Kai explained, "Some of the people in my small universe are ready to ascend to the open heaven realm. I have to bring them out." Hearing his explanation, Zhang Wuhen nodded. Martial Peak, Chapter 5590, So Strange. Inside the Void Dao Temple, many future Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered together. There were around 300 people in the Dao Temple currently, and other than roughly 20 who hadn't fully refined the powers of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements, the rest were ready to leave and achieve a breakthrough. In front of everyone's eyes, the space in the center of the Grand Hall contorted. Like a stone dropping into a still lake, ripples spread across the place. Following that, an oval portal appeared in the originally empty space. The eyes of these future Open Heaven Realm Masters brightened in an instant. Lu Jingshan, who had been waiting for 3,000 years, immediately took action. While the others were still pleasantly surprised, he cupped his fist and said, "Fellow brothers and sister, I'll be going on ahead." The next moment, he charged towards the portal and disappeared. After Lu Jingshan made the first move, the others stopped hesitating as they streamed into the portal in an orderly manner. Fang Tianci was among the crowd. After the world spun around for a bit, he found himself in an expansive void. As he looked around, he realized there were innumerable stars in the distance. While hovering in this place, he felt how small and insignificant he truly was. Lu Jingshan, who was the first to leave the Dao Temple, came over and tugged Fang Tianci's sleeve before jutting out his chin in a particular direction. Fang Tianci looked in the same direction and saw a young man in some casual robes. "The Dao Lord!" he exclaimed. He had seen the Dao Lord statue in the Grand Hall where their seniors' names were recorded. The young man in front of him had 90% likeness to the main statue. As such, he could recognize him at first glance. Besides him, the other future Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had just left the Dao Temple, saw Yang Kai as well, their gazes filled with admiration and fervor. More and more disciples emerged from the portal, and when the last one appeared, the portal disappeared abruptly. Yang Kai swept a glance over them and announced, "Since you've chosen to leave the Void Dao Temple, you should all be prepared to battle the Black Ink clan. However, all of you are not powerful enough to do that yet. Focus on your ascension first. All of you are the geniuses in the Void world, and you've been nurtured for years in the Dao Temple. I suppose it won't be hard for you to make it to the Open Heaven realm. Don't disappoint me." As he spoke, he sent a signal to Hua Qingxi with his eyes. Seeing that, Hua Qingxi raised her hand and shot out hundreds of light beams before saying, these are heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. Consume one before attempting your breakthrough. It will be very useful. These future open heaven realm masters took the spirit pills and stared at them, evidently excited. In fact, they had been getting ready to break through to the open heaven realm for many years, so it wouldn't be a problem for them to achieve an ascension even without any external aids. Now that they had these heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, they felt even more assured. They then saluted and thanked the two. Yang Kai waved his hand, "You may begin now." They then dispersed and looked for suitable places to attempt a breakthrough. Zhang Wuhen had remained silent all this while, but at this moment, he couldn't help saying, "If my memory serves me right, you brought a batch of disciples out of your small universe just 400 years ago." At that time, several thousand people emerged from Yang Kai's small universe. The magnificent sight of so many people achieving an ascension together shocked by Shi, Mo Mei, and the others in the Void Land. Although Zhang Wuhen was not there to witness it, he heard about it at a later time. To his surprise, there were another 300 good seedlings just 400 years later. Yang Kai explained, "The flow of time in my small universe is different from that in the outside world." It was the first time Zhang Wuhen heard about this, but after giving it some thought, he realized what was going on. Is it because of time principles? Yang Kai nodded. Although only 400 years have passed in the outside world, around 3,000 years have gone by in my small universe. Zhang Wuhen did some calculations and realized the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe was about 7 to 8 times faster. In other words, a cultivator could grow rapidly before making it to the open heaven realm by cultivating in Yang Kai's small universe. There are significantly fewer people in my small universe than the star boundary. As such, fewer geniuses are produced in the same period. However, due to the difference in the flow of time, the absolute rate at which geniuses are produced isn't very different from the star boundary. Currently, several people who had the potential to directly ascend to the fifth order and above would appear in the star boundary every year. What about the percentage of those who have the potential to directly ascend to the seventh order? Zhang Wuhen asked. Around 10% of them, Yang Kai replied. Hearing that, Zhang Wuhen was astounded. The percentage was indeed terrific. It was higher than that in the star boundary. Over the years, they had estimated that among those who had the potential to directly ascend to the fifth order and above, only 5% of them could directly make it to the seventh order. Of course, it must have something to do with the fact that there were far more people in the star boundary to begin with. There was only so much a world tree clone could do, and with such a massive population, fewer top geniuses were produced as the nourishment was shared between more people overall. With that said, besides the star boundary, the humans also had the myriad monsters world now. It had been some 300 years since Yang Kai planted a world tree clone in the myriad monsters world, and the nourishment of the world tree clone had started showing its effects. Now, many soldiers would spend military merits to get access to the myriad monsters world so that their friends and relatives or disciples in the same sect could live and cultivate there. As it had only been a short time since the world tree clone was planted though, things hadn't yet stabilized in the myriad monsters world. When the world tree clone fully grew up a few hundred years later, the myriad monsters world was bound to become a second star boundary. More importantly, there were not any great emperors in the myriad monsters world yet. That was what the humans valued the most. The great emperors of the star boundary could cultivate far faster than others, however, the quotas in the star boundary had been fully taken up. As such, there wouldn't be any new great emperors in the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, the myriad monsters world was different as it was basically empty now. If anyone could receive the acknowledgement of the world's will and become a great emperor, their future would surely be bright. Moreover, there were a lot of great monsters in the myriad monsters world. Over the past 300 years, some great monsters managed to break through their limits and leave their world. Human masters would then bring those great monsters and use them on the battlefields. The entire myriad monsters world was a treasure trove that was yet to be dug up. As they spoke, the future open heaven realm masters had found their own places and consumed the spirit pills. Soon, streams of powerful aura were felt coming from all directions in the void. The sight of nearly 300 people achieving an ascension together was magnificent, however, compared to the several thousand people who had done so at the same time back then in Void Land, what was going on now was less remarkable. It might take the average cultivator some effort to achieve an ascension, but it had been smooth sailing for these cultivators who came from the Void Dao Temple. That was because most had refined the powers of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements a long time ago, and they were fully ready to achieve a breakthrough. Due to the Void World suppression, they were unable to explore the secrets of the open heaven realm, so all they could do was further consolidate their cultivation. Now that they had left the Void World, there were no more restraints, and with the help of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, they certainly wouldn't dawdle. People like Lu Jingshan had been waiting for this day for 3,000 years, and they had imagined themselves achieving an ascension on countless occasions. As these streams of aura expanded, these disciples from the Dao Temple subsequently achieved their breakthroughs. A lot of them made it to the 5th order and 6th order, but it was the 7th order masters who caught the most attention. Zhang Wuhen soon confirmed that 10% of the disciples who came from Yang Kai's small universe indeed made it to the 7th order. In other words, there was one 7th order master in every 10 people. That was a staggering ratio. For the rest, about 30% of them were 6th order masters while 60% of them were 5th order masters. Given enough time, these people would reach their own limits and become high-rank open heaven realm masters one day. More and more people broke through to the open heaven realm. Only over 10 people among 300 of them still hadn't achieved a breakthrough, while presently, there were 26 7th order masters. Supposedly, one of these people who was still attempting an ascension would become a 7th order master. Those who had made it to the open heaven realm were thrilled as they examined their increased strength. From the Emperor realm to the open heaven realm, the increase in power was extreme. As such, new open heaven realm masters could barely control their strength, and it was especially true for those who had achieved a higher order. Hua Qingxi looked in a particular direction and smiled. There's another 7th order master. Over there, a disciple from the Dao Temple felt his aura surging as a buzzing sound was heard coming from his body. His small universe took shape, and his aura rose from the Emperor realm to the open heaven realm in an instant. The aura exuding from him suggested that he was in the 7th order. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan was looking in the same direction. When he saw that Fang Tianxi had achieved an ascension, he was elated. He succeeded. However, the moment he finished speaking, something surprising happened. For some reason, Fang Tianxi's ample aura plunged all of a sudden as it dropped from the 7th order to the 6th order in the blink of an eye. Certainly, Fang Tianxi was shocked to find his aura plummeting as well. He couldn't help grunting as his power became a mess. Junior brother Fang. Lu Jingshan exclaimed as he charged towards Fang Tianxi. However, the instant he started moving, he felt an immense force pinning him to the spot. Realizing the source of the force, he hunched his back and wouldn't dare to move a muscle. It was apparent to him that the Dao Lord had made a move. At that instant, he was relieved. Since the Dao Lord had decided to help, there shouldn't be a problem with Fang Tianxi's ascension, though he appeared to be in a perilous situation. At this moment, Yang Kai was paying close attention to Fang Tianxi. Initially, he was surprised to see Fang Tianxi ascending to the 7th order, but when he felt that aura plunging to the 6th order, he knew that he had been too naive. He couldn't help sighing as he took a step forward and appeared in front of Fang Tianxi. Then, he placed his hand on the other man's stomach and sent a divine sense transmission, saying, "Focus and adjust your aura." Hearing that, Fang Tianxi promptly did as he was told. He had gone through the vicissitudes of life, and it had taken him 2,000 years to become who he was today. As such, he was more sedate than most new open heaven realm masters. With Yang Kai's help now, he managed to restore order to his chaotic aura. 1 hour later, Fang Tianxi opened his eyes and examined himself. What he found shocked him. He had successfully achieved an ascension, but he was only in the 6th order, not the 7th order. It was so strange. One had to know that the resources he had refined in the Tao Temple were all 7th order. Supposedly, he would make it to the 7th order when attempting an ascension. In fact, he had indeed made it to the 7th order, but for some reason, the moment he succeeded, there was a mysterious force that descended on him, which caused his cultivation to drop from the 7th order to the 6th order. As he examined himself, he found something even more astonishing. His small universe had materialized. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5591, sharing the same sentiment. Although there were no Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Void World, they had some basic information about the Open Heaven Realm in the Tao Temple. The 1st order to 3rd order were considered the low-rank Open Heaven Realm, the 4th order to 6th order were the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm, and the 7th order to 9th order were the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. The 4th order and 7th order were thresholds, and the powers of the cultivators in the different ranks differed greatly. The low and mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, while powerful, could not be considered true powerhouses as their heritage simply wasn't ample enough. As such, even though they had formed their own small universes, they remained immaterial. Only after one ascended to the 7th order would their small universe materialize. Feng Tianci was only in the 6th order, so his small universe should be immaterial, but that wasn't the case. For some reason, his small universe had fully materialized. Moreover, he was certain that he had successfully made it to the 7th order, but for some unknown reason, he dropped down to the 6th order all of a sudden. Everything was a mystery to him. His ascension seemed different from those of the others. In front of him, a calming voice was heard asking, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Only then did Feng Tianci come to his senses as he promptly replied, "I'm fine. Many thanks for your concern, Tao Lord." Yang Kai nodded and placed his hands behind his back. After pondering for a moment, Feng Tianci cupped his fist and said, "Tao Lord, I have a question." Hearing this, Yang Kai turned to him and nodded, "Go ahead." Feng Tianci went on to say, "I think my small universe has materialized, but I'm only in the 6th order. How is that possible?" Hearing that, the people around him were surprised. It went against common sense for a 6th order master's small universe to materialize. Furthermore, they had seen Feng Tianci's order plunging earlier. As such, his friends and juniors appeared worried. Yang Kai looked at him and replied calmly, "There were not many instances where a 6th order master's small universe materializes, but it's not unprecedented." Hearing that, Feng Tianci was shocked. There were such instances in the past? Yang Kai replied, I am one such case. I suppose your mastery of the Tao of space is quite high." Feng Tianci replied respectfully, "I only know a thing or two." "Tao Lord, do you mean that the transformation in my small universe has something to do with the fact that I've cultivated the Tao of space?" "I didn't say that." Yang Kai thought, however, there wasn't a better explanation now, so he could only nod. "When I ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, I didn't make it to the high rank. Nonetheless, the same thing happened to my small universe." Feng Tianci fell into his thoughts, but he was evidently relieved. It was reassuring to know that there were similar instances in the past, and the same thing had happened to the Tao Lord. As such, it didn't seem to be a serious issue. Just as he wanted to ask why his cultivation had dropped from the 7th order to the 6th order, Yang Kai beckoned to Hua Qingxi. She came over and called out, "Palace Master." Yang Kai ordered, "Bring them to the star boundary. After they manage to stabilize their cultivation, send them to profound nether territory to receive some training." Presently, there were a lot of 3rd order and 4th order masters on the different battlefields, and in profound nether territory, there were even 1st order and 2nd order masters. On the other hand, the weakest disciples from the Tao Temple were in the 5th order, therefore, they had to go through some tempering. However, profound nether territory was no longer sufficient to meet the needs of training the human soldiers. That was because too many people had headed to profound nether territory in the past 300 years. Yang Kai was now preparing to open several similar training grounds. Only by having more great territories that could be used to train the next generation would they be able to meet the human race's growing needs. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai cupped his fist at Zhang Wuhen, "Senior Iron Blood, I'll take my leave now." Zhang Wuhen nodded in response. The next moment, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot. The disciples who had cultivated the Tao of space were awestruck by this display. There was no denying the Tao Lord was a true master of the Tao of space. It was thanks to the Tao Lord's blessing that these disciples had a chance to cultivate the Tao of space, but none of them were able to see how Yang Kai disappeared just now. Hua Qingxi then gathered these disciples together and introduced herself before leading them to the star boundary. Lu Jingshan approached Fang Tianci and gently nudged him with his elbow before saying smilingly, "Don't feel dejected, junior brother Fang. The sixth order open heaven realm is good as well. Didn't you hear the Tao Lord say that he didn't directly make it to the high rank when he first ascended? Given enough time, we can still become as powerful as him." He was worried that Fang Tianci would feel downcast over the fact that his order had dropped inexplicably, so he came over and consoled him. Fang Tianci nodded lightly, "You have a point, senior brother. I just don't understand why I failed to make it to the seventh order." In fact, he didn't fail. He could feel that he had succeeded, but the moment he achieved his ascension, there seemed to be a force suppressing his cultivation, causing it to drop from the seventh order to the sixth order. Regardless, he wasn't dejected, nor was he dissatisfied. In the past, he was someone with terrible aptitude, and in what he believed to be his final years, he just wanted to take in the wonderful sights of the void world before passing on. It was for such a simple reason that he left the Fang family village. It had been more than 2,000 years since then, and he had grown from an immortal ascension boundary cultivator all the way to the sixth order open heaven realm. There was still a broad and bright future ahead of him, so he was more than content. Lu Jingshan said, "I'm glad that you've come to accept it. By the way, that tree is enormous. What do you suppose it is?" Fang Tianci looked in the direction Lu Jingshan pointed and saw the colossal tree in the center of the star boundary. All the disciples from the Tao Temple were amazed as they had never seen a tree of such enormity before. In fact, there was a similar tree in the void world, but no one had seen it before. Even in one of the newly formed small universes here, there was a similar sapling that swayed in the wind. However, the owner of this small universe was troubled by other matters and, as such, hadn't examined himself carefully yet. Otherwise, he would have discovered this sapling's presence. After these disciples from the Tao Temple followed Hua Qingxi and landed on the star boundary, they dispersed to enter seclusion and consolidate their new cultivation. On the other hand, Yang Kai headed to the great territory adjacent to the star boundary. Although there wasn't any war in this great territory, it was extremely bustling. That was because many human soldiers would gather together in this place to await the Supreme Headquarters deployments. Many alchemy and artifact refining bases had also been set up here. This was the Supreme Headquarters territory, and it served a similar purpose to that of the no-return pass back then. When Yang Kai arrived at this place, he made sure not to alert too many people and soon found Mi Jingluan in one of the grand halls. When they met up, Mi Jingluan appeared rather haggard. He was one of the top 8th Order masters, so it was rare to see him looking so exhausted. It was apparent that the affairs in this place had drained his energy greatly. Seeing the man, Mi Jingluan was surprised. "You've finally stopped cultivating in seclusion." Yang Kai nodded. "I've just returned from the star boundary." Mi Jingluan raised a brow and asked probingly, "What's your plan?" Yang Kai glanced at him and laughed. "What kind of plan do you want me to have, senior brother Mi?" Mi Jingluan let out a sigh. "It seems that we share the same sentiment. We should cut to the chase, then. Which great territory is in the most perilous situation right now?" With a solemn expression, Mi Jingluan replied, "Twin Poles territory. The Black Ink clan have been sending increasing numbers of troops to that place. It seems that they're determined to occupy Twin Poles territory. Although we're dealing with them for now, I'm sure you know that the number of people on our side pales compared to the Black Ink clan. They have no qualms about sending their soldiers to die, but it's completely different for us humans. Now, Twin Poles territory is just like the profound Nether territory of the past. Although Xiang Shan has gone to take charge there now, it's impossible to turn the situation around without sufficient power. Yang Kai nodded, got it. I'll head to the Twin Poles territory, then. Mi Jingluan breathed a sigh of relief. That would be for the best. However, if you show up, profound Nether territory. Yang Kai sneered, they don't have the guts to start a war. They had arrived at the peace deal in profound Nether territory because the profound Nether army had given up its absolute advantage, but if Six Arms dared to let the territory lords make a move, that peace deal would be nullified. 300 years ago, Yang Kai was able to make all territory lords cower, so 300 years later he could do the same. Mi Jingluan was stunned for a moment as he deeply felt that old men like them were gradually being surpassed by the young ones, which made him feel slightly dejected. One had to know that for a long time, Eighth Order masters like them had been the pillars of the human race for millennia. However, even someone like Xiang Shan was unable to affect the overall situation in a great territory on his own. Although Xiang Shan had decided to assume command of Twin Poles territory, he could only slow the humans' defeat, not stop it, much less reverse the situation. However, this newly promoted Eighth Order master named Yang Kai, who was thousands of years younger than them, was confident to the point that he showed no regard for those powerful innate territory lords whatsoever. If innate territory lords were like vipers, then Yang Kai was like an eagle hovering in the sky or a fierce wolf waiting in the woods. Be it an eagle or a wolf, his presence alone was highly intimidating to the enemy. While Mi Jingluan was dejected, he also felt gratified. It was because the rising stars in each new generation were able to cast a light into the darkness and illuminate a path for the human race to move forward upon. They only had Yang Kai now, but there were bound to be more talented people in the future. On the profound Nether territory battlefield, the new Open Heaven Realm Masters had started showcasing their strength as they made a name for themselves through the blood and lives of the enemy. They were growing stronger by the day, and they would certainly be important figures in the fights against the Black Ink clan in the future. Nonetheless, there was only one profound Nether territory, and over the past few hundred years, as more and more soldiers streamed into this place, the originally spacious battlefield now appeared cramped. If Yang Kai could see this, there was no way Mi Jingluan and Xiang Shan hadn't. The humans needed more training grounds. Previously, Mi Jingluan had wanted to ask Yang Kai to create another profound Nether territory. However, after the peace deal was reached, Yang Kai went into seclusion for 300 years. Before that, Yang Kai had ordered that unless there was an emergency that absolutely required his assistance, no one should disturb him. Although no one knew what Yang Kai was doing, he must have had a very important reason to issue such a command. As such, Mi Jingluan didn't dare to disturb him lightly. Fortunately, Yang Kai headed to the Supreme Headquarters right after he left seclusion, and he shared the same sentiment as Mi Jingluan, which allowed the latter to relax slightly. This young Eighth Order master wasn't only powerful, but he could also see the bigger picture. It was delightful to work with people like him. If it's possible, please create several more training grounds. I'm sure the Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to make a fuss if you're the one proposing, Mi Jingluan urged. Yang Kai guffawed, that was my plan from the start. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5592, Twin Poles Territory. The war in Twin Poles Territory was at a stalemate. Around 300 years ago, the Black Ink clan was in a disadvantageous position in profound Nether territory, and many of their territory lords were killed. Although they arrived at a peace deal with the humans later, that didn't mean those fallen territory lords returned from the grave. As though trying to boost their morale and restore their dignity, the Black Ink clan had intensified their offensives in several great territories, and the one where they were the most aggressive was Twin Poles territory. Apparently, the Black Ink clan had made this great territory their primary target. Over the years, they had been continuously sending more soldiers here in an effort to use their advantage in numbers to suppress the humans. In the past, if the humans were faced with attacks of such intensity, they would have lost Twin Poles territory to the enemy already. Nevertheless, with the continuous production of evil purging divine spears over the years, the humans were not without the means to resist. After the evil purging divine spears were crafted by the artifact refiners, the divine spirits who were able to use the great sun and moon marks would seal purifying light into them. Then, the evil purging divine spears would be distributed to the human masters who would put them to good use on the battlefields. For this reason, half of the evil purging divine spears originally allocated to Profound Nether territory had been diverted to Twin Poles territory. In any case, the territory lords in Profound Nether territory wouldn't dare to make a move. As such, those in Profound Nether territory didn't need as many evil purging divine spears as those in the other great territories. In every great battle, the things that shone the brightest were the evil purging divine spears when they exploded. These miniature suns lit up the endless darkness and helped the humans persevere in battle. When Yang Kai arrived at Twin Poles territory, the two races were already locked in an intense battle. The innumerable Black Ink clan soldiers hovered in the void, as though trying to announce to the humans that they were the owners of this place. On the other hand, the humans could only use the fortresses they had built over the years to fend off the enemies. The humans in Twin Poles territory were no longer able to confront the Black Ink clan in the open, but even the strongest defense would be broken through one day if it was constantly under assault. On the battlefield, human warships moved around in a narrow range and rained down secret techniques and artifact strikes on the enemy. At the same time, the Eighth Order Masters were soaked in blood as they fought back against the territory lords. Yang Kai concealed his aura and flew towards the battlefield like a phantom. He didn't have a particular target in mind, for he didn't know any of these territory lords in Twin Poles territory. As such, it made no difference as to whom he would kill first. Since he had cultivated in seclusion for 300 years, he hadn't used his Azure Dragon Spear for a long time. It was time he let these Black Ink clansmen know what it felt like to be overwhelmed by fear. Somewhere on the battlefield, an Eighth Order Master was in a perilous situation as he was dealing with two enemies at once. The Eighth Order Masters were used to such situations by now, and despite being in a tight spot, this one was able to persevere for now. Furthermore, he still hadn't used his evil purging divine spears. For this reason, the territory lords remained somewhat wary and didn't dare to go all out, preferring to keep some distance and wear down their opponent. During the intense battle, World Force and Black Ink strength clashed as the void trembled. The Black Ink clansmen who didn't manage to dodge were either killed or injured by the fallout from this clash. At this moment, the Eighth Order Master was focused on dealing with the territory lords. He pondered on the feasibility of severely injuring one territory lord despite knowing that he would be wounded as well. When Eighth Order Masters and territory lords traded injuries, there was no doubt the humans gained the advantage. That was because when an Eighth Order Master was wounded, they could recuperate by consuming spirit pills and meditate to restore their strength. However, a territory lord couldn't do that. They could endure the pain if it wasn't severe, but if a territory lord was badly injured, they had to return to a Black Ink nest and hibernate to heal. There were not many mid-rank Black Ink nests in Twin Poles territory, and all of them were currently occupied by wounded territory lords. If more territory lords were injured, they had to head to the No-Return Pass where there were more mid-rank Black Ink nests, as well as some 100 high-rank Black Ink nests. Over the years, more and more wounded territory lords headed to the No-Return Pass to recuperate. On the other hand, the territory lords who had recovered would return from the No-Return Pass. It was by using such mutually damaging tactics that the Eighth Order Masters effectively limited the number of territory lords who took part in the war. If all the territory lords could join the fighting, there was no way the Eighth Order Masters could fend them off. They would have to give up at least 3 great territories to rally their forces together. However, once they did that, the Black Ink clan could also concentrate their forces to regain the upper hand. That was the reason the humans were not willing to lose any great territory. This Eighth Order master soon made up his mind as was preparing to expose an opening at the right moment so that one of the territory lords would make a move. He was putting his life on the line, but as long as he didn't die, he would be able to achieve his goal. Nonetheless, before he could do anything, a divine sense transmission suddenly reached his ear. He was startled for a moment before becoming elated. Although he never showed a chance of expression on his face, he secretly got prepared. A few breaths of time later, he bellowed, "Bastards, let's all go to hell together." Following that, an evil purging divine spear appeared and turned into a light beam that shot towards one of the territory lords. The Eighth Order master seemed determined to destroy the other party no matter the cost. The two territory lords were fully prepared, however, as such, they immediately surged their black ink strength and formed a thick black ink cloud in front of them. This was the method the territory lords had come up with to deal with the evil purging divine spears. Purifying light was indeed the arch-nemesis of black ink strength, and once an evil purging divine spear was sent out, a territory lord would find it hard to dodge regardless of how agile they were. Since that was the case, their best option was to release a lot of black ink strength to block and offset the purifying light's power. The instant the light exploded, the Eighth Order master and the territory lords were temporarily blinded. However, the battle intensified at that moment. Just as both parties believed they were on the winning side, fatal moves were cast all of a sudden. The thick black ink strength was dispersed in the blink of an eye. One of the territory lords, who was targeted by the evil purging divine spear, grunted as his aura plunged. On the other hand, the unaffected territory lord extended his hand towards the white light. Enduring the scorching heat, he sent his attack towards the Eighth Order master. Both parties were in close quarters. Since the Eighth Order master had just used an evil purging divine spear, there was no way he could dodge this attack. The territory lord could already imagine the human spraying out a mouthful of blood. However, just then, a flash of spiritual energy could be felt from nearby. Following that, the attacking territory lord felt like something had pierced into his head. The sharp pain in his mind made him lose focus for a moment and his black ink strength faltered. His hand froze as an excruciating pain suddenly came from his chest. When he looked down, he saw a spear penetrating through him. A violent force burst forth as his burly figure exploded into countless pieces, which then spread out across the void. These two territory lords had been guarding against the Eighth Order master using the evil purging divine spear. As such, neither of them would have expected that someone would use a soul attack on them at that moment. The territory lord lost his life while completely unsuspecting. As the blood spattered, Yang Kai hovered in the void with his spear in his hand and arched his brow. After his most recent seclusion ended, it seemed it had become easier for him to kill a territory lord. He couldn't help thinking that an open heaven realm master, especially a high-rank one, indeed had to cultivate for a long time to build up their heritage. Over the past 300 years, Yang Kai had consumed an enormous amount of resources to strengthen his world force. With the purifying effects of the World Tree clone in his small universe, he estimated that he was now 10% stronger than before he entered seclusion. It was said that Old Ginger was spicier, and this seemed especially true for open heaven realm masters. Now, Yang Kai wasn't someone who had just ascended to the Eighth Order open heaven realm. He could be considered an experienced master. Besides the increase in heritage, he also had to literally tear his soul in half to cultivate his human self. This kind of tearing was unlike activating a soul-rending thorn where Yang Kai would only sacrifice a small portion of his soul. For this reason, he became weak for the past 300 years. It was only thanks to the soul-warming lotus help that he gradually recovered. With that said, the improvement this time was conspicuous. Before, whenever Yang Kai activated a soul-rending thorn, he would feel a sharp pain in his head, which he could somewhat endure thanks to many repeated experiences. However, when he used a soul-rending thorn today, the pain he felt was less aggravating. It went to show that his soul had strengthened. Many thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind as the pieces of the dead territory lord floated past him. On the other hand, the Eighth Order Master, who received the warning from Yang Kai earlier, forcefully struck out at the territory lord who had been affected by the evil purging divine spear. The turn of events had stunned the territory lord as he had no idea why his companion was killed all of a sudden. While in a dazed state, he turned to stare at Yang Kai. According to their original plan, he would get hit by the evil purging divine spear and offset the purifying light with the gathered black ink strength from earlier on. Then, he would join forces with his unaffected companion. He was confident that they could injure or even kill this Eighth Order Master. Nonetheless, his companion was killed in the blink of an eye. Following that, he saw a spear-holding young man with a dispassionate expression standing beside him. He found the young man familiar, as though he had seen him before. Yang Kai. After a moment of pondering, he finally recalled where he had come across this young man before. This guy was Yang Kai, the one who had managed to completely suppress the territory lords in profound nether territory. He was also the one who had kicked up a storm in the No-Return Pass and even escaped from the royal lord's pursuit. All the Black Ink clan's top masters had seen Yang Kai's image before. It was rumored that this human had some mysterious method he could use to kill innate territory lords in an instant. Some 30 territory lords were directly or indirectly killed by him in profound nether territory within just 30 years. The royal lord was so enraged by this that he had repeatedly reprimanded Six Arms, who was in charge of that place. Left with no other choice, the Black Ink clansmen in profound nether territory were forced to accept a peace deal Yang Kai had come up with. As such, the territory lords there couldn't have a hand in the war. When word got out, the Black Ink clan masters in the other great territories were both shocked and doubtful. Many of them felt that their comrades in profound nether territory were exaggerating Yang Kai's abilities. This human was only in the Eighth Order, after all. Therefore, how was he supposed to suppress all the Black Ink clan masters in profound nether territory on his own? Even Xiang Shan was unable to achieve that. This territory lord had thought much the same, feeling that Six Arms and the others in profound nether territory were too weak and had simply let Yang Kai run rampant. If this Yang Kai had the guts to come to Twin Poles territory, he would certainly teach this arrogant human a lesson. Now, Yang Kai had really come, and it wasn't until this moment that the territory lord realized how naive he had been. It was said that Yang Kai was able to cow and intimidate all the Black Ink clan masters of an entire great territory on his own. Even if there was a bit of exaggeration, there was no denying Yang Kai was powerful, but up until now, the territory lord still had no idea how his companion was killed. There wasn't any time left for him to ponder though. While he was still in a daze, the Eighth Order Master struck him with his fist. As the violent world force exploded, an indent formed on the territory lord's chest, which caused him to spray out a mouthful of black blood. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5593, No One Seems Happy. The Eighth Order Master was surprised that he had succeeded. It never crossed his mind that the territory lord would fall into a dazed state because of his companion's death. Certainly, he wouldn't let him off while the other party was beside himself. He quickly called out to Yang Kai, "Kill him." Following that, he charged towards the territory lord again. Certainly, Yang Kai needed no reminder as he shot forward and made sure the territory lord couldn't escape. As he wielded his azure dragon spear, the spear shadows rained down on the territory lord. Although his attack seemed unsophisticated, its hidden power was enormous. As the injured territory lord was pincered by his enemies, he swiftly fell into an absolute disadvantage. 10 breaths of time later, the azure dragon spear penetrated the territory lord's head and reaped his life. 2 territory lords had died within moments of each other. Despite the noisy battlefield, their deaths couldn't be concealed. Everyone on the battlefield froze for a moment when the second territory lord fell and countless pairs of eyes turned in the direction of the disturbance. The Eighth Order Masters were elated while the territory lords were soon overwhelmed with fear. All of a sudden, one territory lord yelled, "Yang Kai!" At that instant, all the territory lords realized who the murderer was. He was the human who had suppressed all the Black Ink clan masters in profound Nether territory on his own. The royal lord had even issued a warning to all the territory lords to be cautious of this menace. They had heard about the incident in profound Nether territory, and while some felt sympathetic or wary, most dismissed the story. After all, they had never dealt with Yang Kai before, so how were they supposed to know how powerful the latter truly was? Fortunately for them, after the two races arrived at a peace deal 300 years ago in profound Nether territory, Yang Kai went missing. Based on what the Black Ink disciples revealed to them, Yang Kai seemed to be cultivating in seclusion. Nevertheless, he appeared in Twin Poles territory today, and the instant he did, he managed to kill two powerful innate territory lords. The territory lords, who had dismissed the stories from back then, now knew that what they had heard was true. It wasn't that no territory lords had lost their lives before in Twin Poles territory over the centuries. Nonetheless, there was no precedent where two territory lords died in such quick succession. There was no denying Yang Kai had some inscrutable methods up his sleeve. Fear and wariness soon spread across the Black Ink clansmen. With the spear in his hand, Yang Kai guffawed, his laugh as loud as thunder as he called out, "I'm back. Did you miss me? Why didn't you stay gone forever?" The territory lords cursed at him under their breath while wondering, what's wrong with Six Arms? This madman exited seclusion, but we've received no warning from profound Nether territory at all. However, at this moment, the territory lords didn't have time to curse out Six Arms. When Yang Kai swept a gaze over them, they felt their chests tightening as they were worried they would be targeted next. Meanwhile, things got much better for the Eighth Order Masters. Originally, the Eighth Order Masters were at a disadvantage as they were greatly outnumbered by the territory lords. Nonetheless, at this moment, all the territory lords slowed down their attacks as they were wary of Yang Kai, allowing the humans to catch their breath. Many veteran Eighth Order Masters couldn't help feeling amazed that Yang Kai alone was able to exude such deterrence on so many enemies. "No one seems happy to see me." "That's fine, I won't force you to respond." As Yang Kai wielded his spear, he disappeared from the spot the moment he finished speaking. The territory lords nearby felt their hair standing on end. None of them had seen how Yang Kai vanished. As such, they had no idea where he would reappear. This kind of uncertainty was extremely unnerving. At this moment, the territory lords could only carefully guard their souls against any potential sneak attacks. That was because they knew that once Yang Kai made a move, he would directly use that strange method that could penetrate one's soul before launching life-threatening attacks on them. A shriek was suddenly heard from a certain direction on the battlefield. As expected, a territory lord was hit. The soul-rending thorns were extremely powerful, so even if a territory lord was determined to protect their soul, they couldn't possibly ward it off entirely, only somewhat weakening the impact. On this chaotic battlefield, once an individual's soul was disturbed, they would immediately find themselves in a life-and-death crisis. The territory lords who hadn't been hit felt relieved, which immediately after made them feel ashamed, but there was nothing they could do about it. When they looked at the source of the cry, they indeed saw Yang Kai appearing there like a phantom. Working with another Eighth Order Master, he bombarded an innate territory lord with attacks. It was the first time the territory lords in Twin Poles territory witnessed Yang Kai's power. The power of his spear seemed able to shatter the void itself, so while the targeted territory lord intended to flee, space around him contorted and warped, causing his movements to become sluggish and disjointed. How was he supposed to escape under such circumstances? Just several breaths of time later, the targeted territory lord was horribly injured. His dark blood and black ink strength spurted out of his wounds at the same time as his aura plunged. Following that, the Eighth Order Master, who had been dealing with the territory lord, pushed out a palm and smashed his opponent into a paste. How brutal. It wasn't until the territory lords witnessed Yang Kai's power that they realized he was more formidable than what they had heard. The Eighth Order Master then flew to the nearest battle to offer his help. On the other hand, Yang Kai remained on the same spot and said something that horrified the territory lords. "Who's next?" It was as though he was playing some sort of sick game, and whoever he had his eyes on would die. Naturally, no territory lord volunteered to be the next victim. 3 territory lords had lost their lives in a very short period. It seemed that once Yang Kai made a move, he would certainly succeed. It was only natural that nobody wanted to be targeted by him. The territory lords, who originally had the upper hand on the battlefield, started retreating. On the other hand, the Eighth Order Masters were relentless. They had been suppressed by the territory lords for years, so now that the tables had turned, they ecstatically attacked the enemies while the territory lords grumbled in annoyance. Just as the territory lords were feeling anxious, another one of them suffered tragedy. Spirit energy fluctuations flared up momentarily, then a violent force exploded as a territory lord lost his life. In one of the battles, a brawny innate territory lord with purple skin and hair roared, "He can only use the same move 3 times. There's no need to be afraid of him now that he's used up all his chances." There were over 100 territory lords who were involved in this battle in Twin Poles territory. However, this purple-haired territory lord was apparently one of the strongest. In fact, he was the territory lord who was in charge of Twin Poles territory, his status equivalent to that of 6 arms in Profound Nether territory. He had been vigilant after he realized Yang Kai's presence, but he never said a word. It wasn't until he was certain that Yang Kai had used the soul-rending thorns 3 times that he reminded the other territory lords. There had been 3 territory lords who got struck by the strange soul attacks, and now that Yang Kai was no longer able to use this trump card again, he became just a slightly more powerful Eighth Order Master. Therefore, the territory lords wouldn't need to be as wary of him. Hearing that, the territory lords finally came to their senses. That's right. Yang Kai has used that move 3 times already, why should we be afraid of him? The territory lords, who had been retreating, immediately turned around and, this time, it was the Eighth Order Masters who suffered. "You like running your mouth, don't you?" Across from the purple-haired territory lord, Xiang Shan wielded his saber as the dazzling saber light formed a crack in the void. For the past 100 years, Xiang Shan had been stationed in Twin Poles territory, and he had exchanged moves with this purple-haired territory lord dozens of times. Since both of them were equally matched, neither could destroy the other. Despite facing this imposing attack, the territory lord easily dodged it. However, the next instant, the purple-haired territory lord's expression turned solemn, for he realized that an aura had locked onto him. From the corner of his eye, he could see that Yang Kai, who was over 1,000,000 kilometers away just a moment ago, had appeared right beside him. A spear quietly extended towards him and was about to strike its mark. Instinctively, the purple-haired territory lord leaned backwards to avoid the attack. Nevertheless, when he detected the familiar spiritual energy fluctuation and was flabbergasted. He can still use his soul attack. Impossible. Yang Kai had used the same move in Profound Nether territory many times before, but in every battle, he only ever used it 3 times before he became powerless to fight. Why was it different now when he was in Twin Poles territory? It was only then that the purple-haired territory lord recalled that Yang Kai had been cultivating in seclusion for 300 years, so it was unlikely that his power hadn't increased at least a bit. His 3-time limit was information the Black Ink clan had gathered 300 years ago. Now, Yang Kai could probably use the same move 4 times, maybe even 5 times. Upon that realization, the purple-haired territory lord regretted opening his mouth. If he had known this would be the outcome, he wouldn't have called out and attracted Yang Kai's attention. Unbeknownst to him, even if he said nothing, Yang Kai had already saved his last soul-rending thorn for him. Xiang Shan was locked in an intense battle with this guy, so it was apparent that the purple-haired territory lord was an important figure in Twin Poles territory, most likely the commander of the Black Ink clan's forces. If Yang Kai could kill him, he could deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan's morale in Twin Poles territory. Certainly, Yang Kai could recognize such a tempting target. Around 300 years ago, he could only activate 3 soul-rending thorns in succession. Now that his soul had become more robust, he could easily use the same move for a 4th time. As his spiritual energy flared, the soul-rending thorn was silently sent. The purple-haired territory lord's soul was torn open, and the sharp pain in his mind caused him to roar. At the same time, all his black ink strength undulated violently. Yang Kai's spear brushed past the territory lord's face, the intense weave of Tao strength scraping off a large piece of flesh, drawing an even more pitiful wail from the latter's lips. Since his attack was unsuccessful though, Yang Kai swept his spear down like a whip, forcing the territory lord back. At the same time, Xiang Shan swung his saber, sending out a burst of saber lights that formed a cage, covering the section of the void around the territory lord. Xiang Shan was a veteran of thousands of battles, so he naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. The saber light cage swiftly contracted towards the center, and when they dissipated, the purple-haired territory lord's battered figure was revealed. His brawny figure was covered in wounds which were so deep that one could see his bones. There was no denying he was in a sorry state. All the same, he hadn't lost his life. As his thick black ink strength undulated, a fire seemed to ignite in his eyes as he charged towards Yang Kai instead of backing down. Now that he was so badly injured in both Xiang Shan and Yang Kai, 2 of the most powerful 8th Order masters in the entire human race, were targeting him, this territory lord had no doubt he would die here today. As such, he abandoned all thoughts of escape and instead was determined to drag one of them down with him in death. Naturally, Yang Kai was his target. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, his death would be meaningful. The innate territory lord unleashed every last bit of his power, causing even more dark blood and black ink strength to spurt from his wounds. At that moment, the purple-haired territory lord was like a fierce god who emerged from the primordial chaos, his majestic presence causing the universe around him to tremble. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5594, My Head is Harder. Since his return from the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai had dealt with a lot of innate territory lords and even killed many of them. His impression of these innate territory lords was that, even though they were powerful and overbearing, they were also extremely afraid of death. Bravery was something that had nothing to do with them. However, he finally met an exception today. It seemed that not all innate territory lords were the same and that some of them were indeed not scared of dying. Perhaps it had something to do with their situation as well. The purple-haired territory lord knew that he was unable to leave this place alive. As such, his fighting spirit had been ignited. Xiang Shan moved forward to intercept the enemy, wielding his saber as he sent out a stream of saber lights to engulf the purple-haired territory lord. Nevertheless, the other party did not even attempt to dodge this flurry of attacks. Although the saber lights opened even more wounds on his body, the territory lord still steadfastly charged towards Yang Kai. The next instant, he was faced with a spear. The purple-haired territory lord jerked his head to the side, causing the spear to graze his neck. The fresh wound on his neck exploded as his dark blood spurted out, but despite that, he relentlessly approached Yang Kai. Yang Kai tried to retract his spear, but his attempt failed. That was because the other party had already clenched the Azure Dragon spear and exerted an immense amount of force with his hand, ensuring that Yang Kai couldn't retrieve his weapon. Get over here. Determination was written all over the purple-haired territory lord's hideous face as he thrust his free hand towards Yang Kai. He had channeled all his power into this attack, causing the space around them to shatter in an instant. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to use space principles to dodge using instantaneous movement, but to his surprise, the other party had anticipated this move and preempted him. Furthermore, he had used 4 soul-rending thorns already, so his head was throbbing and his thoughts had become sluggish. With the nearby void shattered, Yang Kai's figure was rooted to the spot. While he was in a dazed state, the purple-haired territory lord seized his shoulder. Black ink strength madly surged as Yang Kai's shoulder was torn into. The territory lord's sharp nails penetrated Yang Kai's flesh, and even the dragon scales hidden under his skin were unable to block the intrusion. Seeing his gambit succeed, the purple-haired territory lord quickly pulled Yang Kai towards himself and trapped him with both arms. His face was covered with dark blood, so his original facial features were barely visible. When Yang Kai looked up, all he saw was the territory lord looking hideous and smug. "Let's see how you run away now." The purple-haired territory lord grinned while ignoring Xiang Shan, who was coming at him from behind. Then, he tilted his head back and brought it forward at a remarkable speed. He was trying to headbutt Yang Kai. Following a loud crash, with the two tangled-up figures at the center, a violent shockwave propagated out. Even Xiang Shan found himself staggering back as he had no choice but to retract his weapon for fear of hitting Yang Kai by accident. Hong. 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 Star. The purple-haired territory lord repeatedly struck Yang Kai with his head. At this moment, he looked nothing like a powerful innate territory lord with astonishing cultivation. Instead, he was more like a common thug engaging in a backstreet brawl. There were no sophisticated moves to speak of as he seemed determined to destroy the other party by smashing his head open with his own. The sight stunned all the other territory lords and Eighth Order masters. No one had ever seen a territory lord acting so brutal. Yang Kai started seeing stars from the first clash. He had already used a massive amount of spiritual energy on top of sacrificing a significant portion of his soul, which was why he was no longer able to keep fighting at full strength. Now that he was repeatedly struck by the opponent's head, he found himself in a passive position. Any other Eighth Order master would have lost his life by now. Since his ascension to the Eighth Order, Yang Kai had never suffered such a setback because of a lone territory lord before. Even though he was struck dizzy, he only turned more furious and aggressive. Yang Kai let go of his spear and grasped the purple-haired territory lord's arms. His face, which was covered with golden blood, became hideous as fire burned in his eyes. As the other party tilted his head back, he mirrored the action. A hint of surprise flashed across the territory lord's eyes, for he thought that Yang Kai had lost all his strength before now. The next moment, an even louder crash was heard. Xiang Shan, who was hovering nearby, waiting for a chance to strike, was dumbfounded as he felt a violent shockwave rush towards him and push him back even further. When he looked up, Xiang Shan felt his face twitching as a single thought flashed across his mind: this brat is crazy. The headbutt of a powerful master was no laughing matter, and now both parties were doing the same thing to each other, so the power of the clash was naturally astonishing. Xiang Shan even thought he heard the sounds of bones cracking, hong hong hong. Several booms were then heard, and with the purple-haired territory lord and Yang Kai as the center, the countless limbs, black ink clouds, and black ink strength drifting in the void were all swept away. Every time their heads smashed, it was as though two universe worlds were colliding, sending shockwave after shockwave across the battlefield. A moment later, both Yang Kai and the purple-haired territory lord saw stars and were close to blacking out, their blood-soaked faces looking more menacing than ever. Nonetheless, Yang Kai could sense that the other party's grip had weakened. As such, he exerted more force with his hands while grasping the other party's arms. The purple-haired territory lord's eyes shook as his maddened determination turned to shock and disbelief. He had taken such an aggressive stance because he had been pushed over the edge, but for some reason, his final desperate struggle had only caused this Eighth Order master to become even more ferocious than him. Following another headbutt, the sounds of bones breaking became audible and the territory lord's arms lost all strength. Yang Kai roared, "All you bastards will never understand what it means to fight for the ones you love." They were in the 3,000 worlds, and this great territory was one of the last lines of defense for the human race. If they allowed the Black Ink clan to advance further, their very existence would be threatened. In this place, all the human soldiers who had been battling the Black Ink clan were fighting to protect those who huddled behind them. Unlike these evil invaders, the humans did not have a choice to retreat. Since the enemies were brutal and ruthless, they had to be even more savage. After another headbutt, a clear indent was formed on the purple-haired territory lord's head. His eyes had completely rolled back and his aura was weakening by the breath like a ball leaking air. All of a sudden, Yang Kai appeared bored as he said dispassionately, "It seems my head is harder than yours." Then, he sent out one last headbutt, knocking the purple-haired territory lord's head off while sending a headless corpse flying away. Yang Kai hovered in the void alone. The pain in his body and soul almost made him lose his mind. However, his ferocity and murderous intent did not wane in the slightest after he killed his opponent. Instead, he became even more bloodthirsty. As a high-pitched dragon roar sounded as a golden light exploded into existence. Following a series of crackling sounds, a 70,000-meter-long behemoth manifested in the void. Kill! The ancient dragon roared as his dragon form whirled around and charged towards a place where many Black Ink clansmen gathered together. Wherever he went, a trail of bodies formed in the void. Kill! More roars were heard coming from all directions in Twin Poles territory. Following the purple-haired territory lord's death and the advent of the golden ancient dragon, the human soldiers, who had been suppressed for almost 400 years in Twin Poles territory, charged towards the enemies like maddened beasts. In the blink of an eye, the Black Ink clan found themselves on the wrong side of a raging slaughter. 5 territory lords had lost their lives in less than an incense stick's worth of time, which horrified the ones still alive. They finally realized the terror the territory lords in profound Nether territory must have felt 300 years ago. The deaths of the first 4 territory lords had already caused a storm to rumble in their hearts, but it was the sheer brutality of the 5th territory lord's demise that finally collapsed their will to fight. It was said that Yang Kai was only able to use his special soul attack 3 times before becoming powerless to fight on, but that was no longer the case. The purple-haired territory lord, who was their commander, was dead. On the other hand, Yang Kai had transformed into a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon and charged straight into the center of their lines, his majestic presence causing the entire Twin Poles territory to shake. At this moment, none of the territory lords was willing to deal with Yang Kai, worried that once they were targeted, they would not be able to survive. Hence, they decided to run as far away as possible. Back then in profound Nether territory, Yang Kai had to fight over a dozen battles for 30 years before he fully intimidated the Black Ink clan there. In Twin Poles territory, he still carried his imposing reputation from 300 years ago, and after this one war, the spines of the Black Ink clansmen in Twin Poles territory would be shattered and never heal again. Half a day later, the human soldiers ceased their attacks. All of them were elated, feeling that they had finally vented out the fury that had been accumulating in their hearts over several hundreds of years. As they returned to their bases and camps, all of them smiled brightly as though they were celebrating some kind of festivity. Killing 5 territory lords couldn't be considered a war-ending achievement. However, in their follow-up pursuit of the enemy, the human army managed to slaughter over 1 million Black Ink clansmen, which was a huge strategic victory. All this had been brought about by Yang Kai alone. While the soldiers were counting their kills, they realized that the biggest contributor, Yang Kai, was nowhere to be found. They speculated that he must be recuperating. After all, he seemed to be badly injured. In fact, Yang Kai wasn't just badly injured, he had almost lost his life. Other than the drawbacks of using 4 soul-rending thorns in quick succession, his clash with the purple-haired territory lord later had left him half dead. Although his body was robust as he had a dragon vein, the series of headbutts still cracked his skull. It would probably take him several years to heal these injuries. With that said, it was not like he hadn't gained something after this battle. After attacking so many territory lords using his soul-rending thorns, Yang Kai had become confident he could easily kill them, which caused him to underestimate those innate territory lords as he thought that they were too cowardly to use their strength. Now, he realized he had overestimated himself and underestimated the enemy. The simple truth was no innate territory lord was easy to deal with. It was only because of his unique methods and great infamy that most territory lords simply lost the will to fight when they were confronted by him. As such, he could easily kill many territory lords. However, if every territory lord was like the purple-haired territory lord he met today, who was willing to sacrifice his life to drag him down with him, things would become far thornier. The purple-haired territory lord was struck by a soul-rending thorn, then hit by attacks from both Xiang Shan and Yang Kai at the same time, but he remained undaunted. If this territory lord had been at his peak, Yang Kai wouldn't have the confidence to defeat him without using a soul-rending thorn. He was still an innate territory lord, and as such, significantly more powerful than those acquired territory lords. Yang Kai was secretly glad that these innate territory lords were unable to become royal lords, otherwise, the humans might not be able to deal with them. After giving it some thought, he realized that while he shouldn't underestimate his enemies, he also shouldn't dismiss his own capabilities. At the very least, he had managed to kill a lot of territory lords. Furthermore, it had only been a short time since he ascended to the 8th Order, so he was still far from reaching his peak. When he reached the very peak of the 8th Order one day, Yang Kai was confident he could defeat these innate territory lords with ease with just his own strength. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.